Chapter 697. All the arrangements have been made. Now it's time to refine it. Yu Province, in a secret room, Yang Feng is sitting on a large bed carved from a high-grade magic crystal, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and connected to a huge magic crystal warehouse. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the jade box containing the sun god Empyrean flower. As soon as he opened the jade box, a dazzling ray of sunlight shot out from the jade box, strangely penetrated the secret room set up with countless defensive barriers, entered the sky, and formed a huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. What's that? A treasure. A peerless treasure is about to appear. A peerless treasure is about to appear here. In Yu Province, the powerhouses hidden in the secret room were alarmed by the terrifying breath of the sun god Empyrean flower, and they saw the huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. Yu Province's powerhouses suddenly flew out from their secluded places, turned into rays of light, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. As expected of an Empyrean-grade treasure. Even if ordinary people get their hands on such a treasure, they won't be alive to enjoy it. Yang Feng inhaled and sucked the sun god Empyrean flower into his mouth. When the sun god Empyrean flower entered Yang Feng's body, it turned into a surging heat that frantically battered, burned, and purified everything inside him. If an existence without a moonlight warlock rank cultivation base swallowed the sun god Empyrean flower, they would be burned to ashes by the terrifying heat. As a pinnacle glorious sun warlock, Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and every cell in his body trembled slightly and exuded fearsome power. A world projection engraved with countless mysterious runes slowly appeared behind Yang Feng. It is a world that has merged with half of his soul core. A soul projection identical to Yang Feng emerged from that world. An incomparably dazzling light shone from the soul shadow. The soul shadow continued to compress, condensing into a point that seemed to be able to devour everything. The world projection merged with Yang Feng inch by inch, and finally integrated into his body. A resplendent beam of light rose from Yang Feng's body and shot straight into the sky. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius, all life magic energy was extracted by the strange beam of light and turned into dark clouds rolling towards Yang Feng. Inside the beam that shot out of Yang Feng, the laws of space, the laws of fire, the laws of lightning, and other laws appeared one after another and converged into the beam. The boundary between gods and humans. Someone is breaking through the godly realm. The peerless treasure that just appeared was refined by that person. He's breaking through the godly realm. Someone is breaking through the god realm? Who is it? The surrounding warlocks looked at the pillar of light that absorbed the laws of realization from the void, and their eyes flashed with shock. In the Zhongji Plain, only the 8 warlock emperors as well as their strongest opponents broke through and promoted to the godman boundary. If the peerless geniuses who broke through the godman boundary didn't die in the process of maturing, then the weakest one would have advanced to a warlock monarch capable of contending against a holy spirit warlock. In the Zhongji Plain, at present, the strongest powerhouses in the world are infinity warlocks. Once a warlock monarch rank warlock emerges, the situation of the entire Zhongji Plain may change. Everyone, let's kill that person. Capture that person and refine him into a potion. In this way, we can break the shackles of our soul aptitude and practice cultivation to a higher realm. A voice full of temptation reverberated in the ears of the surrounding warlocks. That's right. As long as I can drink that potion, my soul aptitude will evolve to superior level 7, and I will definitely be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock. As long as I can drink that potion, I will be able to promote to a moonlight warlock. The strange voice was full of temptation, easily magnifying the desires of the surrounding warlocks. Everyone, let's go together. With so many of us, they won't dare to attack us. If we kill that person and refine him into a potion, we can all break through to the next realm. Along with a roar, a moonlight warlock turned into a stream of light and flew towards the area where Yu Province's Undying Mountain is located. Dozens of warlocks blurred into motion and flew towards the area where Undying Mountain is located. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warlocks whose desires have been silently aroused by the strange force turned bloodshot, and they operated secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards Undying Mountain. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the private territory of Undying Mountain. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. One by one, the lowest-level cannon fodder humanoid robots appeared at the border of the Undying Mountain range and shouted with their mechanical synthesized voices. A bunch of scrap iron break. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of a moonlight warlock, and he operated the law of wind, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. Countless violent wind blades suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Within an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius, all low-level humanoid robots were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Low-level humanoid robots don't have energy shields, and the materials they use are crude ordinary steel. Naturally, they can't resist the range attack of a moonlight warlock. Warning invalid. Activate annihilation mode. Annihilate all intruders. A voice reverberated in Yu Province's Undying Mountains territory. Within Undying Mountains territory, the land, mountains, cities, grasslands, and other places quickly opened up, and a swarm of third-generation battle robots flew out and turned into a torrent of steel shooting towards the invading warlocks. In an instant, an almost endless rain of light shot out from Undying Mountains territory and swept towards the invading warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the low-level warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were blasted into pieces, and a copious amount of blood and flesh scattered on the ground. Contaminated by the flesh and blood of the warlocks, many ordinary plants on the ground withered. However, there were also many plants that absorbed the flesh and blood of the warlocks and evolved into queer extraordinary plants. "I am Wind God Dragon's Warlock Nan," a moonlight warlock screamed with a look of horror on his face, and then a beam blasted him in the head. The upper half of his body was vaporized, and his corpse fell from the sky. Only the monster-level warlock geniuses of Sun God Shrine have endless life-saving secret methods. Ordinary human moonlight warlocks will die if their heads are blasted apart. Along with the roar of engines, a large number of third-generation battle robots rushed into the midst of the warlocks and besieged and killed one moonlight warlock after another. No matter how the moonlight warlocks begged, the third-generation battle robots didn't let them off, but killed them all. So savage. Is this Undying Mountain? What a savage fellow. What a fearsome fellow. Seeing this scene, the warlocks who originally planned to rush in to fish in troubled waters sobered up. They all stopped in their tracks and flew backward. Undying Mountain made it clear that it wanted to kill all the warlocks who entered the area. The Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks of Yu Province felt a chill in their hearts, and didn't dare to rush in rashly. However, there were still many formidable warlocks flying towards this region from all over Yu Province. Treasures that can enable people to break through the God-Man boundary are extremely rare. In the entire Zhongji Plain, they generally only appear once every 1,000 years. Only in the eras when Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are born will there be a variety of treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the God-Man boundary. The birth of every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse requires the consumption of a large amount of resources and countless precious treasures of heaven and earth. Many treasures of heaven and earth are gone after they are used up. The reason why God Bloodplane gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse was because the primordial God Bloodstone produced by God Bloodplane was devoured by the first true ancestor, which allowed him to break through his limits and evolve into a Warlock Emperor rank existence. After the primordial God Bloodstone was devoured by the first true ancestor, no similar treasures were born in God Bloodplane. No matter how high the cultivation base of the other 8 true ancestors is, they cannot evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Moreover, no matter what kind of treasures of heaven and earth there are, they cannot make the 8 true ancestors break through and evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Unless they can kill the first true ancestor and completely devour his true blood. Treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the God-Man boundary attracted countless warlocks to gather here like honey. However, when the warlocks saw powerful warlocks being slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to go over rashly. At this moment, a pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a man riding a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life-form flying dragon elephant with a dragon head, elephant body, elephant trunk, and lion claws descended from the sky, arrived at the edge of Undying Mountain's domain, and said loudly, "Heart of Dragon Elephant's Great Elder Wei Guanghe requests an audience with Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank breath rose from Undying Mountain, and Zhan Hongtao stood up and said loudly, "My young master is still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Wei, let's talk about it tomorrow." Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, you're really putting on airs. You're just a glorious dawn warlock, yet you're avoiding a meeting with my great elder. You really don't know what's good for you. An infinity warlock rank breath slowly spread, and a bald man with countless runes engraved on his head and a string of skulls of various powerful beings on his head, a haggard face, and a fierce ray in his eyes stepped out and said with a cold smile. Chapter 698. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor. He's here too. That's the founder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The warlocks present inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw the bald man. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor is a peerless powerhouse who founded Heart of Dragon Elephant. As an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, he is extremely powerful. With the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is only slightly weaker than the 10 great sects of Great Cloud Dynasty. The underlying strength of Heart of Dragon Elephant is much worse than that of the 10 great sects. But with the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is a first-rate force second only to the 10 great sects. Great Cloud Dynasty is boundless and has countless powerhouses, including many Infinity Warlock rank existences. They have founded powerful warlock groups. In the past, the 10 great sects were the staunchest allies of Great Cloud Dynasties by family, ruling the world together with the Bai family. In the long history of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects went on expeditions everywhere, suppressed countless planes, and lost countless powerhouses. The Battle Demons sect once fought for Great Cloud Dynasty and lost several Infinity Warlocks. In the sect, there are only 4 Bright World Warlocks left to keep up appearances. In Great Cloud Dynasty, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there are also countless warlock groups. From time to time, peerless geniuses emerge from these warlock groups, obtain countless fortuitous encounters, and eventually advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. Once a warlock group has an Infinity Warlock standing guard, it will become a first-rate force in Great Cloud Dynasty. Heart of Dragon Elephant has the Infinity Warlock Ancestor and a Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Great Elder guarding it. In Yu Province, this force is already one of the 5 overlords of Yu Province. A fearsome Infinity Warlock rank aura spread from the Dragon Elephant Ancestor and swept towards Zhan Hongtao. Zhan Hongtao's face suddenly changed dramatically, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. By relying on his extraordinary perception, he clearly understands that the Dragon Elephant Ancestor in front of him has the strength to easily kill him. What is Heart of Dragon Elephant? Screw off. Otherwise, all of you will die. With a flash of black light, Alexia, flapping her fallen angel wings and holding the fallen angel sword, appeared in the void like an invincible god. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with indifference and majesty as she stared coldly at the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. An Infinity Warlock rank breath spread from her. An Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain, to even cultivate Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. Is this the power of the Undying Mountain? It is indeed terrifying. When the surrounding warlocks saw Alexia, they immediately inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. Fallen angels were the most powerful combat weapons developed by the gods. They were powerful beings transformed from fallen angels. The fallen angels of the blazing angel rank were terrifying war weapons that could contend against gods of the same rank and even kill gods of the same rank. When ordinary human Infinity Warlocks faced an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel, they could only flee in defeat. Berated by Alexia, the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's face turned ashen, his eyes narrowed, and monstrous killing intent surged in them. Since he advanced to an Infinity Warlock, no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. What big talk! A trifling blazing angel is just a tool of war. What qualifications does he have to communicate with us human warlocks on an equal footing? Let your master come and talk to us. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the earth rumbled, and a 10,000-meter-long Romanda stone tiger galloped over from afar. On the head of the Romanda stone tiger, there is a handsome male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, exuding a wicked charm. But if you look closely, you will find that the male warlock is shrouded in endless coldness. That's the great elder of the Black Dragon Serpent Ancestor. The Dragon Serpent Ancestor is one of the 5 overlords of our Yu province. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Of course. That's a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. On average, our Zhongji Plain may not be able to produce a peerless treasure every 1,000 years. If they can get their hands on it, it won't be impossible for them to break through to the Warlock Monarch realm in the future. When the surrounding warlocks saw the male warlock, Their countenance changed at once, and they discussed in whispers. Alexia glanced at the dragon serpent ancestor and uttered in a cold voice and biting killing intent. Dragon serpent ancestor, you dare to provoke my undying mountain. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by my undying mountain? The undying mountain is really impressive. This isn't the Li Gui province, but Yu province. You want to exterminate a person's race. Isn't your undying mountain being too overbearing? A gust of wind blew, and a huge golden figure that seems to cover the entire sky appeared in the sky. A handsome man with long hair fluttering in the wind and an extraordinary temperament is standing proudly on a gold rock and looking coldly at Alexia. Heart of Gale's Gale Venerable Lord. One of Yu province's 5 overlords, Gale Venerable Lord, has also appeared. Heh. A trifling blazing angel wants to resist 3 infinity warlocks. That's just courting death. With the 3 overlords here, it seems that the undying mountain won't be able to escape this time. With the 3 overlords taking the lead, we can still pick up some benefits from the undying mountain. For outsiders like the undying mountain to be so arrogant and overbearing in Yu province, I've long since found them an eyesore. This time let's wipe them out. The warlocks from Yu province stared at the 2 powerhouses Alexia and Zhan Hongtao with greed in their eyes. The Undying Mountain is one of the top warlock groups in the Congji Plain. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Normally, rogue warlocks wouldn't dare to provoke such a top warlock group. However, 3 of Yu province's 5 overlords have already arrived. As long as the 3 overlords join forces, they will have a chance to break through the Undying Mountain. The rogue warlocks can also take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits from the Undying Mountain. Hand over the person who broke through the Godman boundary. Otherwise, after the Undying Mountain is breached, no one will be spared. Amidst an extremely domineering and violent voice, a 2-meter-tall man with long blood-red hair appeared. His upper body was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and he gave off a terrifying aura like a fiend god. He held a crimson spear in his hand as he walked through the air and appeared in this area. Blood Spear Sex Blood Spear Ancestor, one of Yu province's 5 overlords. He's here as well. 4 of the 5 overlords have come. Only 7 Color Rose Gardens people haven't come yet. The Undying Mountain is done for. Even more excited, the surrounding warlocks looked in the direction of the Undying Mountain with greed in their eyes. Let's do it. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the 5 of us will divide the treasures equally. A cold, crisp voice full of killing intent sounded, and a peerless beauty with long hair, a scarlet rhombus crystal on the forehead, fair skin, a curvaceous figure, dressed in white muslin, and exuding a devastatingly charming charm appeared in the void while treading on a 7-color flower. 7 Color Rose Gardens Garden Master. Yu province's 5 overlords are all here. With this, the Undying Mountain is done for. When Yu province's 5 overlords attack together, even the 10 great sects will be destroyed. The Undying Mountain is done for. Filled with excitement, the surrounding warlocks looked greedily at the Undying Mountain like hungry wolves. In their view, with the 5 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, the Undying Mountain cannot resist them. Facing the siege of 5 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, if the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel doesn't escape, only death will await her. TSK. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the treasure should be divided equally among the 7 families. Amidst a series of creepy laughter, a man who was blind in one eye and looked like a bag of bones appeared in the void. His entire body was black, and he looked like a skeleton that had crawled out of a corpse. That's right, it should be divided equally among the 7 families. If you don't give us a share, then we'll help the Undying Mountain. A peerlessly handsome man with snow-white skin and an appearance that surpassed even Panan's walked out of the void with a smile on his face. He was enveloped in a devilish charm from head to toe. Skeleton Demon Venerable, Wicked Playboy. These 2 Infinity Warlocks came as well. They are actually lurking in our Yu province. When the warlocks saw the skeleton-like man and the handsome young man, their countenance changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy are both Infinity Warlocks of the demonic path. The Skeleton Demon Venerable likes to capture warlock powerhouses, absorb their brain matter and bone marrow, and refine them into skeletons. The Wicked Playboy, on the other hand, likes to capture a large number of handsome warlocks and use all kinds of wicked secret methods to turn them into his toys and slaves. The skeleton demon Venerable and the wicked playboy are peerless fiends who have been hunted by the Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division for many years. Such a terrifying monster naturally made those warlocks somewhat fearful. Although the Yu Province's 5 overlord rank powerhouses are tyrannical, but they are bound by the laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty after all. As such, they won't go against conscience or go insane. The skeleton demon Venerable and the wicked playboy, on the other hand, are unscrupulous fiends. Although they are naturally far weaker than the Yu Province's 5 overlords, but they strike fear into the hearts of low-level warlocks. The Blood Spear ancestor frowned and said decisively, "Okay, then we'll divide it into 7 equal parts. However, if you don't contribute, then don't even think about getting a shred of it." Chapter 699. The other 4 overlords frowned and tacitly agreed with the Blood Spear ancestor's words. 4 Yu Province's 5 overlords to join forces to attack Undying Mountain in order to obtain a treasure that can enable them to break through the Godman boundary. They have shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. If Yang Feng's Undying Mountain escapes today, it will surely launch a fierce counterattack against Yu Province's 5 overlords. Yu Province's 5 overlords are all scheming and decisive people. After weighing the pros and cons, they immediately made a judgment and accepted the 2 Infinity Warlocks, the skeleton demon Venerable and the wicked playboy. "You'll definitely regret it." Alexia took a deep look at the 7 Infinity Warlocks, then her figure fluttered, and she and Zhan Hongtao turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards Undying Mountain. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from Undying Mountain and barreled towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. When the dense rain of light slammed into the 7 Infinity Warlocks, it couldn't even break through their life force field, only setting off ripples. A dense swarm of battle robots turned into a dark cloud of steel and rushed towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. A bunch of ants. Skeleton Black Snow. The skeleton demon Venerable smiled ferociously, took out the level 9 secret treasure Myriad Skeleton Demon flag, and waved it. In an instant, boundless darkness enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, and a copious amount of black snow fell from the sky towards the 3rd-generation battle robots. In an instant, when the black snow fell on countless animals within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, they trembled slightly, and their flesh and blood melted. At the same time, they mutated and turned into 2-meter-tall bloody skeletons exuding ferocity. Skeleton Black Snow is a powerful area of effect spell that the skeleton demon Venerable mastered. Within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, even if it is a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be easily eroded by the black snow, and all their flesh and life force will be transformed into a powerful bloody skeleton. Even if it is mechanical golems, once eroded by the black snow, all their energy will be extracted, and they will be transformed into strange mechanical skeletons. Light flashed on the bodies of the 3rd-generation battle robots, and a series of protective shields suddenly appeared. The black snow that fell on the shields only set off slight ripples, unable to harm them in the slightest. The indifferent skeleton demon Venerable revealed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. "The mechanical puppets of the Undying Mountain have some tricks up their sleeves." The Blood Spear ancestor said solemnly, "Skeleton Archfiend, you deal with the mechanical puppets. Let's go inside and destroy all resistance from Undying Mountain." Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the skeleton demon Venerable is the weakest. But he is also the best at group battles and has countless trump cards. The skeleton demon Venerable once slaughtered all the human warlocks of a grade 4 plane and transformed them into blood skeletons. If the Director General of the Demon Hunting Division had not personally attacked and almost killed the skeleton demon Venerable, he would not have been so obedient and hid in Yu Province for thousands of years to recuperate. "Okay, leave this place to me." The skeleton demon Venerable cackled and silently recited an incantation. With a wave of the Myriad Skeletons Demon flag in his hand, countless blood skeletons flew out from the Myriad Skeletons Demon flag and pounced on the battle robots. Bombarded by a rain of light, the blood skeletons were crushed one after another. However, the blood skeletons inside the Myriad Bones Demon flag are practically endless. After being killed, they flew out again and fought the 3rd-generation battle robots. The figures of the other 6 Infinity Warlocks fluttered, and they flew towards the center of Undying Mountain with overbearing auras. Before long, fleets of airships carrying the experts of the 5 major forces appeared from the void and flew into Undying Mountain. The warlocks watching from the sidelines operated secret methods and flew into Undying Mountain. A powerful force like Undying Mountain that can give birth to Infinity Warlocks can create a powerful warlock group as long as it has a bit of resources and knowledge. Many rogue cultivators develop their own warlock groups by plundering the knowledge and resources of large warlock groups that have been destroyed. When the 5 overlords of Yu province sensed Yang Feng's aura breaking through the godman boundary, they prepared for an all-out war. But with their absolute strength, they came first, wanting to capture Yang Feng before the medicinal power of the sun god Empyrean flower is completely consumed, and then refine him into a top elixir. Go to hell! In midair, the dragon elephant ancestor roared and sent a fist containing the law of power barreling forward, and a huge dragon elephant projection suddenly appeared and barreled forward. Under the crushing of the dragon elephant phantom, all the main battle robots that collided with it were instantly shaken into powder and drifted away with the wind. With just one strike, the dragon elephant ancestor destroyed thousands of third-generation battle robots. This is the terror of Infinity Warlocks. With the dragon elephant ancestor leading the way, the other 5 Infinity Warlocks followed behind him and flew into Undying Mountain. Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the dragon elephant ancestor has the strongest life force field, and his recovery ability is far greater than that of the other Infinity Warlocks. He is the most suitable powerhouse to open a path. The dragon elephant ancestor was like a rampaging and invincible tank. Wherever he passed, all the third-class battle robots were annihilated and couldn't harm him in the slightest. Activate the highest-level Skynet Annihilation System. Annihilation Target. Infinity Warlock. An electronically synthesized mechanical voice reverberated in Undying Mountain's base. Countless nodes of the Undying Mountain suddenly opened up, and 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars abruptly burst out of the ground. Underground, countless super-strong propulsion furnaces operated at full power and roared wildly. The 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars suddenly shot out white threads that extended in all directions. Within a few breaths of time, a huge net covering Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth around Undying Mountain. This is a magic suppression array. The faces of the warlocks within Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly changed dramatically. They discovered to their horror that they can't freely manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. Some elemental warlocks fell from the sky and were instantly chopped into pieces by the third-generation battle robots. The defensive spells around the bodies of many warlocks collapsed directly, leaving only their life force fields. The boundless darkness released by the Myriad Bones demon flag collapsed as well, and the blood skeletons, who seem to be inexhaustible and possess an undying nature, became extremely weak. Most of the large-scale spells cast by warlocks used a portion of life magic energy to pry open all kinds of energies in the world and form all kinds of formidable and unimaginably terrifying spells. As soon as the magic suppression array appeared, the energy of heaven and earth disappeared, and the warlocks can only use the life force inside them. The power of the spells dropped by more than 70% at once. Damn it! So this is Undying Mountain. Sure enough, these major forces aren't to be trifled with. The skeleton demon Venerable's face fell, and he waved his hand, and the Myriad Bones demon flag sucked countless blood skeletons into it, and then rolled it around him. Following a series of distortions, the skeleton demon Venerable turned into a 30-meter-tall giant skeleton covered in countless sharp blades, with 2 horns on the head, and a body made of thick blood-colored skulls. In the magic suppression domain, top warlocks fight by transforming into existences with tyrannical fleshly strength. When the skeleton demon Venerable transformed into the giant skeleton, his figure fluttered, and he rushed into the crowd of third-generation battle robots. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Even though the skeleton demon Venerable can't use incredible spells, but he still destroyed a large number of third-generation battle robots by relying on his terrifying fleshly strength. The Blood Spear ancestor sensed the change in the energy of heaven and earth and sneered, "Magic suppression domain. Is this Undying Mountain's trump card? It's just we aren't trash like elemental warlocks." Within the magic suppression domain, both friend and foe are shrouded by the magic suppression domain. Even Undying Mountain's warlocks can't use powerful spells. The 5 Overlord-level powerhouses of Yu Province were all battle-hardened powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably tyrannical. Even if they were fighting in the anti-magic domain, they were not afraid at all. Begin the second phase of annihilation. Activate Void Lock. Along with the cold voices, countless black chains shot out from the net formed by the round crystal pillars. The black chains swept towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks who entered the Undying Mountain. Humph! Shatter! The Blood Spear ancestor snorted coldly and stabbed down with the level 9 secret treasure god Slayer Blood Spear, and blood-colored spear afterimages shot towards the black chains. Under the barrage of the spear afterimages, countless black chains collapsed. The dragon elephant patriarch roared madly. Every time he punched, a dragon elephant phantom would crush the countless black chains. The figure of the dragon snake ancestor fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall extraordinary life-form Letadoo dragon-winged snake ultimate form engraved with countless runes, a dragon head, a snake body, and 6 pairs of dragon wings on the back. The Letadoo dragon-winged snake is an extraordinary life-form from Letadoo Plane. The ultimate form of the Letadoo dragon-winged snake is a blazing angel rank life-form. Above the ultimate form, there is the perfect form. Each perfect form of the Letadoo dragon-winged snake even possesses warlock monarch rank battle prowess. After the dragon serpent ancestor transformed into the ultimate form of the dragon-winged demonic snake, he opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light. Countless black chains collapsed in the beam of light. Chapter 700. The Gale Venerable Lord's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall Gale giant covered in countless mysterious runes. Gale giants are extraordinary life forms that can innately control the law of wind. They come and go like the wind. They are the darlings of the wind. Even though they have lost all elemental force, but they still possess fearsome fleshly bodies and formidable fighting skills. After the Gale Venerable Lord transformed into a Gale giant, he slashed down with a Gale blade formed from the law of wind, and the overlapped blade rays sliced the black chains into pieces. The 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and the level 9 secret treasure 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light. Countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a flower petal vortex. When the black chains collided with the flower petal vortex, they collapsed and disappeared. The wicked playboy is slightly weaker than the U Province's 5 overlords. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 8 secret treasure light lightning shield suddenly appeared beside him and released countless lightning bolts that protected him. The countless black chains suddenly expanded and pounced towards the evil playboy like countless tentacles. Countless lightning bolts flickered, and the black chains collapsed one by one. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, on a seemingly empty mountain, a resplendent beam suddenly shot out, slammed into the light lightning shield, and devoured the level 8 secret treasure light lightning shield along with the wicked playboy. No! Along with miserable screams, the wicked playboy's fleshly body was devoured by the beam and disappeared. Amid strange distortions, the evil playboy's infinity core formed a fleshly body a dozen-plus kilometers away in a breath of time. The black chains stabbed into the wicked playboy's fleshly body and frantically extracted his life force. The wicked playboy screamed miserably, "Save me! Save me!" A black sword ray descended from the sky and slashed the wicked playboy's fleshly body. Fearsome fallen angel fire enveloped the wicked playboy's soul and extinguished it. After Alexia killed the wicked playboy with a sword strike, her figure fluttered, and she hid behind the countless pitch-black chains. Blood Spear Ancestor's eyes flashed solemnly as he roared, "Retreat! This was a trap. If we fight here we will all die. Leave this place." An extremely dazzling pillar of light shot out from another void that seemed to have nothing. It struck the Blood Spear Patriarch's body in an instant and engulfed him completely. The Blood Spear Ancestor radiated multicolored light, and all kinds of magic shields suddenly appeared and were blasted apart by the dazzling beam in an instant. The Blood Spear Ancestor intended to execute other secret techniques to escape, yet he noticed to his horror that the entire space was enveloped by the extremely strange black chains, causing him to be unable to execute those various extremely strange secret techniques to escape at all. No! Amidst a shrill cry, the insufferably arrogant bloodied spear ancestor was struck by the extremely dazzling pillar of light, and he was completely devoured, turning into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core flew out like a meteor. But it has just flown for less than 3 kilometers, when a fallen angel sword containing fallen angel fire slashed the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core and extinguished the Blood Spear Ancestor's soul. Alexia extended her hand and took away the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core, and then her figure fluttered and she disappeared. When the remaining U Province's 4 overlords saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Among the U Province's 5 overlords, the Blood Spear Ancestor is the strongest existence. Like the Dragon Elephant Ancestor, He is virtually invincible in head-on battles. Yet such a fearsome existence was blasted to death, which made the four overlords feel a chill in their hearts. The dragon elephant ancestor roared, "Undying Mountain's powerhouses, come out and fight us if you have the guts. Hiding your head and relying on secret treasures, what kind of hero are you?" A dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot out from another part of the void and barreled towards the dragon elephant ancestor. Break! The dragon elephant patriarch took a deep breath, and his body swelled up. With a roar he punched out. The dragon elephant roared, and the image of a huge dragon elephant brought with it a pressure that could shatter a world as it shot toward the beam of light. Once the extraordinary life form Remoto dragon elephant evolves to the ultimate form, it will be a terrifying existence comparable to a blazing angel. As long as an ultimate form Remoto dragon elephant slams into a grade 9 plane, it will be able to smash it to pieces. The dragon elephant ancestor has been cultivating the secret method in the direction of evolution towards the ultimate form Remoto dragon elephant. At this time, he has already cultivated the secret method to the pinnacle realm. Once he operates the secret method, he will be comparable to 90% of the power of an ultimate form Remoto dragon elephant. When the ultimate form Remoto dragon elephant phantom slammed into the dazzling pillar of light, it roared wildly and blasted apart the dazzling pillar of light that can seriously injure an infinity warlock. Almost at the same time, another dazzling pillar of light shot out from behind, slammed into the dragon elephant ancestor's back, and vaporized the dragon elephant ancestor in an instant. After the dragon elephant ancestor's fleshly body was vaporized, a pitch-black sword ray flashed and slashed at the dragon elephant ancestor's infinity core, and fallen angel fire extinguished the dragon elephant ancestor's soul. That kind of attack can be fired consecutively. The Gale Venerable Lord, 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the dragon snake ancestor felt a chill in their hearts. They have always believed that an attack that can slay an infinity warlock can only be fired once. Obviously, their conjecture is not correct. Break! Eyes shot with blood, the Gale Venerable Lord roared. Countless sharp blades formed from the law of wind ejected from the Gale Giant, he has transformed into, and he fled towards the outside of Undying Mountain's fief. Originally, with the power of the Gale Giant, under the effect of the law of wind, he could cross tens of kilometers with each step he took. But in the sealed grounds of Undying Mountain, the black chains were everywhere. The Gale Giant only took one step forward, but the black chains were already everywhere. He felt as if the void had been frozen, and he was like a bug stuck on a spider web. Just taking a step forward was extremely difficult. At the same time, that step only covered a distance of 100 meters. In that split second, innumerable black chains strangely pierced into the body of the Gale Giant, who was intent on escaping, frantically extracting the power within his body and causing his movements to stagnate slightly. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from the void once again. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the Gale Giant's body, shattering it inch by inch. The Gale Venerable Lord's infinity core has just appeared, when the elusive Wuxia slashed his soul and took it away. Shatter for me! The dragon snake ancestor's body swelled, and he belched black beams barreling towards Undying Mountain's fief. When the black beams slammed into the empty space, the invisible main artilleries capable of slaying infinity warlocks shattered and collapsed. Under the frenzied attack of the dragon snake ancestor, the main artilleries that have been fired before were all destroyed. When the dragon serpent ancestor destroyed the artillery one after another, a resplendent beam shot out from the black chains again, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor, and blasted him into pieces. Wuxia, who is hidden in the endless darkness, suddenly appeared and slashed at the dragon snake ancestor's infinity core with her sword. Caught you! 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master. Capture her. Only by capturing her will we have a chance at survival. From a black dot, a ray of light shone, and the dragon snake ancestor suddenly came back to life. He burned his blood essence and soul, unleashed the peerless secret method Seal God Snake Lock, and turned into 99 snake locks that wrapped around Wuxia. Wuxia frowned slightly and countless fallen angel flames appeared on her body, frantically burning the 99 snake chains. The dragon serpent ancestor's face twisted under the burning of the fallen angel flames, but he firmly locked Wuxia's movements. Infinity warlocks are proficient in countless powerful secret methods, some of which can trap and seriously injure warlock monarchs. Therefore, no one will go all out against an infinity warlock for no reason. Rose Seal. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light, formed 7 petals, and flew towards Alexia. Once hit by the 7 petals, even a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their power sealed. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule. A sun suddenly rose in the area, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared and belched a resplendent beam of fire that enveloped the 7 petals. Burned by the terrifying pillar of fire, the 7 petals burst into flames, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. When the dragon snake ancestor and 7-color rose garden's garden master saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is an extraordinary life form on the same level as blazing angels. Unless they have a monarch-grade secret treasure or formed a virtual world, ordinary infinity warlocks are not their opponents. Chapter 701. Hand over your souls. Submit to me or you'll all die. Black Dragon Serpent and 7-color Rose Garden will also be destroyed because of you. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the area, full of majesty and cruelty. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Even Bai Wuxia can't make me submit. I can be the Dragon Serpent ancestor. Unless you're a Warlock Emperor, I can only be an Infinity Warlock. Otherwise, there's no way I'll submit to you. Let me go. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll set a curse on your blazing angel and have her strength decline until the glorious Dawn Warlock rank for 10,000 years. The Dragon Serpent ancestor, who was coiled around Alexia, laughed and roared crazily. Then go to hell. Alexia showed a bewitching smile, and countless black sword rays slashed at the Dragon Serpent ancestor attached to her body. The Dragon Serpent ancestor was cut into dozens of pieces, and then blasted away by a terrifying force gushing out of Alexia. A resplendent beam shot from afar, slammed into the Dragon Serpent ancestor's fleshly body, and vaporized it. Alexia slashed at the Dragon Serpent ancestor's infinity core and extinguished his soul, and then grabbed the Dragon Serpent ancestor's infinity core. After killing the Dragon Serpent ancestor, Alexia licked her red lips, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she locked on the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede coiled up and sealed off the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master's retreat. There was a flash of struggle on the pretty face of the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master, and she finally sighed faintly. I know. I'm willing to open my soul and let you set up a restriction. Besides, the 7-color Rose Garden will join the Undying Mountain. Please take us in, young master. Don't resist. Countless black chains extended and stabbed into the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master and sealed most of her power. The flower master of the Rainbow Rose Garden did not resist at all. He knew very well that once he resisted, only death would await him. Open your soul. When the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master heard Yang Feng's order, she silently recited an incantation, and a tender and beautiful 7-color rose projection appeared behind her and released soul aura. The void distorted, and Yang Feng's true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suspended above the soul of the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master. Countless black chains formed from runes stabbed into the soul of the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master, and formed Yang Feng's brand. Annihilation mode ended. A mechanical voice echoed in the Undying Mountains territory, and the countless black chains disappeared. 7-color Rose Garden's garden master looked around and saw the remains of warlocks everywhere. All the warlocks who followed the 5 overlords into Undying Mountain's fief are dead. Skeleton Demon Sovereign. He's also dead. The eyes of the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master suddenly narrowed, and she saw a bloody skeleton as tall as a mountain lying on the ground. There is a huge hole in its head. Clearly, someone dug out its infinity core and killed it. They're all dead. All the warlocks who went in are dead. Is this the strength of Undying Mountain? Except for the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master, everyone else is dead. Undying Mountain dared to kill everyone. Do they want to make an enemy of all warlock groups in Yu Province? After the strange black chains disappeared, the warlocks who were spying on everything from a distance saw the mess inside Undying Mountain and the remains of warlocks everywhere, and a chill welled up in their hearts. None of Yu Province's 5 overlords is a match for the 10 great sects. But when the 5 overlords join forces, even forces like the 10 great sects will fear them. Now that the elites of Yu Province's 5 overlords attacked Undying Mountain, yet they couldn't even hold on for a day before being wiped out. This is simply appalling. At this moment, the bright beam that attracted countless laws of heaven and earth from Undying Mountain slowly disappeared, and Junior Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from Undying Mountain. As expected of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, it allowed my soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 9, and even promoted to a Bright World Warlock. In the secret room, Yang Feng's true body slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power inside him, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to Yang Feng's calculations, it would take him at least 30 years to break through the glorious Sun Warlock boundary and promote to a Bright World Warlock. With the help of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, Yang Feng easily crossed 30 years and promoted to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop, truly standing at the top of this world. No matter which plane it is, Bright World Warlocks are top powerhouses. In Feisua Plane, the Dark Elf Lolth, who was an intermediate divine force rank god, has become a primary god of the Dark Elves. Even in Songji Plane, Bright World Warlocks are first-rate powerhouses. Each of them is a great elder of a sect and wields supreme authority. Then it's time to attack. To dare attack my Undying Mountain, Yu Province's warlocks are really bold. It seems that I have to purge them and let them know who the master of Yu Province is. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and his figure fluttered and he disappeared from the secret room. Before long, a dense crowd of battle robots, huge battle stars, and interstellar carriers flew out of Undying Mountain and flew towards the nearest Heart of Dragon Elephant Warlock group. Those are Undying Mountain's golems. So many. Undying Mountain dispatched so many golems. What do they want? When the surrounding warlocks using various spells saw the dense crowd of golems, a chill ran down their spines, fear streaked past their eyes, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, in a reception hall, there are 6 people sitting. These 6 people are glorious Sun Warlocks of Heart of Dragon Elephant. In the center of the reception hall, there is a huge crystal ball. From the crystal ball, you can see a dense crowd of battle robots rushing towards Heart of Dragon Elephant. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master looked at the dense crowd of battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes and a bitter smile. They're here. They're so fast. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant sneered. Even if they come, what can they do? Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty. If they dare to attack us, they'll be making an enemy of Great Cloud Dynasty. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant roared. For Undying Mountain to kill a great elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, we should go to Great Cloud Dynasty and sue them for their evil deeds. The other 3 elders of Heart of Dragon Elephant also clamored, wanting to use Heart of Dragon Elephant's connections in Great Cloud Dynasty to teach Yang Feng a lesson. People of Heart of Dragon Elephant, listen up. Surrender to Undying Mountain unconditionally at once, or you'll die. A voice reverberated in Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the faces of Heart of Dragon Elephant's warlocks revealed looks of alarm. With a flash of light, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master appeared outside Heart of Dragon Elephant. As soon as he came outside, he saw the dense mechanical legion in the sky. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master said unhurriedly, I am Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master Nyation, Undying Mountain's young master. Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty and protected by Great Cloud Dynasty's laws. You kill them all. Sitting in a luxurious litter, Yang Feng interrupted coldly. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a resplendent black ray that flickered, and then appeared behind Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master. A look of horror and despair on his face, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master's body disintegrated in an instant, and all his life force was extinguished. Accompanied by the rumbling of engines, the dense swarm of battle robots flew towards Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters like raindrops. Alexia's figure flickered, and she flickered several times inside Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, easily slaying the remaining glorious Sun Warlocks. The dense swarm of battle robots poured into Heart of Dragon Elephant like a tide, and miserable screams came from inside Heart of Dragon Elephant. 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, 7 Color Rose Garden would become like this as well. Yang Feng glanced at 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master and asked flatly, What's your name? 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master replied respectfully, This subordinate's name is Zhua Bing. Yang Feng uttered, Go and unify 7-color rose garden. Wait for me to take over. Yes, my lord. Zhua Bing responded respectfully, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards 7-color rose garden. Next target. Heart of Gale. Yang Feng left 3 million battle robots and a fleet to guard Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the huge fleet continued to move in the direction of Yu Province's other overlord, Heart of Gale. Before long, the glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse inside the Heart of Gale was easily slayed by Alexia, and countless battle robots submerged the Heart of Gale. After destroying Heart of Gale, Yang Feng separated a fleet to guard it and continued to attack Blood Spear Sect. There is still a huge gap between Yu Province's 5 overlords and the 10 great sects. That is, their underlying strength is insufficient. Their sects don't have barriers strong enough to quell Infinity Warlocks. This is how Yang Feng destroyed them one by one. Chapter 702. The headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent were completely surrounded by countless primary battle robots. People of the Black Devil Dragon Serpent, listen up. Immediately surrender to my undying mountain, or you will all die. Alexia's voice resounded in the headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent, filled with killing intent. How arrogant! This is the Great Cloud Dynasty. What gives you the guts to be so presumptuous here? With a cold snort, a young burly man with short black hair and a handsome face slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. He exuded an arrogant aura and slowly walked out from the crowd. Behind the young man, the Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master and 3 elders stared at Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter with resentment in their eyes. The young man with an unruly expression glanced at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with an unruly glint, and he said coldly, I am Bai Yu, the butler of Prince Kong Manor. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader has already agreed to pledge allegiance to me, Prince Kong. They are now part of my Prince Kang's household. People of the Undying Mountain, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my Prince Kang's estate for being impolite. As one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grand Prince Kong is an Infinity Warlock. It has a huge force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Province was one of Prince Kang's territories. Originally, there were still 5 warlock groups in Yu Province that could contend against Grand Prince Kong Mansion. But now that Yang Feng eliminated 4 of the 5 warlock groups and Black Devil Dragon Serpent chose to side with Grand Prince Kong, there was no one in Yu Province that Grand Prince Kong Mansion was afraid of. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng looked at Bai Yu indifferently and uttered coldly, Great Elder Black Devil Dragon Serpent just attacked our Undying Mountain. How does your Prince Kong intend to deal with this matter? Bai Yu laughed coldly and said, The Black Devil Dragon Snake has already submitted to my Prince Kang's estate. Young Lord Lei Ming, you actually dared to kill it. If you don't give an explanation to our Prince Kang's residence, I will not let you off. Then I will definitely report to His Royal Highness and ask him to report you to the Imperial Court. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader's face darkened as he smiled viciously. That's right, Prince Kong likes to collect beauties from various races, and we're still lacking a blazing angel. Lei Ming, hand over the blazing angel beside you to Prince Kong. Otherwise, Prince Kong will definitely submit a memorial to the Imperial Court and ask your Undying Mountain to get lost from our Yuzhou. The warlocks inside the Black Devil Dragon Serpent stared at Yang Feng in the sky, their eyes full of ridicule. Bai Yu's eyes flickered, and he stared at Yang Feng and sneered. Did you hear that? Lehman, hand over the blazing angel beside you. Otherwise, your Undying Mountain will leave you province. Interesting. With this, Thundercry is in trouble. An Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel and Undying Mountain's foundation in Yu Province, this is definitely a dilemma. No matter which side he chooses, it will be a huge loss to him. In the distance, the Warlocks cast their spells and took in the entire scene. Without powerful spells to conceal the battlefield, the Warlocks can rely on all kinds of incredible spells to see and hear the scene in the distance. Yang Feng said with a cold smile. Interesting. A bunch of ants dare to talk to me like this. What gives you the guts? Kill them all. Kill the people of Black Devil Dragon Serpent first. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master and slashed out with her sword. With a flash of resplendent black light, a look of horror on his face, Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master's body split into countless pieces. Engines roared, and countless battle robots poured into Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters like a tide and madly slaughtered all the human warlocks they saw. Help! I don't want to die. No, don't. A copious amount of blood dyed Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters red. Countless warlocks died tragically under the attack of the battle robots. Trembling with anger, Bai Yu stared at Yang Feng and roared with resentment in his eyes. Lei Ming, you've got guts. You're dead. You're dead. When I go back, I'll report everything you've done to His Highness Grand Prince. Your undying mountain is finished. There was a smile of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered indifferently. Do you think you can go back alive? Kill me. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede's ultimate form flapped its wings, and like a natural disaster, it turned into a ray of sunlight and flew towards Bai Yu. In an instant, it appeared in front of Bai Yu and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Bai Yu's eyes shimmered with despair. No! Stop! Accompanied by Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank aura, a thunderous voice came from afar. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, Bai Yu, the glorious Dawn Warlock rank General Supervisor of Grand Prince Kong Manor, was swallowed by the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede and chewed in big mouthfuls. A ray of black light suddenly appeared in the void, forming a tall, sturdy and handsome man in black armor. However, his face was ashen. This young man is Major General Holy Light, the commander of Great Cloud Dynasty's 1.08 million warlock army. In Yu Province, Major General Holy Light is one of Yu Province's 3 tycoons. He represents the dignity of Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the 5 Infinity Warlocks have to show him some respect, not daring to offend him at will. Major General Holy Light stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Young Master Lei Ming, you killed Grand Prince Kong Manor's General Supervisor. Grand Prince Kong Manor won't let this go. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Yang Feng glanced at Major General Holy Light and said flatly, Grand Prince Kong Manor's people are going too far. My undying mountain isn't a force that anyone can bully at will. Major General Holy Light, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and join my undying mountain, or die here. With a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Major General Holy Light. Countless rays of light shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared in front of Major General Holy Light. A dense swarm of battle robots rumbled and suddenly flew out, formed a fearsome array, and surrounded Major General Holy Light. Major General Holy Light's face flickered, and he asked coldly, Is your undying mountain rebelling? Yang Feng replied flatly, Rebelling? How is that possible? However, there are too many traitors in Imperial Court. We, the Undying Mountain, want to rid the Great Cloud Dynasty of those fiends colluding with the other races. Major General Holy Light, if you're unwilling to submit to our Undying Mountain, then you're a fiend who colluded with other races. According to Great Cloud Dynasty's law, you'll be punished with 9 familial extermination. Haha. Hi, Major General Holy Light. I'm a good man of Great Cloud Dynasty. How can I yield to you rebels? If you want my life, then come and kill me with your own abilities. Major General Holy Light smiled boldly, his eyes shone brightly, and he extended his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear appeared in his hand. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Great General Holy Light, leaving behind after images. Countless sword rays shot towards Great General Holy Light like raindrops. Major General Holy Light also operated the level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear, and his body turned into resplendent light and fought fiercely with Alexia. Countless rays of light and darkness collided. Every time light and darkness collided, the surroundings shook and set off ripples. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Alexia is still spotless, but Major General Holy Light is already riddled with scars. There are sword wounds on his body burning with fallen angel fire. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are really extraordinary. I'm not your opponent, but it won't be that easy to kill me, Major General Holy Light. In the sky, Major General Holy Light waved his hand, and a huge magic bean suddenly flew out. As soon as the huge magic bean flew out, countless runes shone, and countless rays of light formed a 10,000-strong magic bean army. The magic bean monarch at the head even exudes bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The magic bean army is one of Major General Holy Light's trump cards. Ogre magic beans. If the ogre magic bean monarch is cultivated to the peak, It can even evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank existence. When the 10,000-strong Magic Bean army joins forces, it can contend against a slightly weaker junior Infinity Warlock. Of course, they aren't an opponent of Infinity Warlocks. But as cannon fodder, they can block an Infinity Warlock. The Magic Bean army has just appeared, when a resplendent beam of light slammed into the Magic Bean army and vaporized it in an instant. Alexia slashed at Major General Holy Light with her sword. Major General Holy Light raised the Holy Light spear to block, and then sword blades formed from fallen angel force slashed at Major General Holy Light and cut open numerous wounds on him. At the same time, Major General Holy Light was seriously injured. At this moment, a dazzling sunlight shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede swallowed Major General Holy Light and chewed him up. He killed Major General Holy Light. Undying Mountain killed Major General Holy Light. They're rebelling. Damn it, it seems that U Province is going to undergo a great change. U Province? No, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is going to undergo a great upheaval. When the spectating warlocks saw Yang Feng slay Major General Holy Light unscrupulously, a chill welled up in their hearts. Only those who want to rebel will kill people from Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court unscrupulously. Otherwise, everyone will be wary of the emissaries sent by Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 703. U Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's Military Command. Major General Holy Light was killed by Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. In the military command, Major General Tempest, one of U Province's 4 great generals, looked at a broken soul lamp, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Major General Tempest shouted into a cylindrical loudspeaker, "Convey my order. The army is to enter level 1 state of war at once." 1,000 kilometers away, battle stars that look like mechanical behemoths refined from steel shone brightly on their main artillery. In the next moment, huge beams of light blasted into the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters in U Province. Multicolored magic shields lit up on the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters. But under the dazzling beams of light, the multicolored magic shields shattered one by one, and the command headquarters was erased from the earth by the battle star's concentrated fire. A dense rain of light barreled towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's barracks, and the warlock towers erected in the barracks were blasted to pieces by the bombardment of the light beams. Before they could react, countless warlocks of Great Cloud Dynasty's military camp were blasted apart by the rain of light. A dense swarm of battle robots flew into the barracks like raindrops and slayed the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. What's going on? Damn it! Rebellion! Undying Mountain launched a rebellion. What do we do? The Great Cloud Dynasty's military department fell into chaos, and the warlocks scrambled around like headless flies. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's military headquarters, many powerful weapons were blasted by countless beams of light before they could be activated, and they were blown apart. Countless Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks die in battle at virtually every moment. Undying Mountain's bastards. Along with an angry roar, ripples flickered, and a 10,000-meter-long archaic dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out of the void and exuded junior Infinity Warlock rank life force. This archaic dragon is Great Cloud Dynasty's military department's trump card to suppress U Province. This archaic dragon is a powerful secret treasure refined by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. It can gather the power of all warlocks. If enough warlocks are used as a power source, it can even exert pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As soon as the Archean dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a black beam of light containing the laws of corrosion and withering. The beam pierced through the void and blasted towards an interstellar aircraft carrier in the distance that was constantly releasing various fighter jets. The interstellar carrier activated a huge energy shield, forming a shield that blocked in front of the black beam. The black beam shot out by the primordial dragon instantly blasted the shield-shaped barrier, and the power of the law of corrosion erupted. The shield distorted and collapsed, completely devoured by the black pillar of light. Rumble! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star-class carrier was torn to shreds, and countless parts flew in all directions, completely disintegrating. With a flash of black light, Alexia, who is equipped with a ruler armor, blurred into motion, appeared on the head of the archaic dragon, and slashed at the head of the archaic dragon with a great sword derived from the ruler armor. The body of the archaic dragon is extremely hard. Strengthened by the spell, even an Infinity Warlock would find it very difficult to break its scales. However, Alexia operated the ruler sword with all her strength, and a huge hole was cut open on the huge scales. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of black light that entered the head of the archaic dragon. Inside the body of the archaic dragon, there is a huge space with 36 warlock towers, each of which radiates powerful light that entered the countless runes in the sky. The runes that appeared in the sky are the central runes that control the archaic dragon. It is by relying on the countless runes that warlocks can control the fearsome weapons of war like the archaic dragon. Damn blazing angel, undying mountain's lackey. Today, this place will be your burial ground. From within the warlock pagoda came a roar brimming with resentment. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a warlock tower. She brandished her sword, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black sword ray slashed at the warlock tower in a flash. The warlock tower's energy shield was completely broken, and the warlock tower was split in two. One after another, warlocks scrambled to fly out of the warlock pagoda in alarm. They had just flown halfway when pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring everything engulfed the warlocks and burned them to ashes. When the warlock tower was destroyed by Alexia's sword strike, 1/36 of the countless runes in Midair collapsed, and the aura of the archaic dragon suddenly dropped to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. So strong! So this is an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. Too strong. Curses! In the other 35 warlock towers, the warlocks looked at Alexia with despair in their eyes. Alexia brandished her sword, and a resplendent black sword ray instantly slashed at a warlock tower. The warlock tower that ordinary infinity warlocks find difficult to destroy was cut in half, and terrifying dark energy eroded the warlocks inside the warlock tower, ignited their souls, and burned them to ashes. Stop! We surrender! Stop killing! A helpless and desperate voice came from a warlock tower, and a junior bright world warlock flew out, stood in front of Alexia with an ashen face and sighed. I am Major General Thunderclap. We surrender, please stop. Major General Holy Light is dead, and the two Infinity Warlocks Major General Tempest and Major General Jade Dawn were killed in the first round of shelling. Even if the remaining Major General Thunderclap goes all out, he is not the opponent of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. In U Province's military department, there are still two weapons, the Archaic Giant and the Archaic Dragon Fiend. Once they exert their full power, they are comparable to Infinity Warlocks. However, due to Yang Feng's surprise attack, the Warlocks of U Province's military department suffered heavy casualties. They have no chance to use these two powerful weapons. Major General Thunderclap can only choose to surrender. With Major General Thunderclap surrendering, there is no force in U Province that can compete with Yang Feng's forces. In U Province, countless warlock groups have either fled or chosen to submit to Yang Feng's undying mountain. When Grand Prince Kong Manor's forces in U Province heard that U Province's military department was wiped out by Yang Feng, they immediately fled. Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province, in a villa. Interesting. Has Undying Mountain been forced to rebel by the Bai family? It seems that the Bai family has been in that position for too long. It's starting to degenerate and corrupt. A handsome man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe and exuding a wicked aura revealed a strange smile. It's impossible for a trifling Undying Mountain to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty. Let me give it a hand and let more people see hope. A few days later, abyssal cracks leading to abyss suddenly appeared everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province, and countless abyssal fiends poured out and slaughtered humans in Qi Province. Qi Province's military department was besieged by 3 abyssal Grand Dukes, 10 abyssal fiend marquises, and countless abyssal fiends. In the end, most of the warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty's military department were wiped out. Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province Mirage Province, in a manner. A handsome young man also revealed a smile, and within his body, traces of a devil's aura slowly spread out. Haha! Abyssal fiends have appeared. Are they unwilling to be left out? Interesting, let's destroy this state. A few days later, Marshal Wolf stationed in Great Cloud Dynasty's Mirage Province was assassinated. Seriously injured, he fled in a sorry state. Besieged by a devilish legion, Mirage Province's garrison troops were in a stalemate. But at the most critical time, several generals in Mirage Province's garrison troops betrayed them, and the defensive line collapsed. The Mirage Province's garrison troops were wiped out by the devilish legion. A steady stream of devilish legions entered Songji Plain from Mirage Province's planar passageway, and became a major force in Songji Plain. Not long after, in Great Cloud Dynasty's Greater Province Yu Province, one of the 8 great families, the Zhao family, invited the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops to a banquet. During the banquet, the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops were wiped out and quickly captured Yu Province. When the Zhao family moved, the Wang family, one of the 8 great families, also attacked Blue Province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's greater provinces, and annexed Blue Province's garrison troops. As if triggering a domino effect, the Jiang family captured Lu Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Song family captured Dun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Shintu family captured Shen Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. 5 of the 8 great families betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, seized the 5 greater provinces, and frantically expanded their forces. In the demonic realm, demonic creatures from countless planes launched a frenzied attack, riddling the demonic realm's defensive line. Yang Feng's embodiment of Duke Duchio led countless kindred powerhouses out of God Blood Plane. Through the planar passageway in Red Rock subcontinent, they arrived at Songji Plain, and seized Giant Rock Province, one of the Songji Plain's lesser provinces. In Giant Rock Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock army only resisted a little before retreating towards Great Cloud Dynasty's headquarters, allowing Yang Feng to easily occupy Giant Rock Province. Chapter 704. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligue Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang Ning came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably there, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, Holy Spirit Warlocks can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate with a human warlock. Only races with Holy Spirit Warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit Warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligue province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ning with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court? Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face. His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand. Yang Feng responded lazily. I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile. Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families. Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile. That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels. Yang Feng uttered. It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu Province. The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly. Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you. Yang Feng uttered flatly. Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me? Bai Yuxian responded. Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win. Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong divine force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat Yu Province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently. I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in by Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave." "Send her out." Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 705. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligue Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang Ning came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying there comfortably and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the God-Man boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World Warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the God-Man boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the God-Man boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only races with Holy Spirit Warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the warlock monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Zhongji plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Li Gui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ying with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young Master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian replied, "Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court? Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them." Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly. "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong divine force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat Yu Province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to infinity warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently. I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 706. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligue Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of the internal strife of Great Cloud Dynasty, countless powerful beings from other planes descended to Great Cloud Dynasty via planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang Ning came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the bright world warlock realm. He is the third peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the warlock monarch rank and become a true overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the warlock monarch rank, the Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only a race with a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse is qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the warlock monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Li Gui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ying with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court? Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them." Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the warlock monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly. "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital, the Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win. Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 Grand Princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong Divine Force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently. I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, Please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 707. Watching Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang escape, Yang Feng mused, They escaped so fast. How clever. If they were a bit slower, they would have been left behind. It's really difficult to hunt Infinity Warlocks. This time, Yang Feng mobilized all the experts he could muster at present and took out all the 4th-generation battle robots to participate in the war. If the two Infinity Warlocks Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang were to fight Yang Feng here, Yang Feng would be able to exhaust them to death with countless mechanical seas. After Yu Province fell into Yang Feng's hands, countless resources of Yu Province fell into his hands as well. Originally, Yang Feng could only manufacture one Blazing Sun Battlestar a year. But after Yu Province fell into his hands, Yang Feng can manufacture a Blazing Sun Battlestar in 3 months, increasing his productivity by more than 4 times. In the face of this terrifying productivity, even if the third-generation battle robots are exhausted, Yang Feng can replenish them in a short time. Grand Prince Kong and the others escaped. Grand Prince Zhang and the others abandoned us. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. When the warlocks saw Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang escape, their morale plummeted at once, and they shouted. Even more warlock warriors cast secret methods and fled into the distance. No warlock was willing to stay in a war where they were sure to lose. A defeated army was like a landslide, that was how it was. Yang Feng looked at the fleeing warlocks and said with a faint smile, "What a pity! If you had persisted in resisting, I would have lost some more robots." 20 interstellar carriers suddenly appeared, and countless fighters flew towards the warlocks at a frightening speed. Miniaturized antimatter annihilation beams fired from the machine guns of the fighters, ran through the warlocks, and tore them to pieces. The miniature antimatter annihilation cannons are so powerful that even an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can't resist them without using defensive spells. Ordinary Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank warriors can't resist them at all. As soon as the 20 interstellar carriers appeared, they crushed the resistance of the remaining human warlocks. After the remaining human warlocks saw the terror of the interstellar carriers, they chose to surrender. The fierce battle lasted for another 3 hours, before Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion annihilated all the warlocks who resisted in the Clear Heart City. At this time, in a huge palace, there are 10 weapons refined by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. The 10 war weapons were the Scarlet Flame Phoenix, the Mando Stone Wolf, the Dark Corpse Hive, the Wind Giant, the Chaos Demon Spider, the Rift Dragon Whale, the Ancient Stone Giant, the Six-Headed Gold Dragon, the Primordial Saint Dragon, and the Duke Ancient Devil. Yang Feng looked at the 10 weapons and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Are these the weapons developed by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division? It is indeed extraordinary. The 10 weapons are all refined from the corpses of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. They all have spatial spells inside them and have warlock towers built inside them. As long as there are enough human warlocks, they can display Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. If Yang Feng hadn't launched a sneak attack with Yu Yan's help, killed the 3 marshals, and annihilated a large number of warlocks operating these weapons. In a head-on battle, even if Yang Feng won, he would lose countless battle robots. If he wasn't careful, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he recruited would die. Of course, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court doesn't have many Infinity Warlocks. That's because many Infinity Warlocks have been appointed by the Imperial Court to suppress other races in different areas. The Great Cloud Dynasty has been fighting other races for more than 10,000 years. Who knows how many Infinity Warlocks are in the Imperial Court's hands? This is the Imperial Court's underlying strength. Among the 10 great sects and 8 great families, there are a few forces that only have one Infinity Warlock guarding them. But in fact, they all have Infinity Warlock rank weapons like the Scarlet Flame Phoenix and the Mando Stone Wolf in their sections. At the same time, they also have their own forces in other planes. It is because of this that they are called the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Their underlying strength isn't something the trifling Yu Province's 5 great overlords can compare to. Moreover, in addition to the powerhouses on the surface, the 10 great sects and 8 great families also have many powerhouses traveling in the astral boundary. As far as I know, the Battle Demon sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks traveling in the astral boundary. Reportedly, there is another Infinity Warlock who became a strong divine force rank god in another plane. Standing beside Yang Feng, Yu Yan looked at the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered unhurriedly. The 12 Infinity Warlock rank weapons are existences that have followed the 4 marshals in battle for countless years. When Yu Yan saw the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, her emotions became complicated. After all, it was she who brought Yang Feng and his party into the Clear Heart City and killed the 3 marshals. Yang Feng uttered, "Yu Yan, all of this is my order. You are just acting according to orders. I am your lord, so I will bear all responsibility. Yu Yen smiled sweetly, looking extremely beautiful. I understand. Indeed, you are the one behind the scenes. I was just a subordinate who was forced to follow orders. Therefore, it's all your fault. Yang Feng smiled and shook his head. His gaze fell on the 10 weapons, and countless strategies revolved in his mind. After the main force of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Clear Heart City was annihilated, the Bright Moon Province no longer has the power to resist Yang Feng's army. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion crushed the warlock groups in the Bright Moon Province one after another, and chose to submit to Yang Feng's army. The Bright Moon Province was originally the territory of the Bright Moon School of the 10 Great Sects. In the Bright Moon Province, apart from the Bright Moon School and its vassals, there are no other large warlock groups. Yang Feng smoothly conquered the entire Bright Moon Province and sent countless battle robots to transform the Bright Moon Province. The annihilation of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army in the Bright Moon Province immediately shocked the entire Eastern world. In particular, Martial Tiger, Martial Wind, and Martial Dragon were slain by Yang Feng, and Martial Yu Yen submitted to Yang Feng, which shocked the world even more. In the Zhongji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the 8 marshals, who command the 8 strongest legions and suppress countless powerhouses. But after the battle in the Bright Moon Province, of the 8 marshals, only the Martial Eagle, the Martial Wolf, and the Martial Thunder remain. Moreover, the Martial Wolf is seriously injured. On the surface, the only legions that the Great Cloud Dynasty can mobilize are the Martial Eagle, the Martial Thunder, and the 12 Grand Princes. 1 Grand Prince died. The deterrent power of the Great Cloud Dynasty has dropped to its lowest point since the establishment of the state. The countless dark forces that are afraid of the Great Cloud Dynasty's formidable power and don't dare to show their heads became restless. The Cloud Capital. In the Royal Palace. Sitting on the throne, Bai Wuqing, expressionless and full of dignity, looked down at the ministers of the Great Cloud Dynasty from above. Yu Yen betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, led the Undying Mountain into the Clear Heart City, and ambushed the Martial Tiger, Martial Dragon, and Martial Wind. Without a leader, the Clear Heart City was taken advantage of by the Undying Mountain. The traitor Lei Ming has led his army to capture the Bright Moon Province. A warlock knelt in front of the audience hall and reported the situation of the battle. In the imperial court, all the ministers stood motionless like clay puppets. They could all feel the impending storm. Bai Wuqing said coldly, Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zhang fled in the face of battle. Their crimes are unforgivable. They are to be stripped of their Grand Prince titles, demoted to commoners, and forfeited of their salaries for 100 years. A eunuch hurriedly drafted a decree. Bai Wuqing looked down and said indifferently, Dear ministers, since the Undying Mountain dared to provoke the dignity of the Great Cloud Dynasty and publicly killed 3 of our marshals, that is a heinous crime. Do you have a good plan to break the Undying Mountain? The ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. Bai Wuqing is indeed wise, decisive, and has a clear sense of reward and punishment. But at the same time, he likes to monopolize the state, is obstinate and self-opinionated, and doesn't tolerate opposition. Moreover, with his Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, his computing power is comparable to that of a level 5 optical computer. He can easily process all the memorials coming from all over the country. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Bai Wuqing monopolizes the state, and the rest of the officials only have to follow his orders. This has fostered the yes-man nature of the officials who only know how to follow orders. Bai Wuqing's eyes shimmered sharply, and he uttered slowly, In that case, I will personally lead the army and wipe out the damned rebels in one fell swoop. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard frowned slightly and urged, Your Majesty, you can't. Bai Wuqing said coldly, Grand Tutor, why not? The Grand Tutor urged, Your Majesty, at this time, kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm have appeared in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Any one of those other races requires the Great Cloud Dynasty to go all out to resist them. Your Majesty, you are invaluable. You can't be moved lightly. The destiny of the Great Cloud Dynasty is tied to you. If anything happens to you, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be in danger. Although Bai Wuqing is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he is a rare genius of the Bai family and the publicly recognized son of heaven in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he dies, the Great Cloud Dynasty will immediately fall apart. The descendants of the Bai family will most likely fight amongst themselves first. Bai Wuqing asked lightly, Grand Tutor, what do you think? The Grand Tutor replied, we can ask for help from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm are all enemies of the human race. According to the ancient oath, once those other races set foot on the Zhangji plain, we must join forces to suppress them. If we ask for help, they won't ignore us. Chapter 708. Bai Wuxia was silent for a while, and then nodded slightly. The Zhangji Plain's human warlocks are fighting among themselves endlessly. However, when faced with invading other races, they will still unite. Because if the human warlocks don't unite, then in this era without the protection of the Warlock Emperor, it will be difficult for them to contend against the invading other races. The Grand Tutor said, as for the Undying Mountain, their momentum is already set. We can send an emissary and ask them to surrender. If their leader is still a little rational, he won't refuse our summons. The top priority is to prevent the Undying Mountain from joining forces with the other rebels. Otherwise, it will only be more difficult to exterminate them in the future. Bai Wuxia asked, what if they attack the prefectures outside of Bright Moon Province? The Grand Tutor responded with a solemn expression. In that case, I am willing to be the vanguard and fight them. I will not allow them to step outside of Bright Moon Province. Bai Wuxia frowned and sank into his thoughts. All of a sudden a eunuch's eyebrows twitched, and he took a few steps forward and whispered, Your Majesty, there is urgent information. Bai Wuxia said coldly, Pass me the information. The eunuch extended his hand and a golden memorial appeared in his hand. Then, he respectfully handed it over to Bai Wuxia. When Bai Wuxia saw the information, his face darkened, and he said indifferently, Do as you say, Grand Tutor. What the hell happened? What is written in the memorial? The court officials are very curious about the contents of the memorial Bai Wuxia obtained, but they all remained silent. After the court session, the Great Cloud Dynasty's high-ranking officials used their intelligence network and quickly got the news. The freaks in the demonic realm have broken through the blockade of the Great Cloud Dynasty and broken through the 3rd floor of the underground world. Marshal Mu of the demonic realm's 4 infinity warlocks suppressing the demonic realm was seriously injured by a pinnacle infinity warlock of the human devil insects. In the demonic realm, the 4 marshals can only resist the attack of the freak allied forces through the 2nd floor's barrier and various warlock towers. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but there are too many places that need to be guarded. If the attack against Yangfeng fails again and 2 or more infinity warlocks are killed, then the entire Great Cloud Dynasty may collapse like dominoes. Bai Wuxia is recognized by the Bai family as the most outstanding emperor. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to compromise with Yangfeng. Several days later, Bright Moon Province, Undying Mountain headquarters. As soon as Bai Wuxia entered Undying Mountain's headquarters, she saw Yangfeng sitting on a huge recliner, basking in the sun and watching the Cloud Province's 5 fairies and other dancers dance. Yangfeng said lazily, Bai Wuxia, you're here. What is His Majesty's decree this time? Sitting next to Yangfeng, Bai Wuxia said without hesitation, Lei Ming. His Majesty hopes that you can return to Yu Province and return Bright Moon Province to the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court can bestow upon you the title of King of Yu State. You will guard Yu State for generations to come and live with the country. Yangfeng smiled and flicked his finger, and a piece of paper flew towards Bai Wuxia. I never have the habit of spitting out what I've eaten. The Bright Moon Province is my spoils of war. If you want the Bright Moon Province, that's fine. Give me these materials. I can withdraw from Bright Moon Province at once. Bai Wuxia took the piece of paper and glanced at it, and then frowned at once. The various materials written on those papers were all extremely precious treasures. Bai Wuxia had never even heard of the names of many of these treasures. The materials written on the paper are the key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5 and level 6. Although Yangfeng has plundered everywhere, but he still lacks 3 kinds of key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5. After all, the environment in which the Shizu exist is different from that of the Warlock civilization. Yangfeng has obtained a lot of materials for the level 6 stronghold, but he still hasn't collected all the materials for the level 5 stronghold. Bai Wuxia said with a sweet smile, with Great Cloud Dynasty's power, we can collect these materials within 100 years. As long as you withdraw from Bright Moon Province, I guarantee that I will give you these materials within 100 years. Now is Great Cloud Dynasty's weakest time. If it can take control of Bright Moon Province, 100 years will be enough for Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder a large amount of resources from Bright Moon Province. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. In this case, let's talk about it after I get the materials. Bai Yuxian uttered. The Imperial Court intends to confer you the title of Grand Duke of the North. However, you have to beg for forgiveness. Your force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province, and you have to go to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Beg for forgiveness and my force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province. However, I am seriously ill and cannot go to Cloud Capital to have an audience with His Majesty. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. Bai Yuxian sighed slightly and uttered, Okay, I'll take a step back. You can send an emissary to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty on your behalf. Yang Feng is a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary and is also the leader of a huge force like Undying Mountain. Naturally, he cannot easily go to a dangerous place like Cloud Capital. If Yang Feng is stupid enough to enter Cloud Capital directly, Bai Yuxian can guess that Bai Wuqing will make a prompt decision and use all the power of Cloud Capital to suppress Yang Feng, even if it means falling out with Undying Mountain. Yang Feng also took a step back. Okay, I can send an emissary to Cloud Capital. Shortly after, Undying Mountain's letter of apology arrived in Cloud Capital, and His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty pardoned Undying Mountain's crimes. Undying Mountain became a part of Great Cloud Dynasty again. The 5 great families who have already betrayed Great Cloud Dynasty quickly united and formed a 5-family alliance, uniting the power of the 5 families. Great Cloud Dynasty sent the Minister of Rights to the Western world's 3 dynasties to ask for assistance. After careful consideration, the warlocks of the Western world's 3 dynasties agreed to send experts to join forces with Great Cloud Dynasty to fight against abyssal fiends, kindred, and other races. While many forces are waging war in the origin world, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain is quietly accumulating its strength without making any movements. Feisua Plain. In the divine country of Yang Feng's avatar, there are only some ordinary petitioners living a happy and worry-free life. In the center of the divine country, there is a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. At the top of the mountain, there is an exquisite temple. This temple is where Yang Feng's avatar resides. In a secret room in the temple, a top-grade warp gate flashed, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the temple. As soon as Yang Feng appeared, he looked at his avatar and said with a helpless smile, My current situation is really bad. Except for a few evil gods, are there no gods willing to establish contact with me? Although this god avatar of Feisua Plain ignited his divine fire with great difficulty, raised his divine country, and became a feeble divine force rank true god, but he is still rejected by the gods of Feisua Pantheon. None of the gods of the 4 empires took the initiative to make friends with Yang Feng's god avatar. Only some evil gods with unclear intentions expressed interest in Yang Feng's avatar. Yang Feng doesn't dare to make friends with evil gods with unclear intentions. If he is careless, his feeble divine force rank avatar will be killed by them. Most of the evil gods belong to the chaotic evil camp. Many of them go crazy in battle and kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. In their daily interactions, they often plot against each other, kill each other, annex each other, and play tricks. Feeble divine force rank gods are at the bottom of the hierarchy. When interacting with evil gods, if you are careless, you will be devoured by them. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Then let's start the plan. Red Earth Wasteland. After years of development, the entire Red Earth Wasteland has been purified and turned into a plain full of vitality. At the same time, the first Half-Blood Beastman Empire was established in the Red Earth Wasteland, and the first emperor of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire was Catherine. Above the royal palace of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire, sitting on the throne, Catherine, looking heroic, quietly listened to the reports of the many Half-Blood Beastman ministers. At this time Catherine, who was just an ordinary Lionman Half-Blood Beastman girl when she met Yang Feng for the first time, had already matured into a peerless beauty brimming with feminine charm, blonde hair, and blue eyes, gorgeous and heroic. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the Imperial Palace, and a powerful fluctuation of divine force filled the Imperial Palace. My Lord Ian. This is the power of my Lord Ian. When the ministers inside the royal palace sensed the fluctuations of divine force, they became excited, prostrated on the ground, and recited prayers respectfully. Yang Feng willed, and a line of information was transmitted to Catherine's mind. My lord has issued a divine decree to let us prepare to launch a holy war. Let us use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my lord's way. Catherine drew the legend-rank sword of radiance and raised it high. Her body radiated countless resplendent holy light, and she shouted as if she was a legendary hero. Holy war! Holy war! Use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my lord's way. The eyes of the half-blood beastman ministers revealed excitement and fanaticism, and they roared loudly. Since Yang Feng rescued many half-blood beastmen from the Beastman Empire, most of the half-blood beastman ministers have become Yang Feng's fanatics. Regarding his words as divine decrees, they were willing to do anything. Chapter 709. The Feisua Plains underground world was the habitat of many dark races. In the underground world, there were undead, liches, kindred, dark elves, dark dwarves, arcanists, dark giants, fiends, devils, ogres, as well as all kinds of extraordinary life forms suitable for living in the underground world. Countless heretics and scum who committed heinous crimes in the surface world would go to the underground world to find a way to survive. The surface world was the sphere of influence of the gods of the lawful alignment, while the underground world was the base of the gods of the evil and chaotic alignment. Numerous religions of evil gods were located in the underground world. Practically every day, many life forms would die tragically in the underground world. There were countless passages leading to the underground world in the surface world. In the Red Earth wasteland, there was a huge rift called the Rift Canyon, which led to the underground world. So this is the spiral staircase leading to the underground world. Interesting. Riding a level 4 extraordinary life form dark leopard, Yang Feng walked along the spiral staircase, looked at the surroundings, and exclaimed in admiration. Behind Yang Feng, there was a team of half-blood beastman infantry dressed in black battlesuits, carrying Gauss rifles, and wearing holographic scanning helmets that stretched as far as the eye could see. Beside Yang Feng, the Empress Carolina of Tyrandot Subcontinent's 6 major forces, Rose Garden, who used to be aloof like a queen, said lightly, "Is it really okay for your true body to come here in person? The planar tide here has yet to recede. Even if it's you, you can only display the power of a demigod in this origin world." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "If you want to get something, you have to take some risks. Besides, our opponent is an expert with a karma god armament. Even if I come with an avatar or projection, he can still use the karma god armament to seriously injure me. Besides, don't I have you to accompany me?" Although Carolina chose to submit to Yang Feng, but she was always aloof and unwilling to get too close to him. However, with Yang Feng's help, Cordelia, who was also Yang Feng's favorite concubine, has already advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, surpassing her. At the time, Eunice, who only had a level 1 Warlock cultivation base, had already promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, which made her even more restless. Carolina, who had always been proud and arrogant, took the initiative to approach Yang Feng, become one of his subordinates, and come with him to the Feisua Plain. After seeing the prosperous warlock civilization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Carolina's arrogance has been well concealed. She has a higher goal, that is, to promote to an Infinity Warlock. And only Yang Feng could help her realize this wish. Gleistar, the former pope of the Feisua Plains Dark Elves, hugged Yang Feng, blew gently into his ear, and said with a coquettish look, "That's right, master. With me around, the dark elves of the underground world can be easily dealt with." Carolina looked jealously at Gleistar and whispered, "Slut." The arrogant Carolina couldn't learn Gleistar's method of seducing men, so she could only vent her dissatisfaction in her heart. "Who is that?" "He is the oracle appointed by my lord's spokesperson in the secular world. I heard that he was the one who brought the equipment. How enviable. There are so many beautiful women around him." "Yeah. Those beautiful women are only slightly inferior to His Majesty." Through the holographic helmets, the countless half-blood beastman warriors in the team clearly saw the beautiful women around Yang Feng in the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, and they revealed looks of envy. The spiral staircase was tens of thousands of meters long. After Yang Feng and his party passed through the muddy spiral staircase filled with caves, they finally arrived at the underground world. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Kobold Lord. Hand over your women and ironware, or die. As soon as they entered the underground world, more than 200 kobolds in ragged clothes, armed with worn-out swords, shovels and wooden sticks, immediately surrounded them, stared at Yang Feng and his party, and roared fiercely. Speechless, Yang Feng looked at the kobolds swaggering in front of him and said, "Don't these kobolds have any intelligence? We have so many people here." Gleistar said with a charming smile, "They don't recognize the new equipment that you gave your subordinates, master. The fighting strength of heavily armed warriors and unarmed ordinary people cannot be mentioned in the same breath. That's why they made the wrong judgment. This dark elf. Hand over this dark elf, or else I'll hack you to death." A 2-meter-tall two-headed kobold with 2 dog heads, sturdy muscles, exuding a ruthless aura, and a 2.5-meter-long huge machete in his hand walked out, his 4 dog eyes filled with greed as he stared at Gleistar. When the other kobolds saw Gleistar, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes brimming with greed. Dark elves were one of the races most adept at charm. As the former pope of the Dark Elves, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm. Naturally, she wasn't an existence that the low-ranking kobolds could resist. Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "They can be used to temper the fighting strength of the troops. Angie, take some people and kill them all." "Yes, great Sir Divine Emissary." A concise and capable voice came from the rear, and a half-blood beast-man female warrior wearing a black skin-tight battle suit that accentuated her sexy figure and a holographic scanning helmet barked, "Attack!" 300 half-blood beast-man female warriors with curvaceous figures took out Gauss rifles and fired wildly at the 200-plus kobolds. Beams of light the size of thumbs shot out, bombarding the bodies of the 200-plus kobolds. As long as the light beams hit the 200-odd kobolds, a fist-sized hole would appear in their bodies. "I'll kill you!" The 2-headed kobold at once issued a furious roar, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of a Sky Knight, level 1 warlock. He had just taken a step forward, when 7 or 8 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on his body. His 2 heads also exploded and he fell to the ground. Before long, the 200-plus kobolds were all killed, while Yang Feng's subordinates suffered 0 casualties. What an amazing weapon! It's really amazing! As expected of a weapon bestowed by the Divine Emissary, it's so powerful. When the half-blood beastman warriors saw this scene, their blood boiled and they were brimming with excitement. For warriors, there was nothing more important than a powerful weapon. If it was before, then even if the half-blood beastman warriors could wipe out the 200-plus kobolds, they would still have to pay a certain price, and some might even die. But in front of the Gauss rifles, the kobolds couldn't withstand a single blow, which filled the half-blood beast men with excitement. A line of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a smile. He looked at the endless darkness of the underground world and said lightly, "The Kobold Lord? In that case, is that gathering place the kobolds' force? Since it's on the way, let's destroy it." With a wave of Carolina's lily-white hand, extraordinary plant seeds of earth sunflowers suddenly flew out and landed on both sides of the path. As soon as the earth sunflowers landed on the ground, they grew rapidly, absorbed the negative energy of the underground world, and soon bloomed into sun-like flowers. Earth sunflowers were extraordinary plants found in the underground world of a peculiar plane. They could absorb the negative energy of the underground world to grow and emit sunlight. Earth sunflowers were the most commonly used flowers of the Zhongji plane to change the environment of the underground world. Of course, in the demonic realm of the Zhongji plane's underground world, the dark races would destroy the earth sunflowers as soon as they saw them. Darkness brought a lot of convenience and strengthening to the dark races. Although the earth sunflowers had no power, but they created an environment full of sunlight, which would greatly weaken the strength of the dark races. Moreover, the earth sunflowers had a mystical characteristic, that was, they could attract countless extraordinary demonic insects with phototaxis to gather around them. If ordinary freaks wanted to destroy them, they might have to pay with their lives. In the underground world, the most terrifying enemies were the various poisonous insects that could appear and disappear unpredictably. Without special insect repellents, even if it was a legend-rank powerhouse who came to the underground world, they would be eaten by those poisonous insects if they were the slightest bit careless. An expedition by an army of mortals to the underground world was a nightmare of despair. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was once a human emperor who sent an army of 1 million to attack the underground world in an attempt to conquer the dark races. Before the expeditionary army could fight the dark elves and other dark races, it collapsed due to plague, poisonous insects, and logistical problems. Of the 1 million-strong army, only 200,000 remnants escaped from the underground world. After that war, the underground world became the tacit sphere of influence of the Feisua Plains dark races, and no human empires were foolish enough to send an expedition to the underground world. After Yang Feng's half-blood beastman army left the spiral staircase, they walked for about 20 kilometers. When they passed by a mushroom forest, suddenly, buzzing sounds came from the mushroom forest, and a dense swarm of black poisonous insects rushed towards Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng ordered, "Nina, go!" "Yes, Sir Divine Emissary." A half-blood beastman general dressed in a black battlesuit with a large box on her back stepped forward and ordered, "Begin the attack." The boxes on the backs of the 300 half-blood beastmen opened, revealing loudspeakers. Chapter 7:10. A series of infrasonic waves suddenly spread out from the loudspeakers. 300 infrasonic wave emitters overlapped with each other. A strange infrasonic wave that could not be heard by human ears but was extremely destructive to insects suddenly spread out and shrouded those small extraordinary demonic insects. Enveloped by the strange infrasonic wave, the small extraordinary insects fell from the sky like raindrops, twitched and died. With the infrasonic wave squad opening the way, the small transcendent devil insects that were charging at the army were all killed. For the expeditionary army, the small extraordinary insects that were hard to guard against were the most troublesome existences. As for the large extraordinary insects, there would naturally be powerhouses who would take action and kill them. A tribe surrounded by wooden fences, with wooden sticks inserted at the entrance, with the corpses of humans, goblins, and other races hanging from each stick. However, the kobold tribe surrounded by fences was extremely vast. At a glance, it occupied an area of tens of square kilometers. Teams of fully armed kobolds acted as guards inside the wooden fences. When they saw Yang Feng and his party, ear-piercing whistles sounded in the tribe. The entire kobold tribe began to move, and countless kobolds roared as they surged towards this side. "Kobold Lord, come out!" The beautiful General Arlette, who Yang Feng subdued in the Black Dragon country, spurred her horse out of the crowd with the weak Grade God armament Black Dragon God spear in hand, pointed at the tribe with the Black Dragon God spear in hand, and barked, "Dragonborn, this is the country of kobolds. You outsiders are not welcome here. Get out, or we'll hang you all up and make you into jerky." Demigod rank fluctuations of power rose from the tribe, and a 3-meter-tall kobold lord covered in black fur, armed with a huge wolf tooth club, bulging with muscles, eyes flickering with scarlet light, and exuding traces of dragon might jumped outside the gate of the tribe and smiled ferociously at Arlette. Yang Feng swept the kobold monarch with a glance, and then completely analyzed him. A demigod rank powerhouse. It seems like the god of the kobolds, Vega, has bestowed divinity upon him, allowing him to obtain the power to protect the kobolds in this dimensional tide. The planar tide of the Feisua Plain has yet to subside. In the Feisua Plain, even if it was a holy spirit warlock who descended to this plane with their true body, they would be suppressed to the pinnacle starry sky warlock rank. Only warlock emperor rank powerhouses can ignore all planar laws and still exert invincible power in the planar tide. The time of the planar tide was also the most chaotic, and the time when the faith of the gods was at its most dangerous. Normally, the gods would strictly control the number of demigod rank powerhouses under their command. They wouldn't easily allow a demigod rank powerhouse to appear. After all, once a demigod powerhouse was born, they would have to compete with the gods for resources. But under the threat of the planar tide, the gods could only use all sorts of methods to give their subordinates in the mortal world the power of demigods. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Unfortunately, it's still far from Arlette in terms of strength. A dragon-shaped projection appeared around Arlette at once. A dark dragon god projection with 6 heads and 8 wings suddenly appeared behind her. She moved slightly, and an afterimage flickered, and she appeared behind the kobold lord in an instant. "You?" Dumbfounded, the kobold lord has just uttered a sound, when his body was torn apart in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sputtered out. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Arlette is now a glorious sun warlock with 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline. Killing a trifling kobold lord like you is a piece of cake for her." Although Arlette surrendered to Yang Feng in the Feisua Plain, but along the way, she has been loyal and devoted to Yang Feng, serving the dragon god in her heart, wholeheartedly. Therefore, Yang Feng injected the six-headed dark dragon god bloodline essence he obtained into her, turning her into a six-headed dark dragon god bloodline warlock with terrifying potential. The strongest six-headed dark dragon god can evolve into the warlock monarch realm. If she can break through the bloodline shackles and evolve into a nine-headed dark dragon god, she will even have a glimmer of hope to promote to a holy spirit warlock. Of course, it is basically impossible to promote to a warlock emperor. Among dragon bloodline warlocks, only a few primordial dragon bloodlines can give them a glimmer of hope to evolve into a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Carolina looked at Arlette with a hint of jealousy in her beautiful eyes. Arlette submitted to Yang Feng later than her, but now her status is far above hers, which naturally makes her feel very unbalanced. The monarch is dead. The monarch is dead. When the kobolds in the tribe saw Arlette insta-kill the kobold lord, they panicked and fled in all directions. Yang Feng said lightly, "Arlette, I'll leave it to you." "Yes, my lord." Arlette responded respectfully, and then quickly began to issue a series of orders. The half-blood beastman army dressed in strengthened battle suits and armed with Gauss rifles killed their way into the kobold tribe, killing all the kobolds blocking their way. "My lord Vega, your humble servant is here to offer a sacrifice. Please show your divine might and annihilate all the invaders." A kobold shaman with a haggard face and a scepter in hand knelt in front of an altar with a statue of the god of kobolds Vega placed on it and implored loudly. In front of the altar stood a dozen-plus female kobolds as well as a pair of dark elven beauties, 2 kindred beauties, 7 dark dwarves, and a beautiful woman. Kobolds are said to be a race born from the hybridization of an immemorial red dragon and a dog. They have a trace of immemorial red dragon bloodline inside them and have inherited the lascivious nature of dragons. The god of kobolds Vega is not only interested in the females of kobolds, but also in the beauties of other races. Following the prayers of the kobold shaman, the statue of the god of kobolds Vega trembled, and a golden beam of light, as if crossing the void, flew out from a beautiful divine country projection and landed on the statue of the god of kobolds Vega. When the statue of the god of kobolds Vega absorbed the golden beam of light, as if it came to life, it walked down from the huge altar. Its dog eyes flickered with golden light, carrying a trace of indifference and majesty, and it exuded fearsome divine might that enveloped the entire kobold tribe. Under the divine might of the god of kobolds Vega, virtually all half-blood beastman warriors in the tribe had looks of fear on their faces. Unable to control their bodies, they knelt on the ground and shivered. Only the half-blood beastman generals with level 1 warlock rank cultivation base and above barely resisted the divine might with the help of the strengthening suits. Sure enough, the strengthening suits can't resist the divine might of gods. However, if the divine might of gods was so easy to resist, then the gods of the major planes wouldn't have such a lofty status. Yang Feng glanced at the half-blood beastman warriors wearing the strengthening suits, and then his gaze fell on the god of kobolds Vega. Lowly half-blood beastman bastards, this is the tribe under the protection of I, the mighty god of kobolds Vega. Scram. Otherwise, I'll personally take action and send you half-blood beastman bastards to hell. The god of kobolds Vega issued a furious roar, and fearsome divine might spread, forcing many half-blood beastman generals to kneel on the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the god of kobolds Vega and said coldly, "A mere feeble divine force rank god who doesn't even have his own divine country wants to contend against the mighty Lord Ian. You're overestimating yourself. Vega, I want to establish my own divine system. Join my lord's divine system and become a servant of my lord. Otherwise, this incarnation of yours will perish here." The god of kobolds Vega didn't even have his own divine country, making him one of the weakest gods. Yang Feng didn't care about such a god. "How dare you? Ian is just a feeble god who has promoted to a true god less than 100 years ago. To think that you want me to submit? You're dreaming. You're just a divine emissary, yet you dare speak to a true god like that. Go to hell." The eyes of the god of kobolds Vega shimmered fiercely, and he bellowed and belched a fearsome pillar of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Even a demigod rank powerhouse will be easily burned to ashes by the fearsome divine force pillar of fire. How weak! As the race god of a weak race. Is this the strongest power of your incarnation? Too weak. This is the sorrow of a god of a weak race. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him, frantically devoured the terrifying pillar of fire, and easily engulfed it. The god of kobolds Vega was dumbfounded. How is this possible? You haven't even used divine force. How can you defend against my pillar of fire? With a flash of an afterimage, Arlette appeared behind Gaba in the blink of an eye and stabbed him in the heart with the Black Dragon God's spear. Berserk Black Dragon divine power erupted in a flash and killed Gaba's avatar. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a gold ray suddenly flew out and fell into his hand, and a copious amount of information entered his sea of knowledge from the gold divinity. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Found it! The location of the god of Kobold's Vega. Chapter 7:11. A trifling avatar, go to hell. In an instant, the eyes of a swarm of vampires flickered with crimson light, and their figures flickered as they flew out of the blood castle and rushed towards the half-blood beastman army. Vampires possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary people to begin with. An ordinary low-level vampire could easily kill a level 1 apprentice warlock. On the Feisua plain, even without a formation, hundreds of thousands of vampires could easily destroy a human army if they attacked together. Lacaz didn't believe that Yang Feng would make an enemy of such a terrifying existence. After Yang Feng killed Vampire Rider's avatar, the evil gods with the underground world as their foundation were alarmed, and they began to link up. Ruler of the Night Moganaut was a strong divine force rank existence, an existence at the apex of the Feisua plain. At the same time, he was a terrifying powerhouse not inferior to the radiant primary god Prados. Behind the Vampire King were 4 true blood kindred, each of whom had the terrifying strength of a legendary level. They were the legend-rank vampires in the mouth of the Feisua Plains powerhouses. The former great matriarch Xiaofan of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world stayed in the rear to preside over the construction of the city. The evil gods of darkness fought each other endlessly. As long as Yang Feng didn't threaten the foundation of the evil gods of darkness, they wouldn't join forces to deal with him. After getting rid of Rider's avatar, the huge army of half-blood beast men soon broke into the blood castle and completely suppressed the vampires inside. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons for a while, and then decided not to kill God of Kobold's Vega. However, there were too many vampires. A small number of vampires still passed through the hail of Gauss rifles and appeared in front of the half-blood beastman army. Many gods would rather provoke some great divine power-level gods than provoke a difficult character like the Queen of Spiders Lolth, especially now that she was one of the most beloved goddesses of the dark gods, the ruler of the Night Moganaut. After the half-blood beastmen army from the surface world quickly captured the tribe, the robots in human skin drove all kinds of heavy machinery and began to transform the tribe into a city. Beastman swordsmen wearing strengthening suits and holding sharp blades forged from divine blood steel suddenly jumped out and slashed at the vampires, fighting fiercely with them. A terrifying voice echoed in the blood castle. All the vampires heard Arlette's voice. First level of the underground world, in front of the blood castle where the vampires were gathered. With a flash of golden light, Yang Feng's idol was restored to its original state. In a country that seemed to be shrouded in boundless darkness, the blindfolded black-clothed god of conspiracy and assassination, who seemed to be hidden in the endless darkness, revealed a smile. Although the Queen of Spiders Lolth wasn't the most powerful god on the Feisua plain, but she was the longest-living god on the Feisua plain. He had not been affected in any of the wars between the gods. Completely hidden in plots and darkness, he rarely took action directly. Legend has it that several powerful divine power-level gods had fallen because of him. Huge holes appeared on the bodies of the densely packed vampires, as though they had crashed into an invisible barrier and were torn apart. Red Earth Wasteland, the capital of the half-blood beastman empire. Lacaz's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said, "Dark elves? That's a forbidden descendant of the Queen of Spiders Lolth. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of her? That woman is the most troublesome person under the strong divine force rank. Reportedly, she is related to the deaths of several strong divine force rank gods. Besides, she is now one of the most favored goddesses of the ruler of the Night Moganaut. If Yang Feng wanted to get a share of the underworld and become a part of the darkness evil gods, then it naturally didn't matter. However, once Yang Feng wanted to rule the underworld, then the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation would join forces to deal with him. Among the darkness gods, there were also strong divine force rank existences. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared above the idol of the god of vampires Rider, stabbed his hand into the head of the vampire Rider, and dug out a golden divinity. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Sure, but your believers shouldn't provoke my people. Otherwise, they'll be unlucky if they get killed. The idol of the god of vampires Ryder uttered with great difficulty, and then his divine power dissipated and there was no more movement. I won't let you go. Otto looked at Yang Feng's idol and said coldly, I am Lakaz. Ian, the Darkness Gods Alliance has something to say to you. Not long after, a group of well-equipped temple knights escorting the priests of the half-blood beastman god's temple walked over. Yang Feng said, Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are mine. I want to annex the entire Dark Elven race. That is my bottom line. I want to become the Lord of the Dark Elves. Lakaz said coldly, I can give you a part of the underworld. Tell your people to stop. Otherwise, we'll join forces to deal with you. He doesn't even care about ruler of the night Moganaut. Sure enough, this guy is from another plane. There's going to be a good show. I wonder what I can get from this? Yang Feng commanded the half-blood beastman army to sweep through the first floor of the underworld. The vampire monarch said with a ferocious smile, I am a divine descendant of the mighty god of vampires Ryder. No one can make me abandon my faith. You lowly races dare to provoke us vampires. I'll fulfill your wish and make you our food. With a flash of black light, Lakaz left Otto's body. Yang Feng's wanton attacks in the underworld have put the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation on guard. Who are you? A crisp voice sounded, and the half-blood beastman army armed with Gauss rifles fired wildly, and a rain of light poured towards the vampires. In God Bloodplane, the vampire monarch should be classified as a kindred baron. But in Feisua Plane, he calls himself the vampire monarch, and the number of vampires under his command exceeds 1 million. I am the Pope of the mighty god of half-blood beastman temple, Polyeva. Please come with me. A frightening aura rose from the blood castle, and a handsome kindred powerhouse with long silver hair and a bewitching aura flew out of the blood castle and looked at Arlette, Yang Feng, and company indifferently and arrogantly. This super-handsome kindred powerhouse is the kindred monarch, a kindred life form with a trace of divinity. A golden ray landed on the idol, and the eyes of the idol radiated divine light. The idol looked coldly at Lakaz and said indifferently, Speak. Arlette pointed at the vampire monarch with the black dragon god's spear and uttered coldly, I am Arlette, a general under my lord Ian's command. I am the vampire monarch, and I have converted to my lord and worshipped him as my only faith. Otherwise you'll die here today. Yang Feng replied indifferently, So what? Even if he is favored by ruler of the night Moganaut, but as long as you block my way, you'll die. After Yang Feng's divine country entered the celestial body, it disappeared and was hidden by him. Except for some gods who have been paying attention to Yang Feng, the rest of the gods don't even know where Yang Feng's divine country is. They can only contact him through his cathedral in the secular world. Attack! When Odo arrived in front of Yang Feng's idol, a huge black hole suddenly opened behind him, and a black divine force beam entered his body. With Odo as the core, fearsome divine might spread in all directions. In the sky, a fearsome black dragon god projection suddenly appeared. The vampire monarch screamed and was torn apart, and the true blood inside him was burned to ashes by dragon fire. Lakaz said with a smile, If your goal is only the Dark Elves, then we can make way and let you go to the place of the Dark Elves. The premise is that your people don't kill our believers. Arlette pointed at the bloody castle with the black dragon god's spear and barked, Vampire monarch, come out. A person dressed in a black robe shrouded in darkness came to the entrance of the imperial city, released demigod rank fluctuations of power, and said solemnly, I am the great divine emissary of the god of conspiracies and assassinations Odo. I wish to talk to the great god of half-blood beastmen Sir Ian. Who is it? How dare you kill my descendants? A peerless beauty of about 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious silver-white pope robe. She had a voluptuous figure, golden hair, blue eyes, and skin as white as jade. She gave off a pure and holy aura, and she had a pair of swan wings on her back. She gave off a fragrance as she elegantly walked over. The black skin-tight suit can enhance the physique of users below the level 3 warlock rank by 3 times. Originally, the physique of the half-blood beastmen was far inferior to that of the vampires. But after putting on the black skin-tight suit, the physique of the half-blood beastmen was superior to that of the vampires, and they were able to slay the vampires one by one. In the blood castle, A blood-colored beam descended from the sky and landed on a statue of the god of vampires, Rider. The statue came to life, exuding a pinnacle demigod might, and swept towards them. Polyeva was one of the few saints under Yang Feng's command. She was also favored by Yang Feng and obtained demigod rank strength. At a glance, she saw the divine force fluctuations of the god of conspiracies and assassinations coming from Odo. After confirming the other party's identity, she took Odo to the temple of the god of half-blood beast men. Dark elves hidden in the darkness were torn to shreds by the Gauss rifles from afar. The might of the Gauss rifle was extremely terrifying. Even the dark elves hiding behind the trees would be pierced by the Gauss rifle and killed instantly. Among the dark elves, the arrows shot by ordinary archers were ricocheted off the black battlesuits. Only the dark elves with a level 8 cultivation base could pierce through the half-blood beastman soldiers wearing black battlesuits with their bows and arrows. Although the dark elven assassins were elusive, but the half-blood beastman legion also had super-powerful detectors installed by Yang Feng. As soon as the dark elven assassins approached, they were discovered and killed by the strafing. In the entire underground world, all kinds of blockhouses formed a blockhouse formation that extended towards the Dark Elves' headquarters. The Dark Elves wanted to destroy the logistics of the half-blood beastman expeditionary army, but they couldn't find a chance to do so. As if a noose, the countless bunkers slowly extended towards the Dark Elven headquarters, making it hard for the Dark Elves to breathe. Dolores said coldly, "Stand down." "Yes, great matriarch." Anda's figure shook slightly, and she disappeared. After Dolores took a bath and changed her clothes, she went to the Dark Elven temple, knelt in front of the statue of the Queen of Spiders Lolth, and began to pray very respectfully. In a huge underground lair, there were all kinds of extraordinary plants growing everywhere, forming a forest. Countless handsome dark elves copulated and fought in the forest. In the center of the huge underground lair, there was a huge, exquisite and luxurious temple. In the deepest part of the temple, the Queen of Spiders Lolth, with the upper body of a peerless beauty and the lower body of a ferocious spider, slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful eyes of the Queen of Spiders Lolth shimmered with coldness, and the corners of her mouth rose into a strange smile, saying, "Although those guys didn't tell me, but it seems that Ian's target is my dark elves. Those guys are watching indifferently from the sidelines. Do they want to see the result of me and Ian killing each other?" Lolth said lightly, "Gabriella." "Yes, Madam Mother." A beautiful high elf appeared in front of Lolth with a sweet smile. She had a garland on her head, was tall and sexy, and her skin was as fair and smooth as milk. She was dressed in a green dress, and exuded an enchanting charm from head to toe. She was so charming that men could hardly look away from her. Lolth said, "Go to Ian's divine country and beg him. Tell him that I hope to stop fighting with him. If he has any requests, he can state them." Gabriella was taken aback, saying, "Ian, he's just a puny feeble divine force rank god. Is he worth your attention, Madam Mother?" The corners of Lolth's mouth rose into a meaningful smile. "A puny feeble divine force rank god? He's not that simple." Chapter 7:13. In the center of a divine kingdom that was shrouded in endless darkness, there was a huge temple. There were lit candles in the divine hall. Every single one of them had a human face on it. The faces were twisted and wailed in pain. The candles with human faces on them were the legendary human candles, soul candles that were ignited using human souls. The souls of ordinary people could burn for 50 years without extinguishing. Once they extinguished, their souls would scatter, and even mighty divine force rank gods would not be able to resurrect them. A series of ear-piercing, mournful, and despairing screams echoed in the temple. In the center of the huge temple, there sat a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, of medium build, surrounded by a layer of distortion, with an ordinary appearance, a haze shrouding his eyebrows, and eyes smaller than those of ordinary people, exuding gloomy light. He was one of the strong divine force rank gods of the Fesua Plain, ruler of the night Mogonot. Mogonot was originally just an ordinary assassin of the Assassin Guild. In a mission, he was lucky enough to obtain the godhead of the previous ruler of the night. Relying on the godhead, he advanced step by step, and finally absorbed all the power of the ruler of the night's godhead. After painstaking efforts, He became a strong divine force rank god of the Feisua Plain. Although Maganat relied on absorbing the power of the ruler of the night to promote to a strong divine force rank god, but he fought his way up and experienced countless battles before he could stabilize his position as a god. Even the radiant primary god Prados was somewhat apprehensive of him. Maganat was one of the 3 strong divine force rank gods of the darkness gods. In the darkness evil camp, ruler of the night Maganat, god of rage Ogiest, and god of massacre Gamma were the 3 big shots of the darkness gods. Maganat's eyes shone brightly, and he uttered coldly, "A trifling feeble divine force rank god dares to touch my woman. If you're not an idiot, then you must have something to rely on. Bower. I'm here, mighty ruler of the night." With a flash of light, Bower, the god of intelligence, appeared in front of Maganat. Bower, the god of intelligence, had a medium build and ordinary appearance. He would not be able to be recognized in a crowd. He bowed slightly to Maganat. On the Feisua Plain, even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, when they met a strong divine force rank god, as long as they weren't the other party's servant, they only needed to bow slightly in salute, and didn't need to kneel. Maganat said coldly, "Have you investigated the origins of the half-beastman god Ian?" As a god born as an assassin, Maganat had always been very careful with his enemies. Basically, they would figure out the enemy's background before making a move. Before Bower, the god of intelligence, joined Maganat, he was just a weak divine power rank god. Maganat spent a lot of energy and resources to help Bower advance to a weak divine power rank god. Bower's divine authority is intelligence. As long as a bit of information appears in his hands, he can infer all kinds of new information that even Infinity Warlocks cannot infer. The more information he has, the more new information he can infer, and the more accurate it will be. He is one of the most valued subordinates of the ruler of the night. Mighty ruler of the night, according to the information I obtained, Ihan is an avatar of Yang Feng, a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty's battle demon sex Yang Feng. Yang Feng is a powerhouse who formed a virtual world. He once defeated the peerless geniuses of the Zhongji Plains Western World's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City. His strength cannot be underestimated. Yang Feng always plans before taking action. He knows that the Queen of Spiders Lolth is your woman, yet he still dares to attack her. He must have a way to deal with you. I suggest that you give up on the Queen of Spiders Lolth, or else you'll most likely fall into his trap. Bower said. Bower's channels of obtaining information are less than 1/10,000th of the Queen of Spiders Lolth's. Most of the information he obtained came from the Feisua Plain and the Zhongji Plain. From the bits of information he obtained, he has already investigated most of Yang Feng's details. This ability is simply heaven-defying. This is the extraordinary divine power that the divine authority of information brings him. Maganat's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he revealed a sinister smile. It turns out that the Battle Demon sect of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty is behind him. If it's the Battle Demon sect, they can indeed defeat or even kill Lolth. However, a trifling Battle Demon sect wants me to yield. They don't have that ability. Let me destroy this genius that the Battle Demon sect is proud of. Black rays flew out of the ruler of the night's divine country, and disappeared into the vast starry sky. A dozen days later, 10 5,000-meter-long night ships, forged from divine force crystals and engraved with countless runes, flew out of the ruler of the night's divine country and flew towards Yang Feng's divine country, exuding fearsome fluctuations of power without concealing it. Apart from the 10 boats of darkness, there was also a boat of poison and a boat of madness. The goddess of poison, Charlotte, and the god of madness, Edmonton, were the 2 mid-level divine power level gods under the ruler of the night, Maganat. Only they had enough divine power and resources to create god-level weapons of war like the boat of poison and the boat of madness. Ruler of the night. That's the ruler of the night's divine legion. Is the ruler of the night going to tear apart Ian, who provoked him? He's just a weak divine power level god. Is it worth it for him to mobilize the army of gods? Moreover, the goddess of poison and the god of madness have been mobilized. In the vast starry sky, the undisguised breath of power of the ruler of the night's divine legion alarmed all the gods, and powerful gazes focused on the ruler of the night and his divine legion. The 10 huge Evernight boats quickly flew to the starry sky 300 kilometers away from Yang Feng's divine country. Then black light shone, and night angels with strange runes engraved on the forehead, a pair of black angel wings, and a spear in hand flew out of the huge Evernight boats. After experiencing countless wars, angels are recognized as the most cost-effective weapon of the gods. They are on par with the braves used by the Titan celestial race. The strongest gods have mastered the technology to make angels. Of course, feeble divine force rank gods such as the god of kobolds and the god of vampires naturally don't have the technology to make angels, nor the resources to make angels. The night angels modified by the ruler of the night can increase their fighting strength by 30% at night, and their fighting strength will not be reduced even during the day. They are powerful war angels that surpass ordinary angels. Of course, the cost of making a night angel is 3 times that of making an ordinary angel. The 10 night boats have clearly cast spatial spells. A swarm of night angels flew out of the 10 night boats, as if there is no end to them. Enchanting female poison angels with green hair flew out of the poison boats. In battle, the poison angels will emit poison halos at all times. Those with a weak physique can easily be poisoned to death by their poison halos. Burly, handsome mad angels, who are a size larger than ordinary angels, flew out of the madness boats, and their eyes exuded the breath of madness. Once the mad angels enter battle, they will fall into a state of madness. Under the influence of the law of madness, their enemies will also fall into madness. God of half-blood beast men Ian, or should I call you Tsangji Plains battle demon sect's true disciple Yang Feng? The ruler of the night, Mogonaut, said coldly as he looked down at the empty void from an incomparably large ship of the night. Tsangji Plains human warlock. His true body turns out to be a Tsangji Plains human warlock. No wonder he was able to promote to a true god in a short period of time. It turns out that he is a Tsangji Plains human warlock. Streams of incomparably powerful divine wills interweaved and transmitted to each other in this void. After hearing that Yang Feng came from the Tsangji Plain, no god was willing to help Yang Feng. On the contrary, many gods were eager to give Yang Feng a stab before he was killed. On the Feisua Plain, although there were some existences of the Tsangji Plain who concealed their identity and abandoned the warlock path to become gods, they would never like another Tsangji Plains warlock god to appear on the Feisua Plain. The birth of Tsangji Plains warlock gods was generally a precursor to the invasion of the Feisua Plain by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Apart from the era when the warlock emperors of the 7 warlock dynasties suppressed the countless plains, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks suppressed the resistance of one plain after another with crushing power. In other eras, when the Tsangji Plain invaded other plains, it would send a small number of warlock elites to analyze the plain's rules, establish a bridgehead, and then launch a large-scale invasion. To rashly invade a plain was simply courting death. The Feisua Plains gods, who have dominated this plain for tens of thousands of years, were naturally unwilling to become slaves of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. That's right, I am Yang Feng, as well as the god of half-blood beast men Ian. The void twisted, and Yang Feng's divine country hidden in the endless starry sky slowly emerged and revealed a celestial sphere. Yang Feng's voice came from the celestial sphere. In this world full of gods, ruler of the night Mogonaut revealed Yang Feng's identity in public. Even if Yang Feng tried his best to deny it, the other gods would analyze him and quickly guess his identity from the clues he exposed in the past. Chapter 7:14. Mogonaut stared coldly at Yang Feng's divine country and uttered indifferently, Yang Feng, did you come to Feisua Plain to become a bridgehead for human warlocks and take the opportunity to attack Feisua Plain? Yang Feng replied, I came to Feisua Plain for the sake of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are mine. I have no intention of becoming a bridgehead for human warlocks and helping them attack Feisua Plain. Mogonaut smiled coldly and said loudly, First it was the god of kobolds, then the god of vampires, and now it's the Dark Elves' turn. Everyone, this human warlock from Tsangji Plain wants to defeat us one by one. Let's join forces to suppress him. As one of Tsangji Plain's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect should have infinity warlock rank powerhouses in his divine country. Everyone, please join forces with me to destroy his divine country. Ruler of the night Mogonaut's voice echoed throughout the area, causing the hearts of many gods to tremble. Inside his divine country, Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and a dignified shade streaked past his eyes. They want to besiege me. These old freaks really can't be underestimated. If Mogonaut entered Yang Feng's divine country alone with his subordinates and divine legions, Yang Feng is fully confident that he can wipe out the other party inside his divine country. However, since Maganat wants to summon the gods of Feisua Plain to besiege Yangfeng, the outcome is uncertain. Sitting in his divine country, Yangfeng looked at ruler of the night Maganat outside the divine country and mused quietly. It's really impossible to have everything under control and everything goes according to plan. However, only when there's enough risk will there be enough profit. Humph! Night covers the sky. As if he saw Yangfeng's eyes, ruler of the night Maganat spread the fingers of a hand, and formidable night divine force gushed out and instantly enveloped Yangfeng's divine country. Endless night descended and covered Yangfeng's divine country completely. Inside the divine country, Yangfeng can no longer see or hear anything outside. What an amazing method! As expected of the ruler of the night. Unfortunately, this can't completely cut off my channels of obtaining information. Yangfeng looked up at the pitch-black night, smiled slightly, and pressed with his hand. Next to Yangfeng, a holographic projection shot out in a flash and transmitted a steady stream of information from the outside. Maganat's divine spell night covers the sky covered Yangfeng's divine country. Even the intelligence gathered by the hidden robots could not be fed back to the divine kingdom. However, the ruler of the night's divine spell night covers the sky cannot seal the connection between Yangfeng's true body and his avatar. Everything that Yangfeng's true body hiding in the endless void sees can be shared with his god clone in the divine country. Since he's a human warlock of the Zhongji plane. Then let me help you, Maganat. A distorted and uncomfortable sound that sounded like metal rubbing against each other came from the side. A man with a single horn on his head, his face covered in bandages, and his body covered in a thick layer of blood, exuding a nauseating smell of blood, slowly walked out of the void. Maganat showed a cunning smile and waved his hand. Gamma, it's you. With your help, our odds of winning will increase by a bit. However, the annihilation of the Zhongji plane is a matter for the entire Feisua plane. If the rest are unwilling to come forward, then let's return to our respective divine countries and wait for the warlocks of the Zhongji plane to defeat us one by one. The swarm of night angels turned into black streams of light and flew into the 10 night warships. The toxic angels and the crazy angels also flew back to their respective warships. Maganat's attack on Yangfeng's divine country is just a gesture to force the gods of the Feisua plane to take a stand. If the Feisua plane's gods aren't interested in annihilating Yangfeng, then ruler of the night Maganat will swallow his anger and hide in the dark like a viper. When Yangfeng reveals a flaw, he will pounce on Yangfeng and bite him in a fatal spot. A terrifying silhouette shrouded in boundless flames appeared in the void. It stood opposite the two great divine power experts, Maganat and Gamma, as equals. It stared coldly at Maganat and Gamma. Maganat uttered with a smile, God of fire tames of the Xalia Pantheon, is your Xalia Pantheon also participating in this siege? God of fire tames replied coldly, that's right. Although it's disgusting to cooperate with you. However, the human warlocks of the Zhongji plane are the enemies of the gods of the Feisua plane. Yangfeng must die. Maganat looked into the distance and revealed a smile. It seems that your Xalia Pantheon is very sincere. The stars in the distance shone brightly, and huge warships full of divine legions flew over from afar. Not every god has their own divine country. Some gods will establish their own small divine country within the divine country of a pantheon's primary god. The gods of the Titan pantheon are countless gods living together in a huge divine country, and establishing their own divine countries of different sizes within the divine country. Many of the gods of the Xalia pantheon have their own divine countries. That's right. The Zhongji plane's human warlocks are the enemies of us gods. The space twisted, and Amigo, the god of war of the Titan pantheon, holding the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan sword of war, wearing the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan armor of war, and holding the strong divine force grade god armament the Titan shield of war, walked out of the void and uttered coldly. Maganat took a deep look into the distance and said solemnly, the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon are here. Unfortunately, those other races are short-sighted and holed up in their divine countries. The four pantheons, the Elven Pantheon, the Beastman Pantheon, the Dragon Pantheon, and the Sea Pantheon, also have strong and intermediate divine force grade gods. However, none of the gods of the three pantheons have appeared. Clearly, they want to stay out of this matter, unwilling to participate in the infighting between humans. The neutral gods also remained silent. No one took the initiative to participate in the war of gods. Quite a few neutral gods had already stealthily snuck into this part of the starry sky, using all sorts of magical methods to conceal their divine power fluctuations, quietly waiting for the feast of the gods to begin. If Yang Feng can't resist the attack of the coalition army, then the neutral gods and hidden evil gods will join forces to tear Yang Feng to pieces like hungry wolves and extract nutrients from his corpse. The 4 strong divine force grade gods waited in the starry sky for 3 days, yet no god came forward. The relationship between the Beastman pantheon, the Elven pantheon, and the human pantheon is bad. Naturally, they are unwilling to participate in the war of gods led by the human pantheon. When merfolk gods leave the sea, their fighting strength will be reduced by more than 30%. Although the dragon gods of the dragon god pantheon are extremely powerful, but they are very lazy. If there is no threat to their existence, they won't pay attention to the war outside. The neutral gods, who have the most number of races, are watching the development of the situation indifferently. Let's begin. The chief ruler of the night, Moganaut, said calmly. The darkness that enveloped the entire divine kingdom instantly disappeared, revealing the enormous divine kingdom that was covered by a faint membrane. That thin membrane blocked the spying spells of all the god-rank powerhouses. Even a strong divine power rank god could not use spells to spy on the scene inside the divine kingdom of a weak divine power rank god. This was the power of a divine kingdom. Ruler of the night Moganaut waved his hand, and tens of thousands of night angels flapped their wings and flew into Yang Feng's divine country like black birds. Attack! In Yang Feng's divine country, there are powerful turrets built everywhere. As soon as the tens of thousands of night angels flew into Yang Feng's divine country, they were greeted by a rain of light. In an instant, the tens of thousands of night angels were torn apart by the artillery fire and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. From time to time, angels' hearts would suddenly fly out from the bodies of the night angels that had been destroyed and fly out of the divine kingdom. A swarm of undying suddenly flew out, rushed into the midst of the night angels, and wantonly slaughtered the night angels and cut their angel hearts into pieces. Only when the angel hearts of the night angels are smashed will they be unable to return to the night angel pool to recover their bodies. The night angels flew into Yang Feng's divine country in a steady stream, and then were blasted apart. A black ray flew out of Yang Feng's divine country, flew to the side of Xalia Pantheon's god of fire Thames, and revealed itself. It is god of knowledge Klaus, the weak divine force rank god with the most knowledge in Xalia Pantheon. Klaus uttered, Yang Feng's divine country is very sturdy, and it rejects all kinds of laws. When fighting in his divine country, the power of spells will be reduced to the lowest point. Both sides will be weakened. It is equivalent to an unsolvable weakened version of the magic band domain. When fighting in his divine country, he can't get the blessing of the divine country, but the weakening of us will be more serious. Without enough divine legions, I don't recommend attacking his divine country. His mechanical legion has a great advantage there. God of Fire Thames asked, how much will our strength be weakened in his divine country? Klaus answered, physical abilities won't be suppressed. However, it is very difficult to launch large area of effect and calamity grade divine spells. Even if you expend a lot of divine force to launch them, the power of those area of effect divine spells will be reduced to a terrifying degree. Chapter 7:15. In the secular world, as long as the god of fire Thames burns a unit of divine force crystals and releases a divine spell, he can destroy a large city with a population of more than 100,000 people. These divine spells are calamity-grade large-scale divine spells. The principle of large-scale divine spells is that a bit of divine force, under the guidance of a god, moves the laws of heaven and earth of the entire plane, and then absorbs the power of a certain law with the help of the power of the law, forming a terrifying phenomenon. The stronger the energy of heaven and earth in the plane, the more powerful the spell will be. In the divine country of a god, there will generally be some kind of environment favorable to them. For example, the divine country of the god of fire Thames is filled with endless flames. In such an environment, all kinds of fire divine spells will be amplified more than tenfold. Once a non-fire god enters the divine country of the god of fire Thames, they will be suppressed. Even if a great divine power rank water god were to enter the god of fire Thames' divine kingdom, he would also be easily killed by the god of fire. Only gods who also grasp the law of fire won't be weakened when they enter the divine country of the god of fire Thames. One of the important reasons why gods who grasp the same law and divine authority are mortal enemies is that they can enter each other's divine country and kill each other without being weakened too much. Moreover, by annexing each other, they can evolve and grow faster. The god of fire Thames showed a ferocious smile. That's enough. The divine legions of our four forces can crush him completely. Even the battle demon sect can't stop our four legions. This is the Feisua Plain. After confirming the characteristics of Yang Feng's divine country, the Massacre Angel, the Night Angel, the Fire Angel, and the Titan Pantheon's warbraves flew into Yang Feng's divine country. The goddess of toxicity Charlotte, the god of madness Edmonton, and many darkness gods subordinated to the ruler of the night flew into Yang Feng's divine country. As soon as the goddess of toxicity Charlotte flew into Yang Feng's divine country, a green beam of divine force entered her, and green halos of toxicity spread in all directions with her as the core. When the melee undying robots flew into Charlotte's toxic halo, their protective shields immediately emitted traces of green light and were directly corroded. Just as they flew to Charlotte's side, they were completely corroded into a pool of strange poisonous liquid. The battle robots weren't afraid of any toxins, but Charlotte's corrosive poison contained the power of laws. Even the Undyings couldn't resist it. In the Feisua Plains primary world, whenever the goddess of toxicity Charlotte descended on a city, she could use a random divine spell to poison all intelligent lifeforms in the city to death. When the poison goddess Charlotte had first appeared, she had killed more than 10 million humans in 20 cities with poison before the human gods joined forces to hunt her down. In the end, she had no choice but to seek refuge with the chief ruler of the night, Mogonot, and become one of his women. Only then did she survive. Haha. Let's go crazy together. On the other side, the god of madness Edmonton burned divine force frantically, and a halo of madness suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. As soon as the undead entered the halo of madness of the mad god Edmonton, the smart chips in their bodies suddenly became chaotic. Red light flashed in their eyes, and they were distorted. They became crazy and started killing without distinguishing between friend and foe. Originally, in Yang Feng's divine country battlefield, it was Yang Feng's battle robots who massacred the angels. However, as soon as the goddess of venom Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton arrived on the battlefield, they immediately unleashed terrifying power. Together with the angels that kept surging out, they began to gradually reverse the disadvantage on the battlefield. In addition to the goddess of toxicity Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton, the gods subordinated to the ruler of the night Mogonot, the god of fire Thames, the god of war Amigo, and the god of massacre Gamma also landed in Yang Feng's divine country and fought the countless battle robots sent by Yang Feng. In the midst of the fierce battle, the powerhouses of the allied forces gradually emerged. The intermediate divine force rank god of Gale Sternia subordinated to the god of fire was also a ruthless character. Wherever his gale passed, everything was sliced to pieces. At the same time, there was also the male fire-blazing angel Ballwater with intermediate divine force rank battle prowess. Although the fire-blazing angel Ballwater didn't cast a large area of effect spell, but wherever his sword rays shone, everything was slashed and burned to ashes by the holy flame sword in his hand. Slaughter god Gamma didn't have a single deity as his subordinate. However, he had a 100-meter-tall slaughter giant angel. Her entire body was shrouded in a dense blood-red color. Her figure was tall and sexy, and her body was engraved with countless profound lightning patterns. Her entire body was the color of wheat, and she had a pair of blood-red wings on her back. Clearly, the god of massacre Gamma used all his resources, spent who knows how many years, and experienced who knows how much hard work to cultivate this massacre giant angel. The god of massacre Gamma obtained the corpse of an infinity warlock rank female giant during a fortuitous encounter during his travels in the astral boundary. He spent countless resources to transform her into a massacre giant angel, and then cultivated her into an infinity warlock rank weapon step by step. The god of Titan's subordinate sent two burly male martyr monarchs, one with a dragon spear and the other with a sword. The martyr monarch with a dragon spear was called Banderas, the 17th emperor of Titan Empire. The martyr monarch with a sword was called Banagus, the 36th emperor of Titan Empire. They were all famous peerless powerhouses in the history of Titan Empire. After their deaths, the souls of Banderas and Banagus were received into the martyr palace of Titan Empire. After experiencing countless battles, they finally evolved into bright world warlock rank existences. Banderas and Banagus led the heroes of their era, who were transformed into martyrs, to fight wildly on the battlefield and easily destroy one second-generation battle robot after another. The terrifying gods, braves, and blazing angels commanded their troops to attack frantically, gradually suppressing Yang Feng's almost inexhaustible second-generation battle robots and some third-generation battle robots. Kill! 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 Go to hell! The beautiful massacre giant angel revealed a ferocious smile, looked at the temple where Yang Feng is located, and beckoned with her hand, and a bloody spear formed and shot towards Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! The bloody spear shone brightly and tore through the void, and the hundreds of third-generation battle robots blocking its way were instantly shattered by the law of massacre contained in the bloody spear. The third-generation battle robots were equipped with energy shields that could withstand single-target offensive spells released by Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. But in front of the bloody spear, the energy shields were easily pierced through like tofu, and then shattered by the law of massacre formed from endless killing intent. Almost in an instant, the bloody spear appeared in front of Yang Feng and stabbed towards him. Boom! At the moment when the bloody spear was about to run through Yang Feng, a black sword ray containing fallen angel fire slashed at the bloody spear, and violent dark force forcibly shattered the bloody spear. Alexia, who is wearing a black armor of the Ruler Armor series Fallen Angel armor, has a pair of fallen angel wings spread behind her, and is holding the fallen angel sword extended from the fallen angel armor, appeared in front of Yang Feng. As if the strongest shield, she completely destroyed the terrifying killing intent of the bloody spear. After the battle in Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng killed 3 Infinity Warlocks. Among them, Marshal Long's Infinity Core was used by him to forge the Ruler Magic Cube Armor series Fallen Angel armor, which is Alexia's exclusive armor. The eyes of the Ruler of the Night shone brightly. Through the feeble Divine Force Grade God Armament spying eyes, the Ruler of the Night saw an image of Yang Feng's divine country from the eyes of the Night Angel he possessed. A strong Divine Force Grade Fallen Angel, and a blazing angel at that. Coupled with a human warlock's unique alchemical secret treasure, she already has the strength to threaten us. Yang Feng's divine country can block the prying of most divine spells. Even strong Divine Force rank gods, if they don't enter his divine country, will find it difficult to figure out what is going on inside. However, although the god of spying Rust is a feeble Divine Force rank god, but his law of prying is very strange. As long as he uses the god armament spying eyes, he can see through a lot of information, and can even pry into the truth inside a divine country through the subordinates he possesses. Gods are different from many extraordinary life forms and human warlocks. Gods are fearsome existences who have integrated with the laws of a plane, comprehended a certain law, and exercised a certain authority. Although some gods aren't strong, but the laws they master can even trick Infinity Warlocks or even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses if they are careless. Kill! Kill! Kill you! Eyes bloodshot, the female giant massacre angel, who has been completely eroded by the law of massacre, roared wildly and rushed towards Alexia. Alexia's figure shook slightly, and she appeared beside the massacre angel in a trail of black afterimages. She slashed at the massacre angel from different directions. Chapter 7:16. Streaks of bloody light and streaks of dark light flickered. The female slaughter angel was easily suppressed by Alexia, and a dozen wounds appeared on her body in an instant. However, although the female giant massacre angel is not as strong as Alexia, but she still fought fiercely with Alexia and entangled her. How cautious! Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng raised his head and looked outside the divine country, and saw the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods standing on the warships looking indifferently into the divine country. The 4 strong Divine Force rank gods have no intention of entering Yang Feng's divine country. They let their subordinates fight Yang Feng's battle robots. A large number of angel hearts and martyr cores turned into streams of light and flew out of Yang Feng's divine country. The angel's heart and the heroic spirit's core were the cores of the 2 divine weapons of war. Once the angel heart and martyr core are not destroyed, the god can use divine force and special god armaments to resurrect the angel and martyr. It was due to the unique immortality of angels and heroic spirits that they became the most cost-effective war weapons of the divine army. Do it! Yang Feng gave an order, and a 10,000-meter-tall mountain beside his temple suddenly collapsed. A 10,000-meter-tall archaic giant covered in natural runes, with purple hair, and looking like he can support the whole world walked out of the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. His eyes were shot with blood, and he exuded a violent aura. As soon as the archaic giant appeared, he took a step forward and appeared in the place where the Divine Legion and Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion are fighting. He extended his hand, easily grabbed a feeble Divine Force rank god, and stuffed him into his mouth. The primordial giant's mouth was like a terrifying black hole, and as soon as the feeble divine force rank god was stuffed into its mouth, a vortex twisted, and the feeble divine force rank god immediately perished. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Eye of Poison. The goddess of poison Charlotte recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and frantically burned divine force. An extremely strange and terrifying monster shrouded in a thick layer of green mist that seemed to be condensed from the law of poison, and could only be seen with one eye suddenly appeared. With the support of Charlotte's divine force, the monster's eye, which is composed of countless runes, radiated green light. A bright green beam suddenly shot out from the strange eye, tore through the void, and hit the archaic giant. Countless strange green pustules appeared on the primordial giant's body, exploded, healed, and interweaved. A green poisonous gas and the terrifying life force surging out of the primordial giant's body intertwined and contended against each other. After being struck by Charlotte's toxic eye, the primordial giant's movements became much slower. However, he still charged into the divine army like a terrifying war machine. He held the giant's sacred bone in his hand and bombarded all the divine soldiers he saw. He charged toward the poison goddess Charlotte. Along the way, when the divine soldiers blocking the way got close to the primordial giant, they were blasted apart by the giant's sacred bone containing the law of power. The martyr monarch Banderas showed an excited smile. Interesting. What a powerful enemy. Banagas, let's go together and kill this giant. The martyr monarch Banagas also smiled excitedly. Okay. Let's go together. 2 rays of light flashed, and the 2 martyr monarchs blocked in front of the primordial giant and fought fiercely with the primordial giant. After all, the primordial giant is controlled by a human warlock. Even though he possesses infinity warlock rank power, but he can only use the infinity warlock rank power to carry out simple attacks and defenses. Compared to a real primordial giant, he is still far from being able to compete with the 2 bright world warlock rank martyr monarchs. As expected of a divine army, it's really powerful. Then let's continue. Yang Feng smiled, and 2 mountains beside him collapsed again, and a 1,000-meter-long blue primordial holy dragon and a 200-meter-long 6-headed gold dragon suddenly appeared. The 6-headed gold dragon opened its maw and belched 6 dragon breaths from its 6 heads barreling towards the goddess of toxicity Charlotte, the god of madness Edmonton, and the other gods fighting fiercely on the battlefield. The pretty face of the goddess of toxicity Charlotte flickered at once, and she spread the fingers of a hand, and a green poisonous flower suddenly appeared, extended wildly, and turned into a poisonous forest that protected her. The dragon breath sprayed into the hypertoxic forest and immediately began to burn frantically, forcibly burning the hypertoxic forest into ashes. The god of madness Edmonton smiled ferociously and slashed at the dragon breath with his sword. The fearsome dragon breath spread out and engulfed him, causing him to issue miserable screams. A beam of dazzling divine power suddenly appeared behind the god of madness, Edmonton, and poured into his body, allowing him to resist the terrifying dragon breath. In addition to the goddess of toxicity Charlotte and the god of madness Edmonton, the other 4 dragon breaths hit 2 gods and 2 blazing angels with god-rank battle prowess. The 2 gods and the 2 blazing angels issued miserable screams, and were burned to ashes by the dragon breath. As soon as the primordial holy dragon appeared, it easily invaded the god of madness Edmonton's halo of madness, appeared in front of the god of madness Edmonton, and bit at him. When the angels' attacks and divine spells slammed into the primordial holy dragon, they set off ripples, but they couldn't even break its scales. Primordial holy dragons were immune to all mind spells, illusions, and divine spells, and possessed tyrannical fleshly bodies. The best way to kill them was to rely on absolute power to kill them directly. The god of madness's halo of madness had no effect on the primordial holy dragon. Stop! Following a roar, night covered the area dozens of kilometers in radius around the primordial holy dragon. Ruler of the night Moganaut emerged from the night, appeared on the head of the primordial holy dragon with a strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night in his hand, and stabbed the dagger into the primordial holy dragon's head. Violent night divine force pierced through the defense of the primordial holy dragon, and extended towards the inside of the primordial holy dragon. As soon as the fearsome night divine force entered the primordial holy dragon, the 36 warlock towers inside the primordial holy dragon were shrouded by night, and the connection between them and the primordial holy dragon dropped to the lowest point. A kind of heartfelt fear rose in the hearts of the warlocks inside the 36 warlock towers. If they weren't great warlocks or above, Then even with the protection of the Warlock Towers, their minds would have been completely swallowed by the night, and they would have integrated with the night. Even with the protection of the 36 Warlock Towers, the human warlocks inside the Warlock Towers still felt cold, and fear, chill, despair, and other negative emotions poured out from the depths of their hearts. They all know that without help, they won't be able to hold on for long. 2 mountains beside Xiaofan collapsed at once, and the 100-meter-tall gale giant engraved with mysterious runes and a 1,000-meter-long scarlet flame Fenghuang suddenly appeared and attacked ruler of the night Moganaut. Your opponent is me. Soaring killing intent descended from the sky, and God of Massacre Gamma, with a strong divine force grade god armament scimitar of massacre in hand, turned into a stream of bloody light and rushed towards the scarlet flame Fenghuang and the gale giant. Fighting 1 against 2, he still has the upper hand and completely suppressed the scarlet flame Fenghuang and the gale giant. Huge mountains collapsed beside Xiaofan. A 500-meter-tall Mando stone wolf, a 1,000-meter-tall dark corpse nest with countless tentacles and teeth, a 600-meter-tall primal chaos spider engraved with strange runes and with 88 eyes on its head, a 30,000-meter-long spacebreaker dragon whale suspended in the void and innately able to grasp the law of space, and a 200-meter-long infinity warlock rank archdevil with 2 horns appeared, and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from them. Is this the underlying strength of human warlocks? So strong. What a fearsome power. This human warlock actually possesses such formidable power. When the coalition army sensed the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons that suddenly appeared, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. In terms of destructive power, the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons are equivalent to 5 strong divine force rank gods. Once this fearsome force kills its way into the allied army, it will crush them. Xiaofan, is this your final trump card? Amazing, you actually have so many secret treasures. As expected of one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, it's much stronger than I imagined. Unfortunately, these secret treasures are just weapons after all. In front of true gods, they can't withstand a single blow. With a sneer, the 2 strong divine force rank gods God of Fire Thames and God of War Amigo flew out of the flying vessel and rushed towards the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons. The 2 strong divine force rank gods God of Fire Thames and God of War Amigo burned their divine force frantically, surrounded by flames and rumbling war drums, and blasted the 5 infinity warlock rank weapons back again and again, putting them at a complete disadvantage. Chapter 717. A dense crowd of angels and martyrs poured into Xiaofang's divine country like a tide. Under the leadership of the gods, they went on a killing spree and slayed the 2nd-generation battle robots. The corners of Xiaofang's mouth rose into a frigid smile. Have you poured all your forces in? Now let's start the real feast. Inside the divine kingdom, the ground cracked, and countless enhanced 3rd-generation and 4th-generation battle robots surged out like a tide, flying towards the angels. A Type 2 Undying flickered and appeared behind a dozen-plus angels. The dozen-plus angels disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Even their angel hearts were cut into pieces. A feeble divine force rank great sword god of Titan Pantheon activated a divine spell halo, and the sharpness of the swords wielded by the Titan Pantheon's martyrs rose wildly, reaching the point where they could easily cut through the energy shields and super alloy armor of Xiaofang's 2nd-generation battle robots. With a flash of afterimages, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the god of the sword and slashed at him from 6 different directions. Ding! Ding! The great sword god only managed to block 2 saber strikes before the saber lights flashed across his body and instantly sliced him into countless pieces. As soon as the 4th-generation battle robots and 3rd-generation battle robots entered the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. When the 4th-generation battle robots rushed into the battlefield, countless angels and martyrs were cut like cakes, and then drowned by the 3rd-generation battle robots. Star Destroyer interstellar battleships also flew out of the Divine Kingdom, and a dense number of secondary cannons turned into a rain of light that rained down on the Divine Legions. Tens of thousands of Divine soldiers were turned into ashes by the artillery fire of the Star Destroyer battlestars. Seeing this scene, Moganaut felt a chill in his heart. He realized that they were tricked by Xiaofan. Damn it, we were tricked. This is his true strength. Everything that happened before was just to lure us into his divine country. Ruler of the night Moganaut, who is 1 minute away from killing all the human warlocks inside the archaic sacred dragon, turned into a black ray and flew out of Xiaofang's divine country. As long as Maganat can escape from Yang Feng's divine country, then even strong divine force rank gods will find it very difficult to kill him. At this moment, a vast and seemingly endless divine power suddenly gushed out from Yang Feng's location and soared into the sky. A barrier covering Yang Feng's divine country suddenly appeared and completely cut off the connection between Yang Feng's divine country and the starry sky outside. Open for me! Ruler of the night Maganat flew in front of the divine kingdom boundary. Before the divine kingdom boundary was completely formed, he let out an angry roar and brandished the divine artifact dagger of the night, stabbing at the divine kingdom boundary. A terrifying dark night divine power gushed out of the dagger of the night and blasted a huge hole in the boundary of the divine kingdom. Ruler of the night Maganat's figure blurred as he flew towards the exit of the divine kingdom barrier. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Idiot! In the starry sky, a resplendent beam of light blasted into the hole in the divine kingdom barrier, and a blazing sun battlestar appeared in the void. The resplendent beam of light slammed into Ruler of the Night Maganat and engulfed him. Night Shift. At the moment of imminent peril, Ruler of the Night Maganat cast a life-saving divine spell and forcibly transferred himself to a patch of night in Yang Feng's divine country. When the beam of light capable of slaying infinity warlocks slammed into the ground of Yang Feng's divine country, it blasted open a huge hole 100 meters deep. After the blast, Yang Feng's divine country barrier quickly healed. A bloody ray suddenly shot out from the cracked ground beside the female giant massacre angel. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar slashed the female giant massacre angel with the monarch-grade secret treasure god bloodsword in hand. The female giant massacre angel is far weaker than Alexia, who is equipped with the fallen angel armor, to begin with. She is already riddled with scars, and all her energy is focused on Alexia. Caught off guard, Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar launched a sneak attack and slashed her. A long wound suddenly appeared on her body, and she screamed in pain. That's a top giant for you. The defensive power of your fleshly body is really strong. This sword strike didn't cut you in half. Unfortunately, you're dead for sure after being struck by my sword. Blood summon. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar waved the god bloodsword in hand, and pointed at the female giant massacre angel. As if summoned, a copious amount of blood gushed out from the wound of the female giant massacre angel, and was absorbed by the god bloodsword in Yang Feng's hand. Each kindred Grand Duke has mastered the law of blood. As long as they urge the law of blood slightly, the blood of powerhouses below the Great Warlock rank will automatically fly out and be easily absorbed by the kindred Grand Duke. Even if it is a powerhouse of the same rank, kindred Grand Dukes can use the law of blood to a small extent to manipulate the blood flow of powerhouses of the same rank. Originally, kindred Grand Dukes can't make the blood of powerhouses of the same rank spray out of their bodies. However, God Bloodsword is a monarch-grade secret treasure and possesses incredible power. Once hit by God Bloodsword, even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, more than 1/3 of their blood will be extracted. The female giant massacre angel faced upwards and roared. Her wound squirmed, and she locked the blood inside her with a fearsome force. At the moment when the female giant massacre angel stopped, an afterimage flashed past, and Alexia appeared on the head of the female giant massacre angel and slashed at the neck of the female giant massacre angel. A black sword ray flashed, and the head of the female giant massacre angel, who has lost 1/3 of her blood and spent a lot of power to control the blood flow inside her, was sent flying by Alexia. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar with the god bloodsword in hand blurred into motion, appeared in front of the female giant massacre angel's heart, and slashed open the chest of the female giant massacre angel. As if they have a life of their own, countless bloody threads stabbed into the chest of the female giant massacre angel and pulled out a beating angel heart, which fell into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my angel? I'll tear you apart. The eyes of God of Massacre Gamma flashed with a touch of madness. With a roar, he suddenly shot out with the scimitar of Massacre in his hand and shot towards Yang Feng sitting in the center of the temple. The Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon attacked Maganat. Ignoring the entanglement of the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, Maganat turned into a black ray and flew towards the center of the Divine Country. Yang Feng's Divine Country has been sealed. If you want to leave, you must either destroy the Divine Country's barrier with absolute power, destroy the Divine Country with peerless power, or kill Yang Feng's God Clone who controls the center of the Divine Country. Once Yang Feng's God Clone dies, the entire divine country will be pulled into the astral boundary by astral force. The divine force barrier that shrouds the divine country will naturally collapse in an instant. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Sure enough, there is still a huge gap between Infinity Warlock rank weapons and strong divine force rank gods. They are far too lacking in all aspects. Only by crushing weaker existences can they display Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. When Yang Feng's 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons dealt with the 4 strong divine force rank gods, the result was that they were completely crushed by the 4 strong divine force rank gods. If the battle continues like this, then without interference, the 4 strong divine force rank gods can destroy the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons one by one. Of course, after Yang Feng invested the 4th generation battle robots and the strengthened 3rd generation battle robots, the Divine Legion's reinforcements were cut off. If the battle continues like this, then the 4 strong divine force rank gods will die in Yang Feng's divine country. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Activate Skynet." In an instant, countless crystal pillars extended from the ground in Yang Feng's divine country. Countless rays of light intertwined in the crystal pillars and formed a giant net. Countless chains extended from the giant net and, as if sealing off the entire world, swept towards the divine legions and the gods on the battlefield. The Skynet that can suppress Infinity Warlocks throughout Yang Feng's divine country is one of Yang Feng's strongest trump cards. What is this? My power is gone. Curses, what are these strange chains? Almost in the blink of an eye, many martyrs, angels, and gods were pierced by the chains. The chains pierced their bodies and frantically extracted their power. Even though they struggled desperately, they couldn't break free from the chains. On the contrary, the more they struggled, the more power they consumed. The densely packed heavenly net chains swept towards the ruler of the night, Morganot, and the god of massacre Gamma like a tide. Chapter 7:18. Get out of my way. Morganot roared and spread the fingers of a hand, and endless night suddenly enveloped the land, as if to devour all light. Inside the night created by Morganot's divine spell, all power would be corroded and transformed into the power of the night. In the dark night, the champions who had been killed by the ruler of the night Morganot suddenly appeared, absorbing the divine power of the night to construct their bodies. Hundreds of god spirit experts emerged from the dark night. Each of them cast a powerful secret technique and bombarded the countless chains, forcibly blocking them. God of Massacre Gamma brandished the scimitar of massacre, and dazzling blade rays shone. As if wanting to cut open the divine country, the shackles were cut apart, and he rushed towards Yang Feng. Although Morganot is very strong in close combat, but he is an assassin after all. He is most proficient in assassination. The strongest powerhouse in head-on combat is God of Massacre Gamma. The sound of engines roaring could be heard as thousands of mistwalkers charged towards the god of Massacre Gamma. Gamma brandished his blade, and a slash that contained an extremely overbearing killing intent caused the thousands of mistwalkers to collapse. They transformed into a dense fog that enveloped the entire area. In the thick fog formed by the mistwalkers, all divine power would be absorbed. Even a powerful divine power rank god would not be able to pry into information from afar. After the mistwalkers turned into fog, Yang Feng's god clone that Gamma locked onto suddenly disappeared from Gamma's perception. Wretched bastard! Eyes shot with blood, God of Massacre Gamma roared, operated the law of massacre, and slashed at the mistwalkers with his blade. A dazzling blade ray slashed into the thick fog the mistwalkers have turned into, and strange vibration force diffused from the dazzling blade ray and spread towards the mistwalkers. Even though the mistwalkers had turned into mist, the slaughter god's slash, which was filled with the law of slaughter and boundless vibrating power, shattered the nanomachine units that formed them. They lost their vitality and turned into dust that fell from the sky. With a single strike, God of Massacre Gamma obliterated more than 1,000 mistwalkers at the molecular level, showing the terror of strong divine force rank gods. Yang Feng, I am a primary god of Titan Pantheon. How dare you kill me? Titan Pantheon will not rest until you are dead. On the battlefield, Titan Pantheon's god of war Amigo's roar of alarm and anger came. Morganot looked in the direction of the voice, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. He forcibly passed through the chains and saw what was happening in the distance. Amigo, the god of war, had a long sword wound on his waist. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound as if it could not be stopped. Alexia turned into a black stream of light and fought Amigo to the death. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar also fought Amigo with the God Blood Sword in hand. A resplendent divine force beam rose from behind Amigo. Burning divine force frantically, he forcibly resisted the siege of Wuxia and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar by himself. After traveling to many planes, gods are the most perfect and powerful existences that human warlocks have discovered. Not only do they have a long lifespan that makes human warlocks envious, but as long as they practice cultivation a little and burn divine force in battle, they can become a terrifying powerhouse virtually invincible in the same rank. Wuxia and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar have top Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, and each of them can easily defeat junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Yet even when the two of them joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Amigo quickly. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Amigo is. Besieged by 6 Infinity Warlock rank weapons and supported by countless 4th-generation battle robots, God of Fire Thames is still at a disadvantage even though he is frantically burning divine force and urging violent flames to burn everything that approaches him to ashes. As for the Divine Legion, the angels facing Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion are practically one-sided. Only the Goddess of Toxicity Charlotte, God of Madness Edmonton, and a few other intermediate divine force rank god commanders and the remaining angels are barely able to resist. But it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Moganaut barked. Yang Feng, let us out at once. Let's just forget about this matter. Otherwise, the reinforcements from the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon will arrive soon. When that time comes, you'll die. The God of Fire, Thames, and the God of War, Amigo, were the 2 great divine power level gods of the Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon respectively. They were also the pillars and main gods of the 2 pantheons. The 2 pantheons won't give up on powerful existences like them easily. They will definitely send countless experts to rescue them. Although the strength of strong divine force rank gods is slightly beyond my expectations. However, I have prepared enough fighting force to wipe you out in a short time. Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the divine country. The earth cracked, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly flew out and belched a pillar of fire formed from sun god fire barreling towards Amigo. Amigo frantically burned divine force and brandished the Titan Shield of War in his hand to block the pillar of fire. When Sun God Fire, which can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock, slammed into the Titan Shield of War, the pillar of fire was forcibly blocked by Amigo. Wuxia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar blurred into motion and slashed at Amigo from 2 different directions. Amigo burned divine force and unleashed a terrifying battle technique that he has refined over countless years. The Titan Sword of War in his hand turned into 2 sword rays that hit Wuxia's Fallen Angel Sword and Yang Feng's kindred avatar God Blood Sword almost at the same time and diverted the 2 powerful forces to the side, causing them to brush past him. The 2 powerful sword rays brushed past Amigo. After their power was mostly weakened by the Titan Armor of War, they left 2 wounds that were neither light nor heavy. Wuxia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar Grand Duke are fearsome powerhouses on par with Amigo. Amigo can only barely resist their attacks. It is impossible for him to resist the attacks of the 2 powerhouses unscathed. At the moment when Amigo barely blocked the attack of Wuxia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar, from the other side of the Shield of War Titan, Marshal Yu Yan of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals stabbed towards Amigo with a black Fenghuang spear in her hand, exuding boundless might and enveloped in black Fenghuang flames. Amigo gritted his teeth and desperately burned divine force. The Titan Sword of War in his hand burst out with terrifying power, hit the black Fenghuang spear, and forcibly jolted the black Fenghuang spear together with Yu Yan away. Amigo pushed Yu Yan back with his sword, and countless heavenly net chains pounced on him like maggots, pierced into his body, and frantically extracted his power. Almost at the same time, Yu Tianling wearing the Fenghuang holy armor and holding the Fenghuang spear flew out from behind Yu Yan like a noble and powerful Fenghuang, turned into a resplendent ray, and stabbed the Fenghuang spear in her hand into Amigo's forehead. Terrifying phoenix flames erupted and completely enveloped Amigo, burning everything about him in a frenzy. Amigo roared and burned his divine force, and a beam of divine force suddenly emerged inside him in an attempt to send Yu Tianling flying. As soon as the beam of divine force appeared, it was entangled by the endless Skynet chains and completely extracted. Within Yang Feng's divine country, a primary artillery comparable to a blazing sun battlestar shone brightly, and a resplendent beam shot out in an instant, slammed into Amigo, and vaporized half of Amigo's body. Wuxia appeared in front of the remaining half of Amigo's body, stabbed it with her sword, and cut it into pieces and burned it to ashes. At the same time, she grabbed his godhead. Titan Pantheon's strong divine force rank god Amigo has died. At the moment when Amigo died, the statues of Amigo in the countless temples of Titan Empire cracked, and the believers of the god of war lost their connection with Amigo. What's going on? Damn it! Did the great god of war Amigo die? How is that possible? The great god of war Amigo is a strong divine force rank god. Our great Titan primary god. The entire Titan Empire fell into a state of panic. Everyone was in a state of panic and fear. On the Titan Pantheon's divine kingdom, 10,000 Gods Mountain, a mountain suddenly collapsed. That mountain was the god of war Amigo's divine kingdom. After the mountain peak collapsed, it turned into a beam of light and flew out of the Titan divine system's divine kingdom, arriving outside the divine kingdom's barrier. A huge black hole suddenly appeared, and the aura of astral boundary spread from the black hole. The mountain flew directly into the huge black hole and disappeared from this world, entering the astral world. Chapter 719. The god of war Amigo died. He really did it. What a dangerous guy. Within the divine country of the Dark Elven Pantheon, the Queen of Spiders Lolth looked up at the sky. Countless runes appeared in her eyes, and she looked into the distance and sighed faintly. The beautiful goddesses of the Dark Elven Pantheon subordinated to the Queen of Spiders Lolth were startled, and incredulity shimmered in their beautiful eyes. Maiden of Pleasure Gabriella uttered in surprise. He died? How is that possible? The god of war Amigo is the primary god of the Titan Pantheon. Back then, in the War of the Gods, he had withstood the siege of two great divine force-level deities. The feeble divine force rank mushroom maiden Ada uttered with a look of surprise on her face. The god of war Amigo is a god with almost no weaknesses and has experienced countless wars. How could he die so easily? This time, 4 strong divine force rank gods besieged Yang Feng's divine country. Lolth uttered flatly. It's very simple. This shows that Yang Feng is not a simple person. His divine country is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. To be able to suppress countless genius warlocks in the Zhongji Plain reminds me of the warlock emperors of the Zhongji Plain in the past. When everyone in the divine country heard the term warlock emperor, their countenance flickered, and their eyes revealed looks of worship. Ever since the emergence of the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have been recognized as the strongest powerhouses. When warlock emperor rank powerhouses who have existed since ancient times or even the Age of Eternals fought the 7 warlock emperors, they were basically defeated, suppressed, or killed. Even the slightly weaker Dawn Lord was a peerless genius who shook an era. He was rarely defeated, suppressed countless Holy Spirit warlocks, and founded the brilliant and prosperous Dawn dynasty. At the thought that Yang Feng may promote to a warlock emperor that may only appear once every 100,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years, the delicate bodies of the dark elven gods heated up, and their pretty faces overflowed with spring, exuding an enchanting temperament. The Queen of Spiders Lolth glanced at the beautiful twin girls and said flatly, "Shirley, Susan, prepare yourselves." "Yes, Mother." The twin goddesses of the Dark Elves, Shirley and Susan, responded respectfully. Dark Elves were extremely dissolute. Very few adult Dark Elves were virgins. Those virgins were nurtured by them as gifts to the great gods and great figures of the various races. The many goddesses of the Dark Elven divine system were also unrestrained. Each of them kept countless handsome men in captivity and indulged in debauchery every day. Shirley and Susan were virgin goddesses specially cultivated by the Queen of Spiders Lolth to please the powerful gods. Only those strong divine power rank gods were qualified to enjoy the twin goddesses that the Queen of Spiders Lolth had cultivated with all her heart. Originally, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was reluctant to part with Shirley and Susan. But after seeing Titan Pantheon's god of war Amigo die at Yang Feng's hands, she made her decision. Titan Pantheon. Inside the myriad gods mountain. Vega, the god of thunder, whose body was covered with countless mysterious lightning tattoos, had a burly figure and a handsome appearance. He exuded a domineering aura as he looked at the 10,000 divine mountain that had collapsed and disappeared. His expression was extremely ugly. With a flash of earth-yellow light, the gorgeous goddess of the earth Victoria with long brown hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a feeling of intimacy that seems to be able to contain all things appeared. The eyes of the god of thunder Vega flickered with a cruel glint, and he uttered while stressing each syllable. They dared to kill a primary god of my Titan pantheon. I won't let them off. Whoever they are, they must pay the price. The goddess of the earth Victoria asked, Do you need me to go with you? The god of thunder Vega replied slowly, No. You stay. The Myriad Gods Mountain needs someone to guard it. The Myriad Gods Mountain has a strong divine power rank god like the goddess of the Earth Mother standing guard. Additionally, there are many gods on the Myriad Gods Mountain and countless martyrs in the Martyr Palace. Even if a mighty divine force rank god enters the Myriad Gods Mountain, they will be defeated by the other gods. Once the Myriad Gods Mountain is not guarded by a strong divine force rank god, then a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may sneak into the Myriad Gods Mountain and steal all kinds of precious god armaments and secret treasures, turning the Myriad Gods Mountain upside down. The goddess of the earth Victoria nodded. The figure of the god of thunder Vega fluttered, and he disappeared at once. Before long, warships full of gods subordinated to the god of thunder Vega flew out of the Myriad Gods Mountain and flew towards Yangfeng's divine country. In the Titan pantheon, the god of thunder Vega's status is equivalent to that of the radiant primary god Prados, and the gods subordinated to him are far stronger than the god of war Amigo. The Xalia pantheon, within the divine country of the radiant primary god Prados. Sitting in a temple, the radiant primary god Prados gazed into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Amigo died. Thames is in danger as well. Formidable divine force fluctuations envelop the divine country of the Xalia pantheon's divine country. Except for the gods who travel the astral boundary, the endless abyss, and some strange places, all the gods of the Xalia pantheon received an order from the radiant primary god Prados. Huge warships flew out of the various divine countries and flew towards the divine country of the radiant primary god Prados. In the center of a divine country shrouded in an endless forest with countless extraordinary plants rarely seen in the outside world, there are 36 10,000-meter-tall gold trees. In the center of the gold trees, there is an exquisite palace that looks like it doesn't belong to the secular world. In a divine hall at the center of the beautiful palace sat a woman in green hunting clothes. She had dazzling golden hair that cascaded down like a golden waterfall, and her figure was golden in proportion. Her skin was as white as snow, without a single blemish. She was devastatingly beautiful, like the incarnation of beauty. This peerless beauty, who exudes a noble and elegant temperament, is the primary god of the elven divine system, the strong divine force rank god Mofasaraja. Mofasaraja frowned slightly and thought inwardly, Amigo has fallen. To be able to kill him. That Yangfeng is really strong. To be able to kill a strong divine force rank god while being besieged by 4 strong divine force rank gods, this kind of power shouldn't be possessed by the battle demon sect. The 4 great divine power level gods were not just the 4 of them. They had brought with them an incomparably huge divine army, as well as countless subordinate gods and servant gods. Even if it were the powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects besieged by the 4 strong divine force rank gods, only death would await them. The fighting strength Yangfeng displayed far exceeded the imagination of the gods of the Feisua Plain. There was a flash of wisdom in Mofasaraja's beautiful eyes. Judging from his past, he has no malice towards us elves. He is someone who can be roped in and made friends with. Mofasaraja was an elven strong divine force rank god born in a war of the gods as well as the protector of the elves. It was because of Mofasaraja that the elves were able to become one of the 4 empires of the Feisua Plain and thrive on the Feisua Plain. In the center of a seemingly spacious plain, there is a huge temple full of rugged beauty. In the center of the temple, there sits a middle-aged man with a pair of lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering aura. He is the lion god Arketh. Arketh looked at the starry sky, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint. To dare kill that fellow amigo of the Titan divine system. He's really daring. He's really daring. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole and wipe out the hostile forces in one fell swoop. Arketh mused, but this is a human civil war, it has nothing to do with us beast men. It would be best if they kill each other and perish together. The god of war amigo died. It's really dangerous there. It's amazing that the god of half-blood beastmen Ian possesses such terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many neutral gods hidden in the starry sky shook, and they didn't dare to attack Yangfeng's divine country. Outside Yangfeng's divine country, a large number of angels, martyrs, and surviving gods are frantically attacking the barrier of Yangfeng's divine country. But no matter how they attack, they can only set off ripples on the barrier. Within Yang Feng's divine country. Our great lord has died. Damn it! My lord has actually fallen. These damn beasts. When the martyrs belonging to Amigo sensed Amigo's death, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they fell into madness, and their fighting strength surged. However, they were pierced through by the Skynet chains and nailed to the ground, becoming energy sources for the Skynet chains to absorb. When the three divine force rank gods fighting frantically saw this scene, their minds shook, and their eyes revealed a look of apprehension. Alexia, Yu Yen, Yang Feng's kindred avatar, and the ultimate form's six-winged sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared behind Gamma, and besieged him. Gamma's godhead of massacre is very compatible with the path of Yang Feng's god avatar. As long as he devours Gamma's godhead and refine it, Yang Feng's god avatar will soon be able to promote to a strong divine force rank god. As for god believers, with the intelligent life forms of the Andrak plane as a source of faith, it's enough to support Yang Feng's god avatar. Chapter 720. The god of massacre Gamma frantically burned his divine power. Very strangely, he grew a head and two arms. The two extra arms were holding the same powerful divine power, Scimitar of Massacre. He brandished the Scimitar of Massacre, which emitted ferocious blade rays, and blocked the attacks of Yang Feng's group of four. Fearsome shock waves surged in all directions. The area where God of Massacre Gamma is located shone with blade rays, and everything in its wake was shattered. Help me! Faced with the siege of the four powerhouses, God of Massacre Gamma has gone all out, yet he is still at a complete disadvantage. Within a breath of time, fine wounds appeared on his body. At the same time, under the control of Yang Feng's kindred avatar's blood energy, the wounds are extremely difficult to heal. He was forced to cry for help. God of Massacre Gamma can barely withstand the siege of Yang Feng's group of four for a short period of time. However, he knows that he can't withstand the siege of Yang Feng's group of four for a long time. Yu Tianling was sent to another battlefield by Yu Yen, who loves her younger sister very much. Ruler of the Night Moganaut roared wildly. Hold on! The Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon caught up with Ruler of the Night Moganaut and besieged him with the cooperation of a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots. Ruler of the Night Moganaut's strongest ability is that he can cast Night Divine spells and create a Night Divine domain that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers in radius. In the Night Divine domain, Ruler of the Night Moganaut can teleport to any place. In Yang Feng's divine country, the life magic energy is thin and rejects most extraordinary laws. Even if Ruler of the Night Moganaut spends a huge amount of divine force to cast divine spells, but he can only cast a Night Divine domain that covers an area of tens of kilometers in radius at most. As soon as the Night Divine domain appears, it will be drained of all its power by the Skynet chains, forcing Ruler of the Night to spend a tremendous amount of divine force to fight head-on. The omnipresent heavenly net chains that even great divine power-ranked deities feared had completely sealed the speed that Moganaut, the Ruler of the Night, was so proud of, as well as all sorts of bizarre divine spells. This put him at a complete disadvantage in the face of the three great weapons of war, the Crimson Flame Phoenix, the Gale Giant, and the Primordial Holy Dragon. Ruler of the Night Moganaut, God of Massacre Gamma, and God of Flames Thames, the three strong divine power rank gods, were constantly moving to avoid being locked on by the blazing sun-grade main cannon. The three strong divine power rank gods possessed incredible senses. As long as they were not entangled by the sky web chains, they would not be easily hit by the blazing sun-level main cannon. Amazing! As expected of a deity of the great divine force level. According to the analysis of the current battle situation, it would take another 3 hours to break the stalemate and kill a great divine power rank god. However, I don't have time, so I can only do this. With a thought from Yang Feng's clone, a hole appeared in the barrier. A figure flickered, and Yang Feng's true body, who was cruising outside, entered the hole and flew into the divine country. As soon as he entered the divine country, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Shoot the Heavens bow appeared in his hand. The World Ring frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng and poured it into the Shoot the Heavens bow, and an arrow containing endless world force condensed in the Shoot the Heavens bow. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flickered with countless mysterious runes, and he operated the Fate algorithm, and wisps of Fate aura diffused from him. A resplendent ray shot out from the Shoot the Heavens bow. The arrow, which seems to contain the terrifying pressure of the 9 worlds, shot out like a meteor, tore stars apart, shattered the vacuum, and annihilated everything, and shot towards God of Massacre Gamma with devastating force. Gamma, who just suffered a joint attack from Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar and the other 3, was forced to take a step back. The arrow appeared in front of him. Gamma roared and frantically burned divine force, and the space in front of him distorted and overlapped with hundreds of layers of space. When the golden ray hit the hundreds of layers of space, as if the hundreds of layers of space didn't exist, it easily pierced through the hundreds of layers of space and shot into the heart of God of Massacre Gamma, locking him on the ground. Countless chains of the heavenly net suddenly shot out and pierced into Gamma's body, frantically extracting his power. "Your blood is mine." Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar smiled gracefully and slashed open a huge crack on God of Massacre Gamma with his sword. A large amount of golden god blood sprayed out of Gamma and flew into the hand of Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar. The god blood, god body, god soul, and god head of gods were the embodiment of the laws of a certain plane. They were the pinnacle alchemy materials and the pinnacle treasures of heaven and earth. For example, if a drop of divine blood from a powerful god like God of Massacre Gamma was absorbed by an ordinary mortal, then that ordinary mortal would obtain the power to be reborn. Their soul aptitude and various other cultivation aptitudes would also increase crazily. If Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar could absorb the god blood of 30 strong divine force rank gods, he might be able to break through the bloodline shackles and promote to a kindred Grand Prince rank existence in one fell swoop. Alexia extended her hand and dug out Gamma's godhead from his body. When Gamma died, in the Feisua Plain, in the secret churches of the God of Massacre, Gamma's idols cracked one by one. All the believers of the God of Massacre were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense anything about Gamma. God of Massacre Gamma died. So fast. How scary. What is in Yang Feng's divine country? Outside Yang Feng's divine country, the neutral gods are speculating. After killing God of Massacre Gamma, Yu Yen, Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke, Alexia, and the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared beside Moganaut, and attacked him frantically. Moganaut is the Emperor of the Night. If he was outside Yang Feng's divine country, he would be able to freely travel within the scope of the night in the Feisua Plain's main world. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, without a secret treasure to restrain Moganaut, they won't be able to kill Moganaut in the night. Ordinary strong divine force rank existences will definitely lose against Moganaut in the night, and may even die if they are careless. Moganaut is the most powerful assassin in the night. If he hides in the dark, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will have a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that he teamed up with 3 strong divine force rank gods and led their divine legions into Yang Feng's divine country, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Ruler of the night, Moganaut's figure flickered as he madly burned his divine power. He turned into black saber lights that slashed at the Skynet chains, forcibly cutting open a space that was thousands of meters wide. His true body, on the other hand, moved freely in the space within thousands of meters wide and fought fiercely with the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. When Yu Yen and the other 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses joined the battle, Moganaut's movement space was suddenly suppressed, and many wounds appeared on his body. Ruler of the night, Moganaut barked. "Stop, Yang Feng. I admit that I lost this time. I will give you the Dark Elves. That woman Lolth isn't simple. She won't submit to you that easily. I can help you suppress her. By the way, we can also form an alliance. I am willing to be your ally and advance and retreat together with you." What an interesting proposal. Unfortunately, the promises of the darkness evil gods can never be taken seriously. So you'd better die here. Yang Feng's true body swallowed a dozen-plus vials of top recovery elixirs. Like a huge whirlpool, countless high-grade magic crystals turned into ashes, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy entered his body. The greater the power of the shoot the heavens bow, the greater the burden on Yang Feng's body. To condense an arrow that can seriously injure a strong divine force rank god, it is not a small burden for Yang Feng, who has formed 9 small worlds. Boom! At this moment, Yang Feng's divine country trembled slightly, ripples rose on the barrier, and a tremendous rumble spread throughout the divine country. Excitement flashed in Moganaut's eyes, and he frantically burned divine force and roared, "Ha ha! Our reinforcements are here. Yang Feng, you're dead. Our reinforcements are here. Let us go. We can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, Today will be the day you die. Moganaut, the ruler of the night, burned his divine power without a care for anything else. The massive amount of divine power he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years rapidly disappeared, allowing him to obtain incomparably terrifying power. Within that range of several thousand meters, the ruler of the night Moganaut's moving figure was everywhere, as well as the experts he had killed. With the support of the fearsome divine force, the powerhouses killed by ruler of the night Moganaut are killed one after another, and then resurrected and frantically attacked Yu Yen and the other three infinity warlocks, desperately consuming the power of the four of them. With how crazy Moganaut is, he won't be able to hold on for long. In a day at most, the divine force crystals he has accumulated for tens of thousands of years will be exhausted. However, as long as he fights for a certain amount of time until Yang Feng's divine country barrier collapses, he will be able to get a chance of survival. Chapter 721. Yang Feng looked at Moganaut, who has turned into a black ray of light and shuttled back and forth within a range of thousands of meters, took a deep breath, clenched the shoot the heavens bow, and frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him with the world ring. An arrow containing fearsome world force formed inside the shoot the heavens bow. No! Ruler of the night Moganaut's eyes flashed with fear when he saw the arrow, which contained the terrifying power of the world, and he screamed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow containing the power of 9 worlds shot out towards the ruler of the night, Moganaut. Damn it! Block it! The ruler of the night, Moganaut, roared as he burned his divine power in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, a great divine power rank, Shield of the Night, suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. A whirlpool of night that seems to be able to devour everything emerged from the Shield of the Night and rotated wildly. The Shoot the Heavens bow, which contains the force of 9 worlds and seems to be able to pierce through all worlds and suppress all enemies, plunged into the whirlpool of the night inch by inch with great difficulty. In a spacious void, an invisible blazing sun battlestar's main cannon flashed and a dazzling beam of light blasted Moganaut's body. Moganaut's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant, and then quickly condensed in the night thousands of meters away. Ruler of the night Moganaut has just formed a body, when a pitch-black fallen angel sword stabbed him in the chest, and fallen angel fire burned his flesh and soul. Damn it! If it weren't for this, then even if you join forces, you wouldn't be able to kill me. Ruler of the night Moganaut issued a roar full of unwillingness. With a flash of bloody light, his head was cut off by Yang Feng's kindred avatar. The shield of the night fell to the ground, and the Shoot the Heavens bow arrow turned into a stream of light and stabbed into Moganaut. At that moment, all the believers of the ruler of the night, Moganaut, lost their connection with him, and their statues shattered one after another. The Dark Night Divine Kingdom started to collapse, and a huge cave filled with the aura of the Star World appeared, completely engulfing the incomparably huge Dark Night Divine Kingdom. Outside Yang Feng's divine country, there are dozens of warships suspended in the air. The divine legions subordinated to Xalia Pantheon's gods poured out and frantically bombarded the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country. Standing loftily aboard a warship, Titan Pantheon's god of lightning Gaba watched coldly as Xalia Pantheon's gods attacked Yang Feng's divine country barrier. Covered in sacred light, the radiant primary god Prados stood in front of the god of thunder Vega and said solemnly, "Vega, please help me. Let's join forces to break through Yang Feng's divine country barrier." The god of thunder Vega sneered and said, "Prados, this is just a little guy with weak divine power. Your Xalia divine branch can't even break the divine kingdom of a little guy? How disappointing." The Xalia and Titan divine systems were the true overlords of the Feisua plane. The Elven divine system, the Beastman divine system, and other divine systems had to unite to be able to contend against them. In the War of the Gods tens of thousands of years ago, the gods of the Xalia and Titan divine systems fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Even though the Treaty of the Gods was concluded and the Feisua plane maintained peace, they still fought openly and covertly in the secular world for tens of thousands of years. The relationship between the two sides was naturally extremely bad. The radiant primary god Prados uttered, "Feeble divine force rank?" The amount of divine force crystals he spent to strengthen his divine country has already exceeded that of ordinary strong divine force rank gods. Strong divine force rank gods are existences at the apex of the Feisua plane. Each of them is extremely powerful. With divine force crystals burning, A strong divine force rank god can even resist the siege of 4 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. A strong divine force rank god can even break into the divine country of a weak divine force rank god by himself and kill the other party with absolute power. In the War of the Gods, there have been strong divine force rank gods who broke into the divine country of an intermediate divine force rank god and paid a huge price to kill the other party. The Elven pantheon only has the protection of a strong divine force rank god, yet it has already allowed the elves to become one of the 4 major races of the Feisua plane. In the Feisua plane, virtually all neutral gods are eager to promote to a strong divine force rank god. However, very few can achieve this. At this moment, the fog shrouding Yongfeng's divine country suddenly parted, and everyone can clearly see Yongfeng sitting loftily on a throne in the center of the divine country. Countless mysterious runes rose in his eyes, and wisps of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. In front of Yongfeng, Alexia, dressed in the fallen angel armor and holding the fallen angel sword, looked loftily into the distance, looking like a powerful guardian goddess. Prado's eyes are calm, but his face revealed a trace of anger, and he said coldly, "How arrogant! He's inviting us to go in and fight him." At this time, Yongfeng chose to promote to a strong divine force rank god. If the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon don't want him to promote to a strong divine force rank god, they can only enter his divine country and fight him. However, for strong divine force rank gods have already died in Yongfeng's divine country. Although the radiant primary god Prados and the god of thunder Gaba are far stronger than ordinary strong divine force rank gods, yet they don't dare to rashly enter and fight Yongfeng. The god of thunder Gaba sighed regretfully. Interesting. Unfortunately, this is his divine country. Otherwise, I would really like to go in and fight him to the death. The divine country of any god is a dangerous place. Without an absolute advantage, few gods will step into another god's divine country and start a fight. On the Feisua plane, for strong divine force rank gods were virtually invincible existences. Even if they encounter a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the 4 of them can fight them together. Even if they can't defeat them, they can still retreat unscathed. The fact that the 4 strong divine force rank gods died in Yongfeng's divine country proves that there is a terrifying danger in his divine country. The radiant primary god Prados said, "Yongfeng, return Tame's godhead to me. Otherwise, our Xalia Pantheon will fight you to the death." Inside the divine country, Yongfeng said coldly, "Since Tame's godhead is in my hands, then it's impossible for me to return it to you. If your Xalia Pantheon wants to fight me to the death, then you can all go to hell. In this way, we can easily sever the chain of hatred." Chapter 722. The divine thunder shell took a deep look at Yongfeng, then blurred into motion and appeared on a thunder warship. Rays of light flickered as the lightning warship flew towards the Titan divine system's divine kingdom, Myriad God Mountain. If there are 2 or more strong divine force rank gods resisting Yongfeng's divine country, Gaba is willing to go all out and pour all his power into Yongfeng's divine country to fight him to the death. However, Yongfeng's divine country is calm and tranquil at this time. The divine legions have been suppressed. That kind of terrifying combat power made Gaba, the god of thunder, extremely fearful. The radiant primary god Prados uttered coldly, "Very well. Yongfeng, I will remember your words. You human warlocks will all die on the Feisua plane, just like the previous human warlocks. Our Feisua plane will never be conquered. The one who will die is you, Prados." After saying that, Yongfeng's clone closed his eyes and frantically absorbed the surrounding divine force crystals, condensed god blood, god body, and comprehended the laws of the god of massacre's godhead. In the divine system, it was both difficult and easy to advance to the level of a divine power level god. If an ordinary mid-level divine power rank god wanted to advance to a strong divine power rank god, even if they meditated for 100,000 years, they might not be able to advance. However, as long as one had a strong divine power rank divinity, enough divine power crystals, and enough believers, a weak divine power rank god could easily be promoted to a strong divine power rank. In order to obtain a godhead of a great divine force, one had to kill a great divine force existence. The difficulty was extremely high. Therefore, no matter which plane it was, a divine power rank godhead was definitely worth an astronomical price. It could cause countless powerful beings to fight over it. Yang Feng, who possesses a strong divine force rank godhead and has obtained a large number of divine force crystals from several wars, was able to promote to a strong divine force rank god so smoothly. Outside Yang Feng's divine country, the radiant primary god Prados stared at Yang Feng. In the end, his figure fluttered, and he flew into his warship and flew towards his divine country. The gods can only watch helplessly as Yang Feng's divine force clone's aura becomes stronger and stronger and evolves towards the strong divine force rank. Those who dared to interfere with Yang Feng's promotion to a strong divine force rank god have been eliminated by him. On the Feisua plane, unless all gods joined forces, no god of a divine system could suppress Yang Feng and his party by themselves. In the countless temples of the Morin's Empire, huge bells rang, and the temples of the gods displayed miracles. Holy War. Our Lord's Oracle. The Holy War has officially begun. Holy War, the enemy of my Lord is the heretics of the Red Earth Wasteland. Inside the temples of the gods, the archbishops had solemn expressions as they announced the decree of the gods. Thanks to the oracle, the Morin's Empire, which exuded a smell of decay, finally began to operate at full speed. Like a slowly awakening war beast, it began to prepare for war. Dazzling starlight fell from the sky, landed in the Morin's Empire, and possessed the bodies of priests with excellent aptitudes chosen by the churches. Illuminated by the starlight, the strength of the priests with excellent aptitudes suddenly increased geometrically. Most of them broke through and promoted to legend rank powerhouses, and some even advanced to demigods in a single bound. In the Titan Empire, many shrines also shone brightly. Holy War. Our Lord's Oracle. The Holy War has officially begun. The entire Titan Empire was mobilized. Countless warriors were conscripted and added to the legions. The war machine of the Titan Empire was launched at once. Silver light fell from the sky and landed on the warriors with excellent aptitudes of the Titan Empire. When the warriors received the silver light, their strength suddenly soared, and they broke through to the legend and demigod realms. The war machines of the two most powerful empires of the Feisua Plain were fully operational, and terrifying armies began to advance towards the border of the Red Earth Wasteland. What a bunch of idiots. You're not my opponent in the starry sky of the gods, so you start with the secular world? Unfortunately, you're not my opponent in the secular world. Sitting in his divine country, Yang Feng observed the changes in the Feisua Plain's world through the laws of the nether and the vision of countless believers, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to the agreement between the gods couldn't directly intervene in the secular world's wars. Those who betrayed the agreement would be jointly suppressed by the gods. The agreement between the gods was an agreement jointly signed by the gods of the Feisua Plain's divine systems, neutral gods, and the Dark Chaos Camp. Anyone who violated the agreement would be punished by the gods. The reason why the agreement of the gods appeared was that the gods were too powerful. Take the goddess of venom, Charlotte, for example. If she went all out, it would take her less than 10 years to poison all the life forms in the Feisua Plain's secular world. The foundation of the gods who became gods on the Feisua Plain was the life forms in the secular world. Even if the gods still had believers on other planes, but due to the planar laws, the faith power provided by 10,000 believers on other planes could barely match the faith power provided by one believer on the Feisua Plain. Moreover, once a god became a god on the Feisua Plain, the number of believers on the Feisua Plain would decrease to a certain extent, and their strength would slowly weaken. Even if they had more believers on other planes, they couldn't prevent their strength from weakening. Eventually, they would be weakened to the feeble divine force rank, and then rely on the faith power of believers on other planes to linger on. Even if it was a strong divine force rank god, their strong divine force rank godhead would gradually decompose and degrade during this process. This was the weakness and limitation of gods. In the Red Earth Wasteland, Catherine began to quickly mobilize the soldiers of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire to go to the Lightning Fortress. The Lightning Fortress was a strategic location located at the junction of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Morin's Empire, and the Titan Empire. Only by capturing the Lightning Fortress would the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire be able to march straight into the Red Earth Wasteland. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being attacked from both sides. The human force established by Yang Feng in the Red Earth Wasteland when he was still immortal had developed into a kingdom called the Great Thunder Kingdom. The king of the Great Thunder Kingdom was Yang Feng, who lived high above the stars. As for the operation of the kingdom, it was handed over to the Council of Elders. The Great Thunder Kingdom and the Half-Blood Beastman Empire were Yang Feng's right-hand men in the secular world. They immediately launched a general mobilization and quickly began to prepare for war. A few days later, outside Yang Feng's divine country, ripples flickered, and a completely invisible warship filled with a strange aura and surrounded by countless weird vines suddenly appeared. Lolth requests an audience with Sir Yang Feng. The Queen of Spiders Lolth, who was dressed in a purple dress that revealed a large area of her snow-white skin and a pair of slender legs, exuding an aura of endless temptation, smiled flirtatiously and spoke in a voice full of charm. The upper body of the Queen of Spiders Lolth was a terrifying freak with the upper body of a stunning beauty and the lower body of a big spider. However, she used the divine spell God rank metamorphosis to transform into a human form. In her human form, she was a genuine human goddess. If she gave birth to offspring, they would definitely be purebred humans. By relying on the God rank metamorphosis and her charm, the Queen of Spiders Lolth bewitched a high elven monarch of the Sandra Plain and tempted an elf subordinate of the high elven monarch to degenerate into a dark elf and flee to the Feisua Plain. Please come in. The barrier of the divine country suddenly opened, revealing a huge cave. With a flash of black light, the flying ship flew into the huge cave. Gold light enveloped the flying ship and guided it to land next to the central temple. Charlotte. As soon as Rose walked out of the flying boat, she saw a beautiful woman in black leather clothes with a humiliating slave collar on her neck. She looked flirtatious and humiliating at the same time. She was immediately shocked. The beautiful woman in front of her was the goddess of toxins Charlotte. Behind Lolth, the gorgeous and enchanting dark elven goddesses looked curiously at the goddess of toxins Charlotte with contempt and ridicule in their beautiful eyes. The goddess of toxins Charlotte was once the woman of ruler of the night Moganaut, and an intermediate divine force rank god. She was arrogant and despotic under Moganaut's command, looking down on others. The dark elven goddesses once went to serve Moganaut, but she made things difficult for them in every possible way. Now that they saw the aloof goddess of toxins Charlotte fall from heaven to hell and become a lowly slave welcoming guests, the dark elven goddesses were filled with a sense of superiority. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of toxins Charlotte flashed numbly, and she bowed respectfully to the many goddesses and uttered, "Greetings, goddess." The corners of Loltha's mouth rose slightly. Looking at her former competitor in front of her, she loosened her grip, and a bag fell to the ground. A large number of precious gems spilled out of the bag. Lolth looked condescendingly at the goddess of toxins Charlotte and said with a smile, "Use your hands to help me pick them up one by one." "Yes, goddess." A deep look of humiliation streaked past the beautiful eyes of the goddess of toxins Charlotte. She bent down, squatted on the ground, picked up the precious gems that were priceless in the mortal world, and handed them to Lolth. Chapter 723. Well done, Charlotte. Lolth took the gem, gently patted Charlotte's pretty face, and revealed a smile full of superiority. A look of humiliation streaked past Charlotte's beautiful eyes, and she lowered her head and said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, goddess." Behind Lolth, the dark elven goddesses looked at each other and loosened their grip, and all kinds of things fell to the ground. Gabriella smiled sweetly and pointed at the handkerchief that fell to the side and said, "Pick it up." Another dark elven goddess said with a smile, "That's my favorite gem. Charlotte, pick it up." The dark elven divine systems goddesses arrogantly issued orders to poison goddess Charlotte, brimming with joy and delight. The goddess of poison, Charlotte, was a powerful mid-level divine power rank god. She wielded the law of toxicity and wielded the authority of toxicity on the Feisua Plain. She was one of the most promising existences to promote to a strong divine force rank god. In the past, the dark elven goddesses had to carefully flatter and curry favor with the goddess of toxicity Charlotte. Some dark elven goddesses were even punished and humiliated by the goddess of toxicity Charlotte. Now that there was a chance to humiliate the goddess of toxicity Charlotte, the narrow-minded and vengeful dark elven goddesses naturally wouldn't get tired of it, and used various methods to humiliate the goddess of toxicity Charlotte. Clenching her teeth, the goddess of toxicity Charlotte silently picked up the things dropped by the dark elven goddesses, and then respectfully returned them to the dark elven goddesses. Lolth smiled at the goddess of toxicity Charlotte, who endured the humiliation and said, "Shirley, Susan." "Yes, mother." The dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan, with temperaments that were diametrically opposed to the licentious dark elves, slowly walked over. Lolth smiled affectionately at Charlotte and said, These are my 2 obedient daughters, as well as the gifts I prepared for the great Sir Yongfeng. Charlotte, from now on, you should get close to each other. Remember to take care of my 2 lovely daughters." The pretty face of the goddess of toxicity Charlotte suddenly turned pale. Once the dark elven twin goddesses Shirley and Susan serve Yongfeng, it would be almost impossible for the goddess of toxicity Charlotte to rise again. In front of Yongfeng, the 2 dark elven goddesses Shirley and Susan, who looked pure and beautiful, were gentle and considerate bunnies. However, they were definitely palace fighting experts who had been meticulously trained by Rose to be proficient in countless plots and schemes. With them around, it was almost impossible for Charlotte, the poison goddess, to stand out. Charlotte became even more respectful. "Yes, I understand. Please follow me." In the center of Yongfeng's divine country, there is a dazzling and magnificent palace. As soon as Lolth stepped into the center of the huge palace, she saw Yongfeng's god clone sitting on a luxurious litter made of countless gems and all kinds of rare treasures. Beside the luxurious litter, there are several dark elven beauties kneeling. They are Tyrandot subcontinent's 2 great matriarchs Shaena and Joanna, Tyrandot subcontinent's top dark elven assassin Romulage, and Feisua Plain's former pope Gleistar. The top dark elven beauties watched the Queen of Spiders Lolth gracefully step into the temple, a fragrance wafting from her, and a queer feeling welled up in their hearts. In the past, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was the god most worshipped by the dark elven beauties, who believed that she was omnipotent. Deterred by fear, massacre, and all kinds of inhuman punishments, they didn't dare to betray her. This was a method evil gods used to dominate their believers. Divine grace as vast as the sea, divine might as deep as the prison. Gods of the righteous faction mainly absorbed human faith force. This is the divine authority, primary god of dark elves. Separated from my godhead. Please accept it. I will cooperate with you to subdue the entire dark elven race. Lolth extended her lily-white hand, and a black ball of light exuding strange fluctuations of divinity appeared in her hand. The divine authority of gods could be separated from their godhead. When they were weak, many gods would absorb various divine authorities that involved many fields. When they were strong enough, they would separate those divine authorities and become purer and more powerful. The main divine authority of the goddess Lolth was primary god of dark elves. After the divine authority was separated, her strength dropped from the pinnacle intermediate divine force rank to the junior intermediate divine force rank. Seeing Lolth so cooperative, Yongfeng couldn't find any reason to deal with her. He pointed with his hand, and the divine authority of the primary god of dark elves flew into his hand, and then was sealed by countless divine force seals. At the time, the Queen of Spiders Lolth had plotted against a warlock monarch rank high elven lord, lured a high elven subordinate to the other party to degenerate, and survived until now. Naturally, Yongfeng had to go through countless tests before using the things she gave him. Lolth said, "Your Majesty, these are my daughters, the twin goddesses of the dark elves, Shirley and Susan. Here, I offer them to you as a token of my loyalty. Please accept them." "Shirley, Susan, greets your Majesty." The twin goddesses, who looked almost identical, had snow-white skin, sexy and enchanting figures, and exuded a pure and charming aura, stepped forward and bowed to Yongfeng, saying in a sweet voice, "Dark elves were originally beings that degenerated from high elves. Lolth could degenerate high elves into dark elves. With a lot of resources, she could transform dark elves into high elves with noble bloodline. Shirley and Susan were the twin goddesses Lolth used to transform dark elves into high elves. They were the most outstanding beauties among the dark elves. Shaena, Joanna, and Romulage were the top beauties among the dark elves. But compared to Shirley and Susan, they were still slightly inferior. "All right, I'll accept them." Yongfeng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile and beckoned with his hand. Shirley and Susan flew to his side and knelt beside him, exuding a fresh and moving fragrance. Yongfeng flicked a finger, and a magic cube flew towards Lolth. "This is a gift in return." As soon as the Rubik's Cube flew in front of Lolth, it suddenly disintegrated into a silver armor that covered her entire body. In the center of the silver Jeanne armor, there was a mid-level divine force ranked godhead. A massive amount of energy flowed from the silver armor into Lolth's body. Lolth sensed the changes in her body, and excitement streaked past her beautiful eyes. What an amazing god armament! After equipping this god armament, My fighting strength is much stronger than before. Without concealing her joy, Lol thanked Yongfeng. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yongfeng suddenly looked up, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. It seems that we have a new guest. With a flash of golden light, a golden pillar of light formed in the divine hall. A young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an extremely handsome appearance appeared in the divine hall. He gave people a good impression of him with a single glance. Chapter 724. Mighty God of Massacre, I am the God of diplomacy of the Xalia divine system, Avalai. This is the treaty of the gods drawn up by the gods of the Feisua plain. Please sign it. This is the will of the gods of the Feisua plain. Avalai smiled gracefully and spread his hands, and a golden scroll suddenly flew out. Countless threads of divine force linked the golden scroll. Yongfeng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the golden treaty of the gods, and examined it carefully. The golden treaty of the gods recorded all kinds of taboos. Apart from blasphemy, dealing with experts from other planes, and other extreme situations, gods were not allowed to descend with their true bodies and participate in wars between mortals. The means by which gods interfered in the secular world could be bestowed with god armaments, bestowed with power to mortals, guided by divine decrees, combined with mortals to give birth to divine descendants, and other indirect means. Those who violated the treaty would be jointly suppressed by the gods of the Feisua plain. All the gods who signed their names on the treaty of the gods were bound by it. Only after the treaty of the gods did the Feisua plain recover from the chaos of the war of the gods. Before the implementation of the treaty of the gods, the main plane of the Feisua plain was practically barren due to the divine force of the gods. All mortals hid in the shelters of the gods, struggling at death's door, and were in danger of being assimilated into petitioners at any time. Once the mortals, the foundation of the gods, were assimilated into petitioners, the gods would lose their foundation of existence on this plane, slowly weaken, and even die. Gods had long lifespans, were extremely powerful, and possessed astonishing explosive power. However, their only weakness was that they didn't have as much freedom as human warlocks. Yongfeng grabbed the treaty of the gods and said with a faint smile, "What if I don't sign it?" Avalai replied with a smile, "We will only tell this fact to all the gods." Yongfeng took a deep look at Avalai, then suddenly revealed a smile and signed his name. "It seems that I have no choice." Gods who refused to sign the treaty of the gods would become the public enemy of all the gods of the Feisua plain. Once Yongfeng refuses to sign the treaty of the gods, not only the two human divine systems, but also the neutral divine system, elven divine system, dragon divine system, beastman divine system, and many other gods will become his enemies. Currently, Yongfeng didn't have the power to go against the gods of the Feisua plain. As such, he could only choose to sign the treaty. Seeing this, Avalai's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He smiled and said, "Great God of Massacre, our God King's daughter, the goddess of love, Mavis, will be celebrating her birthday on the 9th of next month. I hope you can do me the honor and attend her birthday party." Yongfeng said, "If I have time, I will consider it." Avalai smiled and said, "Then goodbye." A gold beam descended from the sky, enveloped Avalai, and teleported him away from Yongfeng's divine country. Rose said, "Your Majesty, I have a lot of experience in wars between mortals. Please allow me to explain to you the rules of the war between gods of the Feisua plain." Yongfeng responded, "All right." As the largest barrier of the Red Earth wasteland, the Lightning Fortress was surrounded by the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. Outside the Lightning Fortress, there were various tents stretching for more than 100 kilometers, and powerful auras were faintly discernible inside the tents, as if terrifying beasts were hiding inside. A convoy slowly entered the barracks. Most of the people in the convoy were tall and beautiful dancers. As soon as the convoy entered the barracks, it attracted the greedy gazes of countless warriors. However, when the warriors saw the carriage with the god of dance's crest in the center of the convoy, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Sitting in the carriage, Florence looked at the barracks through the window, her heart filled with complicated emotions. Wizard Ian, Martial Ian, god of half-blood beast men, god of massacre Yongfeng. He's changed a lot. Back then, he was just an ordinary wizard, but now he has become a strong divine force rank god, an enemy of the gods. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. When Florence and Yongfeng met for the first time, Yang Feng was just a wizard from the wilderness. In order to become an aristocrat, he went to the imperial capital of the Morin's Empire to be conferred a title by the emperor. At that time, Yang Feng wasn't even taken seriously by the gods. But now, a strong divine force rank god of the Xalia divine system and a strong divine force rank god of the Titan divine system died at Yang Feng's hands, forcing the two divine systems to join forces and launch a holy war against Yang Feng's mortal forces. Florence, a chosen of the god of dance Frederica, couldn't help but feel that the affairs of the world were somewhat unpredictable. After Florence and her convoy stopped within the sphere of influence of the temple, she went to the headquarters of the two allied forces. As soon as she entered the headquarters of the two allied forces, Florence saw legend heroes emerging from the Democalypse. Dragon Bloodline Wizard, Ruby Prince, Red Dragon Duke, Black Dragon Widow, Giant Grand Duke, Fiend Assassin, Devil Summoner, Storm Swordsman, Lightning Swordsman, Fiend Killer, Shield Prince, Fortress Duke, and other human heroes emerging from the Democalypse were all legend rank powerhouses or above, and there was even no lack of demigod rank powerhouses with god armaments. The human heroes were originally scattered in various areas of the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire. But under the summons of the church, they finally gathered together. For the sake of the legendary qualification to become a god, they came here to serve the two empires. The headquarters seemed to be divided into two by an invisible blade. On one side stood the heroes of the Morin's Empire, and on the other side stood the heroes of the Titan Empire. Every single one of those human heroes was an unruly, powerful, and unruly figure in their own territories. However, in the High Command Department, he restrained all his arrogance and obediently sat in his seat. In the seats of honor, there were two people sitting respectively. One was tall, handsome, dressed in a white priest's robe, and shrouded in white divine light. He was the son of a god Franz, born from the union of the radiant primary god Prados and a princess of the Morin's Empire named Barbara. The other person was a tall man dressed in white bear fur. His face was covered with a beard, and he looked like a human bear. He was the son of a god Otto, born from the union of the god of thunder Gaba and the shepherdess Aphrodite. Whether it was Franz or Otto, they were the most legendary human heroes of the two empires. They both had frightening physiques and a trace of divinity. They were the most powerful demigods. They also had many blessings bestowed upon them by the gods. With the blessings of the gods, Franz and Otto were definitely the strongest human heroes. Even some weak divine power rank gods might be slain by them using god armaments if careless. Franz said, "The Lightning Fortress is our target for this battle. It's also the core of the heretics. If we break through Lightning Fortress, the cities of the heretics in the Red Earth Wasteland will be completely exposed to our troops. This is our first battle, so we must win. Who is willing to be the vanguard and capture this city for the great gods?" A peerlessly handsome ruby prince with a head of red hair and eyes like a pair of beautiful rubies interrupted. "Franz, in this war, the person who performed the most outstandingly obtained a mid-level divine power godhead and became a true god under the protection of the gods, right?" As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes focused on Franz and Audu. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and doubt. A mid-level divine power rank god was a high-level existence among the gods and had a huge status. Even the great divine power level gods needed to consider their opinions before they acted. It was because of the temptation of an intermediate divine power rank godhead that the ambitious and ruthless people from the two empires gathered here to serve the two empires. Otherwise, with their shrewdness, they wouldn't have come here to participate in the decisive battle between the newly risen half-blood Beastman Empire and the two empires. Franz said, "That's right. This is what the gods promised." And it wasn't just one, but two. The two people with the most outstanding performance in this battle will be qualified to promote to an intermediate divine power rank god. In addition, there are also 10 weak divine power rank gods and 48 feeble divine power rank gods. In the venue, the breathing of the human heroes became rapid, and their eyes revealed traces of greed. Gods were the most powerful existences on the Feisua plane, as well as the most revered existences. A god, even a feeble divine power rank god, had an extremely long lifespan and enjoyed life beyond that of ordinary people. However, due to the control of the gods, it was extremely difficult for gods to be born on the Feisua plane. People who could promote to gods within thousands of years were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Now that there were 52 more places to promote to gods, the human heroes immediately became excited. The 2-3-meter-tall bald giant Grand Duke engraved with strange runes stepped forward and said, I'll be the vanguard to capture Lightning Fortress for the mighty gods. Franz said decisively. Okay, then you'll be the first vanguard. The handsome devil summoner, who was wearing a long black wizard robe and holding a book in his hand, gave off a mysterious aura, and said with a graceful smile, I'm also willing to be the vanguard and take down the lightning stronghold for the great gods. I'm willing to be the vanguard to capture Lightning Fortress for the mighty gods. A trifling lightning fortress. It only takes me a week to raze it to the ground. I only need 3 days. In the Commander-in-Chief's department, the heroes from the two empires were quarreling. For the position of the vanguard, they fought until their heads bled and they almost came to blows. Chapter 725. Outside the Lightning Fortress, banners fluttered in the wind as the human armies formed neat phalanxes. These were the most elite human warriors, who could form neat phalanxes. Outside the neat phalanxes, there were some aristocratic private soldiers of varying strength exuding a valiant temperament. On the Feisua plain, due to the planar tide, the interference of gods in the secular world was reduced to a minimum. A large number of abyssal fiends poured into the Feisua plain, forming a terrifying democalypse. After the Feisua plain's aristocrats experienced the baptism of the democalypse, the survivors were all experts. Even if they weren't experts themselves, but they still had countless experts under their command. At the forefront of the human army stood 2,000 warriors who were more than 2 meters tall. They were wearing pitch-black enchanted armor called black giant armor, and their formation was loose. They held huge shields and axes in their hands, exuding an iron-blooded aura. The 2,000 warriors wearing the black giant armor were the strongest elite black giant warriors under the giant Grand Duke's command. The giant Grand Duke was a hybrid between a giant and a human. During a fortuitous encounter, he stimulated his giant bloodline and obtained formidable power. Furthermore, he gathered all the giant and human hybrids and formed an elite black giant warrior army. During the democalypse, he made great contributions and was conferred the title of Duke. Each of the 2,000 warriors wearing the black giant armor was terrifyingly strong. Once the power of their bloodline was stimulated, coupled with the enchanted black giant armor, they could even erupt with level 2 or level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. The giant Grand Duke was the commander of that incomparably terrifying army that crushed countless demon legions along the way, and even beheaded an abyssal demon baron. Beat the drum! The giant Grand Duke came to in front of the elite black giant legion he created and barked in a heroic spirit. A tall, wheat-colored female warrior with rough skin and a ponytail, who had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a full set of battle armor, raised a silver hammer and struck a black battle drum crazily. Every time the female warrior beats the black war drum, black halos will envelop the feet of the black giant legion. The black battle drum was a demigod-level treasure called the Drum of Valor. Once it was beaten continuously, it would form a halo of valor that enveloped the warriors on the battlefield, stimulating the fighting will of those warriors who were enveloped by the halo. The warriors shrouded in halos were immune to low-grade spirit spells. Charge with me, kill them all. We will use their blood and bones to exchange for our homes. The giant Grand Duke wore a demigod tier treasure called Giant Armor, and held a 2-meter-long demigod tier longsword called Giant Sword. He pointed at Lightning Fortress and roared, Kill! Kill them all! The elite black giant corps roared like wild beasts and followed the giant Grand Duke towards Lightning Fortress. 2 armies from the Titan Empire and the Morinth Empire attacked Lightning Fortress from 2 different directions with various siege weapons. The armies from the Titan Empire and the Morinth Empire totaled 40,000 people. They were cannon fodder to attract the attention of Lightning Fortress. The real trump card was the elite black giant corps of the giant Grand Duke. Fire! Tyrandot subcontinent's great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Joanna, wore a silver military uniform, looking valiant and formidable. She stood on the city wall of Lightning Fort, overlooking the armies of the 2 empires rushing over, and coldly ordered. The large-caliber heavy artillery in the fortress flashed, and heavy artillery rained down on the armies of the 2 empires. Boom! Boom! Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, hundreds and thousands of soldiers from the 2 empires were blasted into countless pieces. Incomparably mournful cries resounded from the armies of the 2 empires. When they saw such a cruel scene, the morale of the warriors of the 2 empires collapsed, and they fled in disorder. At this moment, in the camp of the Morinth Empire, A cardinal with a holy text in hand recited a sonorous hymn. Hundreds of bishops gathered around the red-robed archbishop, chanting the incomparably loud hymn as well. Golden ripples spread out from the holy scripture and enveloped the remaining warriors of the two empires. When the warriors of the two empires were enveloped by the gold ripples, they were filled with courage, and they turned and charged towards Lightning Fortress. Romulage was lying prone on a hidden high platform on the wall of Lightning Fortress. She was holding an extended Gauss sniper cannon that was almost as long as her and brimming with a sci-fi aura. She aimed at the cardinal and calmly pulled the trigger. With a flash of light, one divine spell shield after another appeared around the cardinal. The divine spell shield shattered in an instant, and the head of the cardinal exploded, turning him into a headless corpse that fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of the clergymen reciting the hymn flashed with fear, and they fled in all directions. Romulage grabbed the elongated special edition Gauss sniper cannon, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of excitement. Her figure shook slightly, and she disappeared into the darkness. Awesome! This assassination secret treasure is really fearsome. It suits me so well. As a top assassin, Romulage kept in mind the rules of assassination. Every time she assassinated an important target, she would quickly leave. She would never stay in one place for long. After the cardinal died, another cardinal quickly came to replace him and continued to cast divine spells, enhancing the fighting spirit and courage of the armies of the two empires. After Lightning Fortress fired several rounds of artillery fire at the ordinary soldiers, under Joanna's command, the artillery fire crazily shrouded the elite Black Giant Legion. Amidst the roar of the cannons, the elite Black Giant warriors nimbly avoided the bombardment of the cannons. From time to time, the elite Black Giant soldiers were shrouded by the shock waves of artillery fire. However, relying on their terrifying fleshly strength and the protection of the Black Giant armor, they forcibly rushed out of the artillery fire. After paying the price of more than 200 casualties, they appeared 100 meters away from Lightning Fortress. Fire at full force. When the elite Black Giant soldiers arrived 100 meters away from Lightning Fortress, Joanna smiled coldly and ordered. 10,000 Half-Blood Beastman soldiers armed with strengthened Gauss rifles and wearing strengthened battlesuits appeared on the city wall and fired wildly at the elite Black Giant soldiers. A dense rain of light enveloped the elite Black Giant soldiers. The fearsome Gauss rifle bullets tore apart the defense of the Black Giant armor, pierced into the elite Black Giant soldiers, and blasted open huge holes. Swept by the dense rain of light, the bodies of the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant warriors burst into pieces, and they died powerlessly and miserably. They couldn't even fight back. So scary! What weapons are those? How can they be so ferocious? Those are elite Black Giant soldiers, the most powerful ground infantry. Even the Earth Dragon Knights were no match for them. How could this be? How could those elite Black Giant soldiers die at the hands of those weak half-blood beast men? When the experts of the two empires saw the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant soldiers easily killed by the half-blood beastman soldiers without any resistance, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Each of the elite Black Giant soldiers possessed level 2 Warlock rank battle prowess. 100 elite Black Giant soldiers could easily break through a 10,000-strong human legion. The battle prowess of the human legion was far greater than that of the half-blood beastman legion. But now, a half-blood beastman legion easily killed more than 1,700 elite Black Giant soldiers, which was simply appalling. Damn it! You bastards! You dare to kill my compatriots! Go to hell! Seeing this, the giant Grand Duke's eyes turned red, and he let out a furious roar as he activated the giant bloodline in his body. He suddenly turned into a 7-meter-tall giant that gave off a ferocious and tyrannical aura. The semi-god artifact, giant armor, and semi-god artifact, giant sword, also grew along with him. Joanna said coldly, "It's you who's going to die. Magic cube troops, attack." Silver rays shone, and 20 magic cube troops covered in silver armor and exuding fearsome auras suddenly flew out and turned into 20 swift streams of light rushing towards the giant Grand Duke. The bulging chests showed that they were all female soldiers. The silver magic cube armor was called Silver Storm. As long as a connection was established with the Silver Storm, even an ordinary person could obtain demigod rank power within an hour. The 20 magic cube troops wearing Silver Storm burst out with demigod rank power and frantically besieged the giant Grand Duke. 20 demigod rank powerhouses. How could this be? It hasn't been long since the Red Earth Wasteland was established, so how could there be so many demigod-rank powerhouses? Where did these demigod-rank powerhouses come from? In the distance, a human powerhouse looked at the 20 silver storm troops that suddenly appeared and was dumbstruck, his heart filled with shock. Chapter 726. On the Feisua Plain, demigod-rank powerhouses were famous bigwigs who dominated a region. During planar tides, demigod-rank powerhouses were the most powerful in the world. Ever since Xiaofan ascended to godhood under the name Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland became the target of research by many forces. Numerous spies sneaked into the Red Earth Wasteland to investigate. The experts in the Red Earth Wasteland had been thoroughly studied by the many forces. As such, they couldn't find any traces of the 20 demigod-rank powerhouses that suddenly appeared. The giant Grand Duke was indeed a battle-hardened powerhouse. Faced with the siege of the 20 fake demigod-rank powerhouses, he brandished the giant sword and fought them, forcibly suppressing the 20 soldiers of the Magic Cube Squadron. Fortunately, they have demigod-rank strength, but no corresponding fighting strength. The fighting strength of these people is too weak. It seems that they lack combat experience. When the human heroes watching from afar saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, sharp invisible ripples flashed beneath the giant Grand Duke, and the giant Grand Duke's 2 thick legs were cut off. No! The giant Grand Duke issued a miserable scream. The 20 Silver Storm soldiers brandished their swords and unleashed silver sword blades that enveloped the giant Grand Duke. After a breath of time, the giant Grand Duke was chopped into countless pieces. The 20 Silver Storm soldiers quickly grabbed the giant Grand Duke's corpse and his treasures and transported them back to Lightning Fortress. What happened? What the hell happened? The giant Grand Duke has been killed. When the heroes of the 2 empires saw that the giant Grand Duke had been killed in an instant, and that he couldn't even be saved, their eyes flashed with shock. Full artillery fire. Joanna's beautiful eyes shimmered with a chill, and she ordered coldly. In an instant, the 100,000 heavy artilleries hidden in Lightning Fortress opened fire and enveloped the armies of the 2 empires. The neatly arranged phalanxes of the 2 empires were completely engulfed by the terrifying artillery fire. Tens of thousands of soldiers were turned into fragments by the artillery fire. The gates of the Lightning Fortress opened, and 200 enhanced tanks charged out. Their cannons roared as they bombarded the troops of the 2 empires. 30,000 half-blood beastman warriors riding electric motorcycles, wearing strengthening suits and carrying Gauss rifles galloped out of Lightning Fort and closely followed the strengthened tank. 200 assault helicopters flew out from the Lightning Light Fort, their cannons roaring, slaughtering all life on the ground. Griffin Legion. Quick! Send out the Griffin Legion. Flying Dragon Army. Quickly send out the Flying Dragon Army. As the high-ranking generals of the 2 empires roared, more than 200 Griffin riders and 300 Wyvern riders flew up from the rear. How could this be? The Griffin Legion was an elite legion of 10,000 men. How could there only be so few left? Flying Dragon Legion, what's going on? Why are there only so few people left? When the high-ranking generals of the 2 empires saw their trump card turn out like this, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Franz's face was ashen as he gnashed his teeth and explained, "Damn it, our Griffin Legion and Wyvern Legion were bombarded by those damn half-blood beastmen's cannons. Only these people barely survived." The Griffin Legion and Wyvern Legion were arranged 25 kilometers away from the battlefield. In the Feisua Planar War, this was the rear. In front of the 2 flying legions, there were countless barracks of the 2 empires, where countless experts of the 2 empires gathered. It was almost impossible to be attacked. Franz never expected that the range of the enhanced heavy artillery could reach tens of kilometers. Before the elites of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion could play a role, they were smashed by the terrifying artillery fire. A dense rain of air-to-air missiles shot out from the assault helicopters and slammed into the warriors of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion. Boom! 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 The warriors of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion were blasted apart by the terrifying missiles and fell from the sky. Temple Knights charge! The Temple Knights, who were blessed with all kinds of divine light and wearing enchanted armor, let out angry roars and charged towards the tanks one after another. The automatic Gauss cannons installed on the tanks roared, and the charging Templars were blasted into pieces. Even if some escaped, They were shot dead by the half-blood beastman mechanized infantry around the tanks. Break! Accompanied by an angry roar, a vice-commander of the Temple Knights with short blonde hair and exuding pinnacle legend rank aura shot out of the rain of light, appeared in front of a strengthened tank, and slashed out a terrifying crescent sword ray that slashed at the front armor of the strengthened tank. When the crescent sword ray slashed at the front armor of the strengthened tank, it cut open a 30-centimeter deep sword mark, yet failed to cut the strengthened tank in two. The eyes of the vice-commander of the Temple Knights shimmered with despair, and he shouted, "How is this possible?" There was virtually nothing that a pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman couldn't cut. They could even wound demigod rank powerhouses, and even had the chance to kill them. However, his sword had not been able to cut the reinforced tank in half. This caused his faith to collapse and he fell into despair. The half-blood beastman infantry around the strengthened tank fired at the pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman with Gauss rifles. A dense rain of light enveloped the pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman in an instant. In an instant, the vice-commander of the Temple Knights was blasted apart by the tank and turned into a pile of minced meat. The charge of the valiant Temple Knights collapsed under the integrated attack of the half-blood beastman infantry and tanks. The Temple Knights had a lot of powerhouses, with nearly 100 legend-rank sacred swordsmen among them. They killed nearly 1,000 half-blood beastman warriors, but they were still blasted into dregs by the terrifying half-blood beastman warriors. Under the assault of the half-blood beastman empire, the allied forces of the Morinth Empire and the Titan Empire collapsed and suffered heavy casualties. Haha! Everyone, let's go. Now is the time for us to show our strength. Eyes bloodshot, the Red Dragon Duke smiled excitedly, recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and conjured the demigod rank spell Dragon Covenant. A huge portal appeared in the sky, and huge red dragons exuding evil auras flew out of the portal. A total of 21 adult red dragons flew out of the portal, including a starry sky warlock rank ancient red dragon. On the Feisua plain, the strength of heroes was extremely terrifying. In many wars where the weak prevailed over the strong, heroes reversed the tide of the battle by themselves. The Red Dragon Duke had the terrifying trump card to reverse the tide of the battle by himself, which was the legendary spell Dragon Covenant. With 21 red dragons plus a starry sky warlock rank ancient red dragon, even a demigod would be killed by him. The ancient red dragon stared at the Red Dragon Duke with its huge eyes and said in a thunderous voice, "Luo Ji, are you ready for the sacrifice I want?" "I'm ready. Sir Guren, this is what I've prepared for you." The Red Dragon Duke had just put his hand into his bosom, when a bright light flashed, and his head exploded, turning into a headless corpse that collapsed to the ground. Another one was killed. This one looks like the Red Dragon Duke. How exciting! This weapon is amazing. In Lightning Fortress, Romulage, who had her eyes blessed by Eagle's sight, smiled excitedly. She stuck out her pink tongue and licked the strengthened version of the super long-range Gauss sniper cannon in her hand. Her figure slightly shook, and she disappeared into the darkness. When the Red Dragon Duke died, the bodies of the 21 red dragons as well as the ancient starry sky warlock rank ancient red dragon Guren swayed, and they spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their vitality was severely damaged. At the same time, the portal disappeared. Dragons wouldn't easily sign a dragon covenant with others, because once the person who signed the dragon covenant died, the dragon who signed the covenant with them would also be seriously injured, and even lose their lifespan. With their long lifespans, dragons naturally wouldn't be willing to sign such a covenant with ordinary humans. The Red Dragon Duke had also obtained a divine artifact and paid a huge price to sign the dragon covenant with the greedy red dragons. Of course, every time he summoned the greedy red dragons, the Red Dragon Duke had to pay a huge price. Now that the Red Dragon Duke was dead, the 21 dragons that had signed the Dragon Alliance with him were struck by the backlash of the alliance and were heavily injured. The dense hail of Gauss cannons turned into a terrifying barrage that enveloped the 21 red dragons. The 21 red dragons that had just suffered a backlash were blasted with numerous huge bloody holes. Their frightening scales with astonishing defensive strength couldn't resist the Gauss cannons in the slightest. "We're from Dragon Island's red dragons." Before the demigod rank immemorial red dragon could finish speaking, its body was blasted by countless Gauss cannons, and countless fist-sized bloody holes appeared on its body. Its wings were pierced, and it fell to the ground. The muzzles of the 3 strengthened versions of the tanks turned, flames flashed, and 3 shells slammed into the demigod rank immemorial red dragon, blowing it apart. Chapter 727. When the human heroes saw this, their faces turned ashen, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The demigod-rank immemorial red dragon could contend against any one of them. As soon as such an immemorial red dragon appeared, it was slain by the half-blood beastman army of Lightning Fortress, which made the human heroes feel a chill in their hearts. Franz shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together. Those half-blood beastmen are definitely the most fearsome enemies we have ever encountered. Even abyssal fiends aren't as fearsome as them. I'll also use our strongest trump card." At this moment, light shone from the Morinth Empire's camp, and 10 100-meter-tall giants engraved with countless runes and exuding demigod-rank fluctuations of power emerged. A 1,000-meter-tall giant god soldier engraved with countless runes, exuding demigod-rank fluctuations of power infinitely close to the feeble divine force rank, stood up from the Morinth Empire's camp. In the Titan Empire's camp, a 200-meter-long ancient dragon engraved with countless runes suddenly opened its eyes, and frightening fluctuations of power infinitely close to the feeble divine force rank diffused from its body. Along with flashes of black light, hundreds of legend-rank spectre dragons appeared beside the ancient dragon and exuded fearsome might. The Morinth Empire's giant god soldier and the Titan Empire's ancient dragon were the ultimate strategic weapons of the two empires. Whether it was the giant god soldier or the ancient dragon, both possessed terrifying power. Even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, they would be killed if they were careless on the battlefield. When the dense rain of light slammed into the giant god soldier, it set off ripples on the surface of the giant god soldier. When countless shells and guided missiles slammed into the ancient dragon, they exploded, unable to approach within 10 meters of the ancient dragon. Giant god soldier. The Morinth Empire's giant god soldier is invincible. Haha! You lowly half-blood beastmen, you're dead. In the Morinth Empire's camp, many generals looked at the mountain-like giant god soldier with excitement and fanaticism in their eyes. The giant god weapon was a treasure obtained by the founder of the Morinth Empire. It was developed by the 7th Warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, and was a powerful weapon that even ordinary people could use. The first emperor of the Morinth Empire relied on the giant god soldier and the god armaments he obtained through various fortuitous encounters to stand out in the war of countless powerhouses, and finally founded the Morinth Empire. At this moment, a 100-meter-tall, 20-meter-long cannon engraved with countless mysterious runes, with a caliber of 3,900 millimeters appeared in the center of Lightning Fortress. Countless rays of light shone, and the magic stones and magic cores on the huge cannon were drained of their energy in an instant. Suddenly, a fearsome beam of light shot out and slammed into the energy core in the center of the giant god warrior. Rumble! The energy core of the giant soldier god was instantly smashed into smithereens, and a terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. The hundreds of soldiers beside the giant soldier god were also caught up in the terrifying explosion and suffered heavy casualties. It's destroyed! Our giant god warrior was destroyed. When the powerhouses of the Morinth Empire saw the giant god warrior destroyed, despair appeared in their eyes. After the blast, hundreds of half-blood beastman soldiers quickly came to the huge cannon with magic stones and magic cores, began to clean up the dust, and installed the magic stones and magic cores on the cannon. The primordial dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky under the protection of the hundreds of spectre dragons, clashing with the assault helicopters. The hundreds of spectre dragons were extremely fast and could spray fearsome dragon breaths. As soon as they joined the battle, the armed helicopters in the sky were destroyed one by them with their terrifying fleshly body. The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly in the sky, and countless parts of the armed helicopters splashed about. At the same time, spectre dragon breaths full of negative energy fell from the sky. Even though the half-blood beastman soldiers wore strengthening suits, when hit by the spectre dragon breaths, they were corroded in an instant and turned into dried corpses. Audu roared loudly, "Follow them and destroy that huge cannon! Don't give it a chance to recharge!" Audu erupted with demigod-rank breath, and with the 2-meter-long god armament blade of courage in hand, his body suddenly swelled by a size, and he shot towards Lightning Fortress at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Tyrannical breaths rose from the rear, and black dragons, devils, fiends, and other powerful extraordinary life forms appeared in the camp of the two empires. The human heroes revealed their trump cards one by one, activating their terrifying powers. Even the weakest of the human heroes who dominated a region possessed terrifying strength comparable to a low-level demigod, and the strongest even had the strength of a peak demigod. From the Morinth Empire, Hundreds of powerhouses with angel wings on their back fused with angels flew out. Every powerhouse who fused with angels possessed legend rank cultivation base, and 10 of them even possessed demigod rank strength. Among the Titan Empire's clergymen, more than 30 peerless powerhouses exuding demigod rank fluctuations of power, and who have merged with the martyrs emerged. With nearly 100 demigod rank powerhouses gathered here, even if the avatars of gods descended here, they would be besieged and killed. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, the human heroes felt reassured, and their eyes filled with excitement as they stared at Lightning Fortress. Although the conventional legions of the two empires suffered heavy casualties and collapsed, and the defeated armies of the two empires were everywhere, but the nearly 100 demigod rank powerhouses had the terrifying power to reverse the situation. "Charge with me, kill them all!" Odo roared excitedly and charged forward. Halfway through his huge roar, he froze slightly. He saw half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm flying out of Lightning Fortress. Each of the half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm exudes demigod rank fluctuations of power, and there are more than 10,000 of them. Demigod rank powerhouses. 10,000. 10,000 demigod rank powerhouses? How is this possible? How can 10,000 demigod rank powerhouses defeat them? The human demigod rank powerhouses looked at the dense crowd of half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm in the sky, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Countless half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm pounced on the ancient dragon and the hundreds of specter dragons. Resplendent sword rays sliced through the void, and under the siege of more than 1,000 half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm, the hundreds of legend-rank specter dragons crumbled inch by inch and fell from the sky. Those female half-blood beast-man warriors wearing the Silverstorm were the elites among the half-blood beast men. They had also received strict combat training. Although they couldn't precisely grasp the terrifying power of a demigod, they were still able to control it. Although they couldn't precisely grasp demigod rank power, but by relying on their numerical advantage, they still slayed the specter dragons one after another. Besieged by 1,000 half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm, cracks continuously appeared on the ancient dragon's body. The half-blood beast-man female warriors were also seriously injured from time to time. Whenever they were seriously injured, they would turn into silver rays and shoot towards Lightning Fortress. The Silverstorm Magic Cube has an automatic savior function. Once the user's life is in danger, it will take the user away from the battlefield and return to a designated location. The remaining 8,000 half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm flew towards the demigod rank powerhouses of the two empires. With a flash of red light, the Ruby Prince plunged into the ground and fled into the distance. When the Ruby Prince fled, the rest of the human heroes also decisively unleashed various secret methods and fled into the distance. If the human heroes didn't understand this, they would have already died in the Democalypse and turned into a pile of bones. When the human heroes, who were the mainstay of the two empires, fled, the warriors of the two empires collapsed. Only some true believer and fanatic rank clergies fought the half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm. After the half-blood beast-man female warriors dressed in Silverstorm killed all the powerhouses, they immediately returned to Lightning Fortress to replenish their energy and rest. After all, most of the half-blood beast-man female warriors were ordinary people. Using Silverstorm was a huge burden on them. Under the attack of the 200,000 half-blood beast-man mechanized troops, the elite legions of the two empires suffered more than 1 million casualties. At the same time, more than 500,000 troops surrendered to Yang Feng. Yang Feng's main force took this opportunity to launch an attack on the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire. Sweeping away all obstacles along the way, they easily captured the cities in front of them. Large tracts of territory of the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire fell into Yang Feng's hands. All the races of the Feisua Plain were alarmed by the outcome of this battle. Before the battle, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng. After all, the time Yang Feng established his force in the secular world was too short. His foundation was insufficient, and the number of powerhouses he had could be counted on one hand. The Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire were both veteran human empires with numerous powerhouses. Besides, they had the guidance of the gods of the two divine systems. However, the outcome of the battle was a crushing defeat of the two empires, with virtually all of their elites wiped out. This naturally caused a huge shock. Chapter 728. In the center of Yang Feng's divine country. Inside the temple of the god of massacre. Yang Feng's true body is sitting in the soft litter. Shirley, Susan, and a dozen plus dark elven and half-blood beastman girls are kneeling beside him, massaging his legs and peeling fruits. Yang Feng's god clone is hiding in the depths of the temple and continues to comprehend the law of massacre and the ruler of the night's law of night. For ordinary strong divine force rank gods, they only have a glimmer of hope to promote to a mighty divine force rank existence by relying on the divine authority and laws they have mastered. Yang Feng, on the other hand, is not in a hurry to promote his god clone to a mighty divine force rank expert because he wants to improve his fighting strength. Two beautiful half-blood beastman swan girls with a pair of swan wings on their back are dancing in the center of the temple, and melodious music is reverberating in the hall. With a fragrance wafting out from her, Shirley giggled, blew softly in Yang Feng's ear, and said coquettishly, "Big brother, they don't dance as well as me and my little sister. When it's just the two of us, we sisters will dance for you, okay?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "Okay." Susan's eyes gleamed coquettishly, her plump breasts pressed against Yang Feng's arm, and she said coquettishly like a cat, "Why don't we let them leave now, and then we sisters will dance for you, okay, big brother?" "Of course." Yang Feng smiled heartily, hugged the twin sisters Shirley and Susan, and kissed them. Shirley and Susan are the twin goddesses that the Queen of Spiders Lolth spent countless energy and painstaking effort to cultivate. They are a pair of peerless beauties. After tasting them, Yang Feng was deeply attracted by them and doted on them very much. Unfortunately, some guests have arrived. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands, and veils immediately appeared on the dozen-plus beautiful women, completely covering their charming bodies. The two beautiful girls from the Swan clan quickly flew to the carriage and knelt on one side. With a flash of gold light, the god of diplomacy Avalai appeared in the center of the hall. Yang Feng looked at Avalai with an enigmatic smile and said, "Avalai, we meet again." Avalai's gaze swept past the twin goddesses Shirley and Susan, and he revealed a look of amazement. Shortly after, he saluted Yang Feng respectfully and said, "Great god of massacre, I came with the sincerity of the Xalia divine systems gods to negotiate with you. We hope that you can stop the war in the mortal world and restore peace to this world." Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and a list of materials flew out and fell into Avalai's hand. "No problem. As long as the Xalia divine system sends me a copy of the list of materials, I'll accept the sincerity of the Xalia divine system and restore peace." Relying on the power of magic cube mechanical armors, Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire in one fell swoop, shocking the entire Feisua Plain. At the same time, it caused the other races and divine systems of the Feisua Plain to feel uneasy. If Yang Feng's mortal army was allowed to attack without restraint, the Feisua Plain's world might be flattened by his mortal army. This was something that the other races and divine systems of the Feisua Plain didn't want to see. If Yang Feng stubbornly persisted and the war continued, the races and divine systems that had always remained neutral might side with the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. It was because of this that Yang Feng decisively chose to accept the peace proposal of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. Avalai took the list of materials and glanced at it, and then secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "This is the list of materials for the top angel pool." The angel pool was a god armament that every god would spare no effort to build. Only by establishing an angel pool could the gods transform the souls of their believers into battle angels. However, the establishment of an angel pool was very difficult. It required a lot of precious materials, many of which could only be found in the astral boundary. On the Feisua Plain, only the powerful human divine systems had the financial resources to build an angel pool. Feeble divine force rank gods like the god of kobolds and the god of vampires who didn't even have their own divine countries couldn't have angels. In theory, as long as one had an angel pool and a holy rank soul, it was possible to transform into a blazing angel. Even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, if they had an angel pool, they could get a blazing angel. Moreover, the blazing angel would be far stronger than them. When humans attacked other planes, there was once a Bright World Warlock who was besieged and killed by 7 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels while dealing with a feeble divine force rank god. Avalai responded respectfully, "As you wish, we will prepare the materials for you." Yang Feng gave Avalai a meaningful look and said faintly, "By the way, I admire the goddess of dance's chosen Florence very much." Avalai replied with a smile, "Yes. I think she will be very happy to come and serve you. If Yang Feng had taken a fancy to a goddess of the Xalia divine system, then Avalai would have to go back and negotiate with the gods. But she was a trifling divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Even if she was the goddess of dance's favorite chosen, in the eyes of the gods, she was just a plaything that could be given away at will. When Yang Feng saw Avalai easily agree to his request, complicated feelings welled up inside him. This is the power of power. If I stop moving forward in this world, then I, Yang Feng, will be the one to be given up and sacrificed at will. When he first came to the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng was just a level 2 warlock. At that time, Florence was already a chosen of the gods with countless honors and a noble status. But now, with just a few words from Yang Feng, the Xalia divine system offered Florence to him without hesitation. This showed that the gap in status between the two sides had undergone an earth-shaking reversal. If Yang Feng was only satisfied with being an ordinary greater aristocrat in the Morince Empire at the time, it would have been impossible for him to marry Florence. It would have been blasphemy to touch the twin goddesses next to him. Someone else is here. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a golden light appeared in the center of the temple. A handsome young man with blue hair, dressed in a rough and beautiful attire, appeared in the temple. The handsome young man swept Avalai with a glance, then his pupils constricted slightly, and he bowed deeply to Yang Feng in salute, saying, "Great god of massacre, I am god of emissaries of the Titan gods Schiller. It's a great honor to receive your audience." Yang Feng said coldly. "What's the matter? Speak." Schiller said respectfully. "The Titan gods were previously instigated by despicable people and had some unpleasant dealings with you. I came with the sincerity of the Titan gods, hoping to resolve the unpleasantness between us and restore peace in the secular world." Shirley's beautiful eyes revealed a look of excitement, and she transmitted using a spell. "Sir Big Brother, can you leave the negotiation to us sisters? As long as you give us a bottom line, we sisters will be able to complete the task you assigned us." Negotiations between gods were basically like those in the secular world. They had to go through countless intrigues and discussions, and haggle over every bit of benefit. Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the two divine systems' mortal armies, which was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation and demand an exorbitant price. Shirley really wanted to show off her skills under such circumstances. Under Loltha's tutelage, Shirley and Susan were not only proficient in all kinds of techniques to please men, but they were also experts in harem fights. They were goddesses with outstanding abilities in all aspects. Some of the gods at the level of weak divine power were no match for them in battle. They were unwilling to just be Yang Feng's favorite playthings, and wanted to gain more status. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Okay. I'll leave the negotiation with the Titan Pantheon to you sisters." "Thank you, Sir Big Brother. I'm in love with you, Big Brother." Shirley and Susan's beautiful eyes flashed with ecstasy, and they kissed Yang Feng on the cheek. Next, Shirley and Susan negotiated with Schiller on the spot. Avalai stood to the side and watched as Shirley and Susan forced Schiller to sign one unfair contract after another. Cold sweat trickled down Avalai's back as he rejoiced in his heart. Although Shirley and Susan couldn't compare to the professional god of diplomacy and negotiations, but they had a huge advantage. That is, Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the allied army of the two empires. On this basis, no matter how much Schiller struggled, he still had to retreat step by step. In the end, after Schiller agreed to give Yang Feng the materials to build 2 top angel pools, the two sides finally signed a peace treaty. It was the gods in the starry sky who decided the start and end of the war. After Yang Feng signed a peace treaty with the two divine systems, the surface world's mortal army stopped attacking and began to carry out various constructions. At the same time, the many forces under Yang Feng's command joined together and established the Holy Moon Empire. The emperor of the Holy Moon Empire was Yang Feng, and the empress was the half-blood beast man Catherine. The Holy Moon Empire was a mixed state of humans and half-blood beast men. Originally, half-blood beast men didn't have a good impression of humans. But after learning about Yang Feng's history, they accepted the humans of the Red Earth Wasteland. After all, Yang Feng was also a human. If half-blood beast men didn't accept humans, then once they were abandoned by Yang Feng, their glory would be ruined, and they would be reduced to the lowest existences of the Feisua Plain. As Yang Feng was a god, he couldn't rule an empire for a long time. As such, the Holy Moon Empire was ruled by Catherine. In the future, the Holy Moon Empire would be controlled by a divine child with Yang Feng's bloodline. Chapter 729. Teacher is calling me for an urgent matter. Bright Moon Province, in the deepest part of a small warlock group sect, a jade card on Yongfeng suddenly flew out and radiated scorching light. He looked at the jade token with a thoughtful look on his face. After Yongfeng enjoyed himself in Feisua Plain, his true body returned to Bright Moon Province to practice cultivation in seclusion. Songji Plain is a super grade 1 plain that has given birth to eternal sovereigns. So far, human warlocks have not discovered a super grade 1 plain apart from Songji Plain. Songji Plain's laws of heaven and earth are far richer and more powerful than those of other plains. Cultivation in Songji Plain is easier for human warlocks than in other plains, which is why Yongfeng returned to Songji Plain to practice cultivation. As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, Bright Moon Province contains far more life magic energy than other places. This is why Yongfeng came to Bright Moon Province to practice cultivation. Li Gui Province is a restricted area for warlocks. After Yongfeng obtained Fate Algorithm, he vaguely felt that it will be very dangerous for him to stay in Li Gui Province. Therefore, he took the initiative to leave Li Gui Province, a place full of wicked aura. Before long, Yongfeng turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sect. Overlord C is the sphere of influence of Dulin Imperial Court, one of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts. Dulin Imperial Court's headquarters is located in Overlord C. Overlord C is a place that Songji Plain's human warlocks cannot set foot in. Even if Infinity warlocks behave atrociously in Overlord C, they will be quelled by Dulin Imperial Court's Merfolk powerhouses. The earth belongs to human warlocks. The sea belongs to Merfolk. Except for the eras of the 8 warlock emperors, human warlocks cannot conquer the vast sea and make the Merfolk bow their heads. In a remote red coral reef in the Overlord Sea area, a red blood-red sea snake silently swam into the coral reef. When the scarlet blood sea snake collided with a black boulder in the middle of the red coral reef, a strange scene appeared. The surface of the black boulder distorted, forming a huge bloody mouth that ruthlessly swallowed the scarlet blood sea snake. When the scarlet blood sea snake was sucked into the maw, it passed through one narrow passage after another, and queer black runes appeared on its body. The space distorted, and the red blood sea snake appeared in a vast space rich in life magic energy, with exquisite palaces built everywhere, and human warlocks everywhere. As soon as the scarlet blood sea snake appeared in this space, it blurred and turned into Yongfeng. Yongfeng glanced at the surroundings and exclaimed in admiration. A space opened inside a deep-sea giant space beast. No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division couldn't find any traces of our Battle Demon sect disciples. Using heaven-defying alchemy and all kinds of incredible spatial spells, the Battle Demon sect's warlocks opened up a huge space inside a glorious Dawn warlock rank deep-sea giant void beast. This huge space was filled with powerful life-form magic energy. Although it could not compare to the Battle Demon sect's original headquarters, it was still much faster to cultivate here than in other places. The deep-sea giant space beast is hiding in an area 30,000 meters under the Overlord Sea. From time to time, it moves to hunt. Even if Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division experts are proficient in tracking, they wouldn't dare to come here and cause trouble. That's right. The Songji Plain is the root and final home of human warlocks. In any case, we can't completely abandon the Songji Plain. Along with a sigh, the space around Yongfeng twisted and blurred, and Huang Yihe appeared in front of him. Yongfeng saluted Huang Yihe and uttered, "Greetings, teacher." Huang Yihe glanced at Yongfeng, and then his expression suddenly congealed and his eyes shimmered with doubt. After hesitating for a while, he asked curiously, "Feng, to what extent have you cultivated? Why can't I see through your cultivation base?" Yongfeng replied calmly, "Teacher, disciple has cultivated to the Junior Bright World Warlock realm." A look of shock on his face, Huang Yihe exclaimed, "Bright! Junior Bright World Warlock. How is this possible?" After Yongfeng's soul aptitude advanced to superior level 8, Huang Yihe understood that there was no suspense in Yongfeng's promotion to the glorious Sun Warlock realm, and even the Bright World Warlock realm is highly likely. But as a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world, Huang Yihe understands how difficult it is for warlocks to tread the strongest warlock path. The virtual world inside a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world is like a huge bottomless pit that devours massive amounts of resources. Except for Yongfeng, none of Huang Yihe's personal disciples have formed a virtual world, because the resources required to form a virtual world are too great. Moreover, The promotion from a glorious sun warlock to a bright world warlock is a huge hurdle. Countless geniuses are stuck at this hurdle, unable to break through. The success rate of a glorious sun warlock promoting to a bright world warlock is only slightly higher than that of a bright world warlock promoting to an infinity warlock. At the time, in order to promote to a bright world warlock, Huang Yi has suffered who knows how much hardship and ventured into countless planes. It took him 700 years to advance from a quasi-bright world warlock to a bright world warlock. The speed of Yang Feng's advancement made Huang Yi feel that he, who has always been called a peerless genius, is just like an ordinary person. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Huang Yi was only shocked for a moment, and then he laughed excitedly. Great! Great! That was great! Bright world warlock! Haha, Huang Yi was able to cultivate a bright world warlock. That makes me so happy. Yang Feng asked, Teacher, why did you summon the disciples here? Huang Yi replied with a smile of excitement. A resource celestial body of the Battle Demon sect in Astral Boundary has been targeted by the Red Fury Plains Heart of Fury and the Sunken Tomb Plains Graveyard of the Dead. We have fought with the powerhouses of the two planes several times on the resource celestial body, and both sides have suffered heavy casualties. In the end, it was decided that the ownership of the resource celestial body would be decided through a competition between genius disciples. You are my most outstanding disciple, so I plan to let you fight and teach the genius disciples of the two planes a lesson. Yang Feng asked curiously, I have already promoted to a bright world warlock. Can I also participate in this competition? Huang Yi laughed excitedly. For this competition, all disciples under the age of 300 can participate. Huang Yi patted his head and said with a smile of excitement, By the way, Feng, go back to the Battle Demon Plane and take a trip to the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the Battle Demon Plane's headquarters, there is a 9-story dazzling light pagoda left behind by the founder of the Battle Demon Sect. It is a demonic pagoda used to test the genius of the Battle Demon Sect's disciples. Disciples under the age of 300 can enter and take part in the trial by fire. No one has ever reached the 9th floor. At most, only disciples have reached the 7th floor. If it's you, then you should have hope of entering the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, there must be a treasure left behind by the founder of the sect. Yang Feng replied, Yes, teacher. The Battle Demon Plane is the foundation of the Battle Demon Sect, and it is a Grade 4 plane. In the Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect has 3 strong divine force rank gods guarding it, and its defense is impregnable. In the Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect is a legendary holy land where gods reside. In the center of the Battle Demon Plane, there is a continent floating in the clouds 100,000 meters above the ground. That is the floating continent of the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the center of the floating continent, there are mountain peaks with countless palaces built on top of them. That is the headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect. The headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect, in a huge square with a floor that seems to be paved with white jade and engraved with countless runes, there are 2 distinct groups of people. One group is the warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Plane, while the other group is the warlock geniuses of the Feisua Plane. Led by their respective leaders, the 2 sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere is very subtle. The Battle Demon Sect originated from the Zhongji Plane, and the Zhongji Plane's Battle Demon Sect has given birth to countless powerhouses. In the Endless Plains, all the branches of the Battle Demon Sect respect the Zhongji Plane's Battle Demon Sect. Bai Wuxia uprooted the 10 great sects and forced them out of the Zhongji Plane. Now that the headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect has returned to the Battle Demon Plane, the situation began to take a subtle turn. As a Grade 4 plane, the Battle Demon Plane is rich in resources. However, there are also many warlocks of the Battle Demon Sect who have returned from the Zhongji Plane. Moreover, Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks consume a tremendous amount of resources to practice cultivation. Their arrival took away the resources of the warlocks of the Battle Demon Plane's headquarters. Naturally, conflicts arose between the 2 sides. In the center of the huge white jade square, there is a large arena. In the large arena, 2 warlocks are fighting using various spells. After fighting for a long time, a warlock roared, stimulated the power of his bloodline, and turned into a 100-meter-long astral python engraved with countless runes and with 8 weird eyes on its body. The 8 eyes of the astral python fired green rays that shone on the other warlock. The warlock's body swayed slightly, and then he fell to the ground. The astral python changed back into its human form, the barrier covering the large arena disappeared, and healing spells instantly fell on the warlock, who fell to the ground and rescued him. A young man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe, holding a folding fan, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, red lips, white teeth, peerlessly handsome, and an otherworldly temperament, looked at a stunning beauty with long black hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, a pair of slender legs, a heroic temperament, and a domineering temperament, and said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Jing, 6 wins out of 9 matches, and 1 draw, it's our win." Chapter 730. The young man in a silver-white warlock robe was the fighting demonic sect's eldest senior disciple, Brother Ding Longjiang. His master was one of the fighting demonic plane's 3 strong divine force rank gods, the god of war Xing Rintu. The woman with long black hair, a heroic bearing, a domineering aura, and endless confidence and charm is Jing Xiaofan, the eldest personal disciple of Wuxia, one of the Cangji plane's 4 great elders of the battle demon sect. Yuan Yi and the other powerhouses were either lurking in the Cangji plane or venturing to other planes in the astral boundary. In the fighting demonic plane, Jing Xiaofan presided over the overall situation. Jing Xiaofan said lightly, "What's the hurry? We true disciples haven't competed yet." The resources of the fighting demonic plane were far inferior to those of the Cangji plane's fighting demonic sect. In the fighting demonic plane, warlocks had to fight everywhere for cultivation resources. The low-level disciples of the fighting demonic plane had rich combat experience, far surpassing that of the Cangji plane's powerhouses. However, as Yu Wuxian's eldest personal disciple, Jing Xiaofan had also experienced countless battles. She had rich combat experience and fought countless powerhouses. She could represent the Cangji plane's fighting demonic sect's true combat power. Ding Longjiang said with a gentle smile, "This time, it's not us who will fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, but the disciples under 300 years old. Let's select the best seedlings to enter the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and compete. Won't the result be clear at a glance? Besides, such a competition won't harm our friendship. Everyone is doing this for the fighting demonic sect, so why make our relationship so stiff?" This time, in order to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, the 2 major forces of the fighting demonic sect had a conflict and used a spar to determine the number of participants. The disciples who went to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead would get a lot of resources. At the same time, it would affect the distribution of resources for the fighting demonic sect and the Cangji plane's disciples in the coming years. This attracted the experts of the 2 major forces to come and preside over the competition. Warlock cultivation was inseparable from all kinds of cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, no matter how talented you are, it would be very difficult to make a name for yourself. With sufficient resources and hard work, even a piece of trash could transform into a powerful existence. Of course, if a piece of trash wanted to grow into a powerhouse, then the amount of resources required would be more than 1,000 times that of a genius. Therefore, the various sects would naturally be more willing to nurture geniuses rather than trash. Jing Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right. Since they are the ones fighting, then they should fight amongst themselves." Although the disciples of the 2 factions in the fighting demon sect had conflicts, the main conflict was still the distribution of resources. There was no irreconcilable enmity between them. In the past, many of the battle demon plane's warlocks have gone to the Cangji plane to gain experience and become part of the battle demon sect's upper echelon. Among the 4 great elders, Yu Jingang is a warlock genius from the battle demon plane. Moreover, both Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiaofan have many friends in the Cangji plane and the battle demon plane. Although they had no choice but to appear as representatives of their respective factions, they had a good personal relationship and had even worked together to complete several missions. These are our 3 junior brothers and junior sisters. They are Qi Jiang, Jing Wuyan, and Huai Bingping. Jing Xiaofan clapped his hands, and the space behind him distorted, and 2 men and 1 woman walked out. The 2 men and 1 woman are handsome and have an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, you can tell that they are dragons and phoenixes among men, and they exude pinnacle moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. The woman is dressed in a gorgeous silver-white palace dress. She has snow-white skin, picturesque features, and a pair of eyes full of pride and confidence. At first glance, She will attract the eyes of anyone who sees her. When Jing Xiaofan saw the woman dressed in a gorgeous silver-white palace dress, her pretty face flickered, and she exclaimed, "Junior Glorious Sun Warlock, she's actually a Junior Glorious Sun Warlock." In the Fighting Demon sect, there were countless geniuses. However, most of the warlocks under the age of 300 were only Starry Sky warlocks. To be able to promote to a Moonlight warlock at the age of 300 was already a genius among geniuses. But Hui Bingping has already promoted to a Glorious Sun warlock at the age of 300. Even though she is only a Junior Glorious Sun warlock, she is still a freakish genius. After all, most of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 stars are over 500 years old. Ding Longjiang said with a smile. "That's right, Junior Disciple Sister Hui is the most outstanding genius of our generation. I heard that the Cangji Plains headquarters has two geniuses of the younger generation, namely Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui. I wonder if I can take a look at them?" Yang Feng and Shi Shui were legends of the Fighting Demon sect's younger generation. Shi Shui was a genuine extraordinary genius. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had virtually no bottlenecks. By relying on his own efforts, before he lost contact with the Fighting Demon sect, Yang Feng had already become a Moonlight warlock, suppressing countless supreme geniuses of the Cangji Plains Western world. Although the warlock geniuses of the Fighting Demon Plane were proud and arrogant, but they knew that the supreme geniuses of the Cangji Plains Western world's three dynasties were not simple characters. For Yang Feng to be able to suppress the supreme geniuses of the Cangji Plains Western world, his strength was absolutely formidable. Hui Bingping also looked expectantly at Jing Xiaofan, full of fighting spirit. She was called a genius since she was a child, and she was indeed as dazzling as a genius. She easily advanced all the way to the Glorious Dawn Warlock rank before the age of 300. Filled with pride, she was naturally unconvinced of Yang Feng and Shi Shui. A complicated look streaked past Jing Xiaofeng's beautiful eyes, and she said faintly, "Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui are true geniuses. Their whereabouts are uncertain, and I can't get in touch with them." Otherwise, the Fighting Demon sect would have been able to defeat the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Qi Jiang said proudly, "Senior Disciple Sister Jing, Junior Disciple Brother Yang Feng and Junior Disciple Sister Shi Shui are brimming with talent and extraordinary battle prowess. They are indeed the future stars of the Fighting Demon sect. However, it hasn't been long since they advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank. In terms of battle prowess, they may not be our opponents." Yang Feng and Shi Shui both had superior level 8 soul aptitude, which was simply heaven-defying. In the entire Fighting Demon sect, there was no one with such heaven-defying soul aptitude. Although Qi Jiang was very proud, but he also understood that Yang Feng's future achievements would be far greater than his. But now, he was confident that he could defeat Yang Feng. After all, he has been in the Moonlight Warlock realm for more than 150 years. During these 150 years, he also worked very hard on cultivation, never slacking off for a day. If Yang Feng was here, then except for Senior Disciple Sister Hui, you wouldn't be his opponent. There was a spatial distortion, and two men and one woman, who looked very young, walked out of the distorted space. They were Zhang Hanzhan, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhou Feng. When Zhang Hanzhan heard Qi Jiang's words, she couldn't help but retort. Zhuo Yifan and Zhou Feng nodded and came to Jing Xiaofeng's side with Zhang Hanzhan. Zhang Hanzhan and the other two were currently the most outstanding Moonlight Warlocks of the Fighting Demon sect's headquarters. Most of the stronger Moonlight Warlocks were more than 300 years old. Qi Jiang said with a cold smile, "Junior Moonlight Warlock? It seems that the Cangji Plains headquarters has really declined, to only be able to send the three of you. I alone can defeat the three of you one by one. I admit that Yang Feng is indeed a genius. However, geniuses also need time to grow up. He may be much stronger than me in the future, but for now, he's definitely not my opponent." There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Zhang Hanzhan and the other two, and they glared at Qi Jiang. Ding Longjiang glanced at Zhang Hanzhan and the other two. Disappointment streaked past his eyes, and he said calmly, "Junior Disciple Sister Jing, are they the people you chose? If that's the case, then there's no need to compete, right? They're too weak." Jing Xiaofeng frowned slightly and fell into an embarrassing silence. Zhang Hanzhan and the other two were personal disciples of the four great elders. Furthermore, After the fortuitous encounters in the Time Sky City, they were far stronger than ordinary intermediate moonlight warlocks. However, Qi Jiang and Jing Wuyan were both pinnacle moonlight warlocks, and Huai Bingping had a junior glorious sun warlock cultivation base. Their strength was far above that of Zhang Hanshan and the other two. If they continued to tangle with them, it would seem that Jing Xiafeng and the other two were being unreasonable. Zhang Hanshan looked at Qi Jiang and the other two with a look of unwillingness in her eyes. Although they were all geniuses, but after all, their cultivation time was too short. They were far weaker than Qi Jiang and the other two. Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng. It's senior disciple brother Yang Feng. All of a sudden, excited shouts came from the Cangji Plains Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. Gazes immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and they saw Yang Feng, dressed in white and exuding a domineering aura, walk over step by step. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Feng came to Jing Xiafeng's side with a relaxed expression and said with a smile, "Senior disciple Sister Jing, I'm here." Jing Xiafeng was Yu Wuxian's chief disciple. When Yang Feng went to see Shi Shui, he met her several times. Although their friendship wasn't too deep, but their relationship wasn't bad. After all, she wasn't the kind of person to annoy. I can't see through his cultivation base. He learned such a powerful concealment secret method. Jing Xiafeng took a deep look at Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Junior disciple brother Yang, are you willing to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead on behalf of the Battle Demon Sect?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "I'm willing." Chapter 731. A dignified look in his eyes. Qi Jiang silently recited an incantation. Countless runes formed from flames revolved around him, and the law of fire condensed and twined around him. The Battle Demon Sect's warlocks present are aware that Yang Feng is the future pillar of the Battle Demon Sect. Now that he was devoured by the seven-color skyfire, it is natural that they were shocked. When the countless runes disappeared, Qi Jiang felt that he had regained all his strength. The seven-color skyfire is a powerful fire attribute secret method of the Battle Demon Sect. It is only slightly inferior to the Tai Yi Sect's 9 Brilliant Suns secret method. For ordinary geniuses, it would take at least 500 years to cultivate the seven-color skyfire into a dragon form. Jing Xiafeng uttered with a smile, "He's a little naughty. I was shocked just now." A premonition of death welled up in Qi Jiang's mind. He suddenly shot up, his body spun, and he flew several kilometers away in a row. When he landed, he looked at Yang Feng, who had strangely appeared behind him, bewildered and uncertain. Jing Wuyan and Huai Bingping swayed their bodies slightly and turned into a stream of flowing light, flying into the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and disappearing into it. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a black rune emerged from the back of Qi Jiang's head, and countless black runes eroded Qi Jiang's limbs and bones like ants. Once devoured by the dragon-shaped seven-color skyfire, even a glorious dawn warlock will be seriously injured or even die. With his superior level 8 soul aptitude, the Battle Demon Sect doesn't know about him breaking through the Godman boundary. Yang Feng will undoubtedly be able to promote to a Bright World Warlock in the future, and even promote to an Infinity Warlock is not impossible. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng. I'll go first. Qi Jiang waved his sword, and a 100-meter-long fire dragon containing the law of fire, which seems to be burning the void, swept towards Yang Feng. Junior disciple brother Yang. As expected of the strongest powerhouse of the younger generation, senior disciple brother Yang Feng is really strong. When the 4th floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up, ripples appeared on the pagoda, and Zhou Feng flew out. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and countless runes flew out of Qi Jiang's body, turned into black gas, and flew into his hand. Zhuo Yifan and Zhou Feng took a deep look at Yang Feng with jealousy in their eyes. They greeted Yang Feng, and then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and entered the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The surrounding warlocks showed looks of excitement. Whether it is the disciples of the Battle Demon Plane or the Cangji Plane, they all shouted excitedly. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, teach him a lesson. The surrounding warlocks of the Battle Demon Sect were very excited and full of pride. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Thanks for letting me win." When Ding Longjiang and the other top warlock geniuses of the battle demon plane appeared, their gazes focused on Yang Feng, and their gazes flickered with enigmatic light. In the Time Sky City, Yang Feng defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. In the battle demon sect, even many warlock geniuses from the battle demon plane worship him. Seal. When the battle demon sect disciples saw the incomparably huge fire dragon, their eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Yang Feng looked at the dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire and praised faintly, "Dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire, not bad." Senior disciple Brother Yang. In a breath of time, Qi Jiang was completely eroded by countless runes. His body swayed slightly, and he fell to the ground, a look of incredulity on his face. Zhang Hanshan and several other weaker moonlight warlocks cast spells. Runes appeared in their eyes, and they looked towards the 7-color skyfire, only to see a faint black light revolving around Yang Feng in the center of the fire. Qi Jiang barked, silently recited an incantation, operated the battle demon secret method, and a black battle demon armor covered his body. Wisps of berserk aura slowly diffused from him and contrasted with the ferocious battle demon armor, making him look like a fearsome battle demon. Ding Longjiang took a deep look at the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and uttered, "I wonder which floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda junior disciple Brother Yang Feng can reach." A dignified look streaked past Hui Bingping's beautiful eyes. There was a complicated look in Qi Jiang's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng. Your spells are really amazing." As expected of the freak who suppressed countless supreme geniuses in the Time Sky City. A flat voice suddenly came from behind Qi Jiang, and a finger gently touched the back of Qi Jiang's head. "Amazing, junior disciple Brother Yang Feng. You're really beyond my imagination. Let me use all my strength to defeat you." Zhang Hanshan smiled at Yang Feng, then blurred into motion and flew towards the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. "Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng, let's go first." "That's amazing. Senior disciple Brother Qi Jiang is indeed worthy of being called the little god of fire. To be able to cultivate the 7-color skyfire to dragon form, that's really amazing." In the world of warlocks, a peerless genius had the power to make a huge warlock group flourish, and a peerless powerhouse might establish a great warlock dynasty by themselves. Zhou Feng looked around, a look of unwillingness in his eyes, and he whispered, "Am I the first? Damn it! It turns out that I'm the weakest." The stronger Yang Feng was, the more powerful the battle demon sect under his protection would be. As disciples of the battle demon sect, they could naturally obtain great benefits. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and walked inside. When the 7-color skyfire touched the faint black light, it disappeared. "Amazing, that's the dragon form of the 7-color skyfire." Yang Feng was the most legendary warlock of the battle demon sect in the past hundreds of years. In the Time Sky City, he suppressed the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. This was why the warlocks of the battle demon sect were so excited and wanted to see his strength. The countenances of the battle demon sect's warlocks changed dramatically in an instant, and they exclaimed. Although Qi Jiang's dragon form 7-color skyfire was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to insta-kill a moonlight warlock. Every moonlight warlock has mastered various secret methods to defend against the attack of the 7-color skyfire. Qi Jiang was well aware that with his talent, it would be very difficult for him to promote to a glorious dawn warlock. Although his battle prowess was amazing, but Yang Feng would catch up to him one day. If he could defeat Yang Feng once while he was still weak, he would be able to show off for the rest of his life in the future. Amazing. This is senior apprentice Brother Yang Feng. He really deserves his reputation. I concede. Not long after Zhou Feng flew out, Zhang Hanshan and Zhuo Yifan also flew out of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. 9-story dazzling light pagoda wasn't easy to open. Generally, even true disciples of the battle demon sect could only spend a large amount of contribution points to enter once. Moreover, only warlocks under the age of 300 could enter. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng. Agree. Yang Feng said with a smile. In that case, senior disciple Brother Qi Jiang, I'll exchange pointers with you. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in the grand arena. Ding Longjiang's pupils constricted, and the terrifying power inside him fluctuated greatly before disappearing. A complicated look in his eyes, he sighed. Amazing! Junior disciple brother Yangfeng is really amazing. Junior disciple brother Yangfeng. Be careful. It's over. Ding Jianglong said with a smile. That's right. However, with junior disciple brother Yangfeng's talent, I think he will be able to enter 9-story dazzling light pagoda again. At that time, he may be able to ascend to the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda and become the first peerless genius of the battle demon sect to ascend to the 8th floor. Eyes flashing with scorching fighting spirit, Qi Jiang took a step forward, stared at Yangfeng, and said solemnly, Junior disciple brother Yangfeng, I am Qi Jiang, a pinnacle moonlight warlock. Please exchange pointers with me. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire swallowed Yangfeng in an instant. Qi Jiang took a deep look at Yangfeng, then blurred into motion, turned into a scarlet ray, and flew towards 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Senior disciple brother Yangfeng, let us see what you're capable of. Jing Xiaofan said. The 6th floor. With the combat talent he displayed, he should be able to enter the 6th floor. Unfortunately, his cultivation time is still too short. Otherwise, he would be able to enter the 7th floor. When Jing Xiaofan thought of Yangfeng's frightening advancement speed, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he said with a complicated look, if it's him, then it's indeed possible. The Battle Demon Plains warlock geniuses also admitted that Yangfeng was recognized as the future star of the Battle Demon sect, a pillar that would support the sect in the future. However, Yangfeng was from the Cangzhi Plains headquarters, which made the warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Plane have a subtle and complicated feeling about him. Qi Jiang opened his hand, and a level 6 secret treasure scarlet flame sword appeared in his hand. A copious amount of fire diffused from him and formed a fire barrier, and wisps of the law of fire diffused from the scarlet flame sword. Junior disciple brother Yangfeng. There's still 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Let's compete in 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Overjoyed, Qi Jiang blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the grand arena. He looked at Yangfeng with excitement on his face. 9-story dazzling light pagoda wasn't just a pagoda used to test warlock geniuses, but it was also a pinnacle monarch-grade secret treasure. Any warlock who entered it could gain tremendous benefits. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.